And these presentations would be available on YouTube for a longer time and also at our conference website. Okay. So now with this, we will start the session now. So the first student. So when we call, see, there are certain things. Please maintain that. I don't want anybody to talk to the neighbors here. This is Indian society. Okay. So if I see anyone, I will bring them and make them chudi. I will remove them as a student category. So there are so many chairs are there. So please keep that in mind. Huh? Okay, now when you will stand here and do the presentation for 8 minutes. Don't get tense. So when you are about to reach 8 minutes, at 7 minutes, Karthik, at 7 minutes, Karthik will press the bell, which shows that you have 1 minute to go. You can plan and do the complete the result. Okay. So don't get agitated. If there is a 1 minute, if you finish early, don't worry about that. Or if you take half minute more, that also don't worry. So you can, but we will wind up your presentation, each candidate or each presentation in 10 minutes. Okay. Now the second thing what I will do is, when we take up the first school, I will send the other two schools to go and have light snacks. I was told that some of the students, when they get up in the morning, they don't take a breakfast. They come to the school directly without having breakfast. Right or wrong? Somebody told me that the students don't take food and because when we were kids and even today, without food I don't go out. I don't know what is the huh? How many of you have not taken the food? Okay, then you will go in the second batch. First batch with the people who will go, okay, and have it. But what is this? Why you have not taken food and come? See, without food, your brain won't work. You should understand your come for learning. Learning can happen effectively only when you take good food, not even junk food, okay, not biscuit and all those kurkure kind of stuff. But I'm surprised and shocked to see many of you have come without food. So please, okay, next time I hope you don't do the thing. If you want to sustain in the campus, you have to work for a longer time. It is not that you will not look at the bell at 4:30 and run towards the home. You know, I've been working for 25 years, even before your work, at least 12 to 14 hours a day, without taking any holiday break or anything. Okay? And that's what our work demands. It's not that the kind of research we do requires a long-term monitoring, long-term analysis. It makes us to sit here in the lab and work. Okay? So that is a challenging thing. So those who want to kill time, no, there are other places. Those who want to shine and do something for the country, this is the only place that gives the platform for that. Okay. With this, we will take up the first presentation. We will listen to Aditya on the waste management. Okay. Which are the other schools are there? Now the Vidya Niketan we have taken. So, come on. Okay, now the Abhishek. Next two presentations who are doing just see. The names can you just okay, you continue with this. What we will do is presidency school kids, where are you? Okay, just go out. Okay, just walk out. You can have light snacks and tea, coffee and milk, and come back. Okay. It is arranged in the restaurant just after this. Please go and have it.
have this speaker.
Presidency School, please move fast.
Don't worry. Okay. No, it's okay. So,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, so normal.
Yeah, I know. Can I present means can I do a slide show?
And it's already there. It is already happening. We just
Oh, it's not.
so if there's video also. Yeah.
AECS, once again. Yeah, please join this group. And PFBB. Yeah, please go on. Means students from Vidya Niketan have not taken board, which is surprising and worrying thing. You are from such a good school. How do you go to school without food? Huh? Not good. The way you are nodding your head. Huh? Huh? You had your food, but those youngsters didn't have, no? See, you people also pass on the message to the youngsters as you grow. How to behave and how to be disciplined and all. Because I saw you youngsters raising their hands. Okay, anyway, you deserve to wait. Okay, we'll make you to wait for another 20 and then send you for the booth once that batch comes. Okay, so we'll start the presentation now. It is so we'll follow the. I think they will alert you. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. All the best.
Thank you, sir. So, that's it. Good morning, madam.
For the judges to note, this is in the category 10 to 12 and serial number 30.
Both of you speak simultaneously. Okay.
So, good morning, what are present here? Myself, Aditya, and my teammate name is Amor. Today, we are going to present the topic waste management. So, let me give you a brief introduction about waste management. Waste management means the process of managing the waste, recycling it, collecting it properly, segregating it, which ensures that we don't harm the environment and protect the resources.
Explain. From the
This is good.
yes. So now next.
So, our main objective is to analyze the waste generated in the locality and to come up with preventive measures which can aid the waste management.
So basically, what we have done is we have taken Govindaraj Nagar as the base. So basically, what we have done is we have taken Govindaraj Nagar as the hotspot for the garbage that is being generated. We approached the nearest BDMP office of the same as well to collect information. We also took few pictures about the garbage which have been carelessly disposed around in that area, and also took soil samples and conducted few tests about it. So as you can see here in the picture, this is the area where they have dumped the garbage. BDMP people have come and dumped the garbage. And around the red rectangle box, you can see is the area around 3 to 4 acres of land where the garbage is being carelessly dumped. Upon asking the BBMP, they say that they're going to take the waste for recycling later, which we don't know if they're doing or not. We also collected soil sample. First, we checked for microplastic. We were able to detect microplastic under the 10x magnification and 40x magnification. We also for testing whether this would be microplastic or not, we shone light upon it, and it gave the purple hue color, which indicated that it's plastic, which is present in the soil.
And we also tested the pH value of the soil, and we used the universal indicator solution. And surprisingly, we found out that the pH value is 1, which showed a pale pink as a result. And we were shocked because the pH value of soil varies between 3.5 to 10. And we also did the acid radical detection. So we took the soil solution and we used only demineralized water because the normal tap water may contain chlorine or any minerals that might be dissolved. And we also took the ammonium molecule solution and added few drops of concentrated HNO3. So we got a pale yellow color which detected that the phosphate is there. And this is the proper facts that we had collected from the BBMP office. So according to BBMP, the ward where we stay, that is Govindraj contributes to the maximum waste generated in the region of Bangalore South. So per house in the locality, it generates nearly 350 grams to 450 grams of waste. And even more analyzing, we weighed the waste at our own houses, and we also collected some of the waste from the neighboring houses, and we did this process for a week or so. And we came up to an average of nearly 430 grams of waste is generated per house in the locality where we stay. And the total waste generated in our ward per month is nearly 1,22,000 kgs. And it is generated from nearly 3.5 to 3.6 lakh houses. And the statistics, as you can see in the table, it is classified as 3 types, mainly household waste, commercial waste, and street sweeping waste. So the household waste contribute to the maximum of 68.5%, and the commercial waste up to nearly 28%, and the street sweeping waste is up to nearly 3%. In terms of kgs, it is nearly 83,000 kg for household waste, and commercial waste, it's nearly 34,600 kg. And for street sweeping waste, if we consider, it's nearly 3,800 kgs.
So due to hyperconsumerism of the area of products, garbage which is generated is inevitable. So the BBM, according to the BBMP, they have put up in Bangalore around 7 wet waste processing plants, 15 biomethane gas plants, 1 sanitary landfill. Despite all these, only 20 to 25% of the garbage generated is being recycled.
So as we can see, only 20 to 25% of the waste generated is recycled. So there are few people who have come up with innovative ideas, like Mr. Ahmed Khan, who actually tied up with the Army Engineering College and came up with a mixture called as polyblend, which is a mixture of the asphalt as well as the recycled plastic. And he used this to lay the roads. And the normal lifespan of a normal road, that is a bitumen road, is nearly 3 years to 4 years. But through this polyblend, it increases to 6 to 7 years. One of the prominent reasons is the melting point of plastic is very, very high. It is nearly 130 to 140 degrees Celsius, which clearly says that it can withstand very high temperature, or it can also withstand very harsh weather as well.
Adamya Chetana is an NGO established by Tejaswini Anand Kumar. The main goal of the NGO is to create a sustainable model, sustainable replicable model for the underprivileged. One of the schemes under the Adamya Chetana is the zero garbage kitchen. They basically have tied up with the midday meal scheme with the government, and they basically ensure that there is absolutely no garbage produced in the kitchen. They use the shells, coconut shells, or anything the combustible fuels as liquid fuels in place of LPG gas. The ash generated in the kitchen is then sent to farmers, which can be used as manure, and also the waste, which the peels or the vegetable waste which is generated, is sent nearby goshalas so that it can be sent for grazing to the cows.
And another innovative idea taken up by Scrap, which is a Mumbai-based organization. What they do is they generally tie up with these IT companies and educate the youngsters there. Like they had tied up recently, I think so, they 2018. They tied up with an IT company called as MIQ in Bangalore itself, and they actually replaced the cutleries that were used in the offices, which are made out of plastic, by the bamboo cutleries. So the bamboo cutleries are really very sustainable, and if used properly, they can be used up to a year or so. And now the office actually produces nearly 7 kgs of waste per month, which used to generate 250 kgs. Now it has drastically decreased to 7 kgs. So we can see a huge difference made by these NGOs.
So here we have pictures of us doing our pantry analysis, where we use wet waste generated in the kitchen, put in compost bin and use as compost. And here we have another pictures of the residential association of Yanabad Report, who approached BBMP and ensured that the garbage which was carelessly thrown around the area was cleaned up and ensure that the BBMP did their work. Another innovative idea we can take from them is that where there were black spots on the road where the garbage was being carelessly dumped, they were cleaned up and then Rangoli would do in the area, which ensured that the garbage was never will not be dumped by people who used to dump there. It has been proven effective for the past 2 to 3 months since this has been implemented. First off, I would like to thank Shripona ma'am and all the teachers who helped us and supported in this project. We would also like to convey our gratitude to Indian Institute of Science and the school management for providing us with such an enriching platform to learn and share our ideas.
So the conclusion is that our venture will not end here. We'll surely try to come up with new innovative ideas in the future and try to come up with more innovative ideas in the coming days. As we won't try, we'll surely do, because trying means you hope if you do, we surely succeed. Thank you.
The reference links which we have.
Yes, no.
When the study very much needed, because we see the garden city turning into a garbage city now. As you have taken a position, there are multiple things that people are coming out with, like making tiles, making. So what is your next agenda now? Is it to continue the study, or are you planning to process this? How do you plan to process it? Because you have found the problem now.
Yeah.
When we see a problem, there is an opportunity to find a problem.
Yes.
See?
Yeah.
So any problem that we face, like we had a transporting problem, so we got it all out. So we have a problem with state, we got it. So like that, any problem will lead us to a solution or an opportunity.
Yeah.
So what is your opportunity that you have seen this now?
One thing that I thought was the plastics that are available in the cities. Now they can be actually converted into small pieces, means through the crushers, and they can be compressed by using hydraulic compressors, and they can be converted into furniture. Actually, that means plastic, if they are mixed in certain solution, they get hard over a period of time. So they can be used to make furniture or any decorating equipment, anything.
Actually, plastic has to be melted. And compressed, like you said, the compressing machine is like, so you can compress. The fillers has to be in a injection molding machine. You have to put it and get a kind of mold out of it. So there are many places where we are making the plastic, plastic out of it. But there should be a sustainable solution that we should come up with.
Yes, yes.
We are expecting one project for you to come up with.
Yes,
okay, that will be your next study, because the study will stop.
Yes.
We want the youngsters to start the study and then come out with a project. So one project is you should give us.
Yes, yes, we will try it.
Thank you.
We are also like planning to go to Adamya Chetan and look into more because it's very sustainable and very good approach towards garbage disposal. So we are planning on going to Adamya Chetan as well.
Thank you.
Recycle.
I think after using, I said, how do you?
Some of the simple things that we can do is, instead of ordering through Swiggy, means so much of wastage generated, we can do
Refuse. Yes, yes.
refuse. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next presentation. Yes, that's why I said keep it ready. It is ready, sir. Most sensitive is 2 months. Which is this presentation. You open the link. Go to the next slide. Next.
Okay, conservation of wetland. Phytoplanktons as bioindicators.
When they put
Good morning to one all present here. Our focus is on to prove phytoplankton are acting as bioindicators. So over the period of time since we humans appeared on the global scenario, we've been exploiting the nature for our own needs. And when need has turned into greed, we have further started generating sewage. And the solution we found for that is to dump them into water bodies, which is our main focus here to avoid that happening.
Next.
So the objective is to quantify the phytoplankton species in Surica lake and to prove them they are acting as bioindicators. So phytoplanktons, they are a measure of the pollution capacity for water body. They determine the aquatic health of a water body, and they are the nodal point of any aquatic ecosystem. They are the primary producers over there. So they are sensitive to any fluctuation in the water body. They are sensitive to high nutrients, low oxygen content in the water body. So we took that as a key organism to prove the pollution in that particular area. So the study area is Surica lake, and those are the figures in that area. The reason why we choose this lake is the outskirts of the Bangalore district, and most of the lakes in Bangalore are explored and clear lakes. It is for us to access the water body. So for us, it is very important for the lake, and continuing what we say to access the water body, we explore this lake. Coming to the quantitative analysis part, the procedure which we followed was we went to the lake with a plankton net, a test tube, and a plankton and a bucket of 10 liter capacity. So we chose a particular study point, then we filtered the water, and we filtered around 100 liters of water at each point, and the samples were being collected and they were brought to laboratory. In the laboratory, 1 ml of the filtrate was being whipped out, and we counted the number of drops that made up 1 ml of the sample. And further, we took a drop of that sample and we focused under the microscope and counted for the number of cells in that microscopic field. And the results have been put up in the upcoming slides. And this is the formula which we use to calculate the quantitative part of the phytoplankton. Coming to the water analysis part, focusing on the objective, this part was actually not included in the presentation. When we had the evaluation round in our college, the organism which we were studying was spirulina. It was 10 days of gap between when we went for the sample collection for spirulina and the time when we went for sample collection of Olpicera species. The point is, when we went for spirulina sample collection, we had rainfall at the time. The water was not that turbid also. When we went for the sample collection for the second time, the water was turbid. There was some amount of bridges being done in the water body. And when we filtered water also, there were sand particles being collected in the filtrate. And there was no trace of spirulina in the microscope. The organism had completely changed from spirulina to Olpicera species. So for that reason, to understand what was behind this situation, we did the water analysis part. And most of the values which found is that the lower manifestations of the expected pollution capacity. So which proves that the lake is at the verge of pollution, getting polluted. Though it is not polluted, it's at the verge of getting polluted. These are some of the values we got for the respective tests we did for some parameters. And this is the quantitative analysis part. The last column represents the number of cells per liter of the water. So conclusion drawn from this research is that we have proved that there are certain conditions which are required for diabetes to survive in the water body. They are very choosy about the conditions in which they thrive, and they have high tolerance to pH fluctuations and temperature fluctuations. Since their count is really abundant in the water body right now, so the pH and the temperature are ambient enough for that particular species to survive over there. And since we have highlighted the problem of the species change, we are still uncertain what would be the reason for the spirulina to disappear from the water body and the appearance of new species. So that we will take up as a further study in the future. So that is the main outcome of this particular project. And these are the work we did at the sites. And this picture represents the spiral and that represents the Oligocera species. And these are some of the references which went. I would like to thank my college for giving this opportunity, and I'm also grateful to IISC people for giving us a platform to present our research. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank
What's the role of algae in ecosystem?
I think they are the autotrophs of the water body. They are the primary producers, so they are the starting point of any food chain. If other organisms have to survive over there, we need them as the producers over there.
So what's its role as bioindicator?
They,
Can you explain more?
they are highly sensitive to any fluctuations in the abiotic composition of the water body. They respond to high nutrient content in the water body, or if there are any salts being present, like chlorides or calcium. So they respond to such situations. So we can conclude what is the pollution capacity of that. What is in terms of pollution, where does the place stand? We can get to know from their quantitative analysis.
Okay. Thank you.
You said that phytoplankton choose the environment.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
They are the primary producers and they require proper nutrients to synthesize, and since they are the first members of the food chain.
Those are general. See, phytoplankton species composition depends on the quality of the water. See, all humans look alike. Similarly, phytoplankton, but the species composition varies. If the carbon is more, then you have certain species. Then if nitrogen is there, then another set of species. Because of that, we can talk about the quality of water. That's why we call them as a bioindicator. Okay, anyone else want to ask question?
And almost all species are indicators of carbonate ions being present in the water bodies.
Okay, anyone from the, because we have half minute to go. No, but there is bonus one. Intelligent question carries bonus. Good.
So I was wondering why is you choose phytoplankton as ideally instead of directly could have said calcium hardness, protein hardness, it could have determined how was the quality of. But what did you choose phytoplankton?
The thing is, we want to tackle the problem of urbanization and globalization without compromising the neutral view. So if you try to focus on smaller aspects like this, the microorganism automatically the bigger fall into place. So that is the reason why we choose phytoplankton as the organism.
Well, water quality. Phytoplankton also as well. You can use phytoplankton or water quality parameters. And phytoplankton, these are called bioindicators. They indicate the quality of the water, and it is expressed. Okay, the cost is this one. Okay, it is not globalization. Good, thanks for that. Anyone else? Okay, we will move to the next presentation then. Okay, good. Heavy metal and yeah, organic chemical bioinformatics.
You don't have it now? No, this is just okay. I have to just click on this. No. Left. Okay. Okay. That's it. Possibly keep it in your pocket. Can you keep it in your pocket? That's all good.
Let's start. Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Saman Singh Shetty, and today I'll be presenting my project, which is heavy metal and organic chemical bioaccumulation in wetlands. So we'll first move on to the objectives that we have. The first objective is we want to estimate the amount of heavy metal as well as organic chemicals that accumulate in the wetlands,
And we also want to, deal with the rate at which this accumulation takes place. And we will also finally see how the wildlife is also affected by these organic methods. So moving on, the first principle is the heavy metals that are present. They're present in the air, soil, water. They're basically a global issue because they have huge consequences on human health as well as animal wildlife. Their toxicity as well as their accumulative and non-biodegradable nature hazardous to almost every creature present on Earth. So it's very important to understand how these metals, where these metals come from, and also to see where they're affected. So the heavy metals that are present in the environment, they are natural forces as well as human activities that are under the process. So in natural systems, you have heavy metals that are made from rocks, coal minerals, volcanoes, and then you have the animal which are mostly related to urban development plus mechanisms. Now, this is basically the principle that we have. Next, we come to wetlands. Obviously, that the main part of this project. Wetlands of 5% of the Earth's ecosystem. Now, that doesn't seem a lot, but they're very important for the ecosystem to function and very important for carbon sequestration and many other problems. Now, you can see the two pictures that indicate the wetlands. And also, we have other subcategories of wetlands. We have peatlands. And even though they are very less area than for the function of our ecosystems. Next, we basically have functions of wetlands. They purify water and they've been doing it for a very long time. Just a natural process of them. And however, the majority of wetlands have been exploited for their maintenance properties, and there's a accumulation of different metals like cadmium, copper, and manganese that are absorbed in the wetlands. So these are basically the heavy metals. And if you want to look at the sources of heavy metals, we have sewage sludge and metal piping, and combustion. There are various sources by which these metals get dissolved in wetlands. Now, if we're looking at sources of organic chemicals, again, this is part of my study, you have that they are washed from urban and agricultural lands. They're carried over by pollutants like soil particles, fertilizers, and then you have nitrogen and phosphorus from agricultural fertilizers, sewer and cement systems. So now we can proceed. This project heavily relies on artificial intelligence, machine learning. So this I use Fortran and Python models, such as model use and mod flow to sort of model how they take into account. So the first few parameters are used for time period in 1,000 years, and the time period for which the copper accumulation starts out at 0.05 hours. And this model was assigned, it was built by assigning 2 layers of heat. They have a thickness of 3.4 meters, and they have a at different locations to reflect how it is in the natural setting. So this is how the simulation looks. You have the cell, which is basically the base of the wetland, and you have the different elevations and the categories. Next, we have the time period as well as this time period is 1,000 years converted to seconds, and you also have the parts per million, that is 0.05 parts per million. And this is also the system that is running. And finally, we have this basically got copper. Now, copper is one of the related mostly accumulated more at the wetlands. And you can see that for so even for a period of 500 years, the amount of copper that is present in the wetland is at least 3 to 4 times that what it would have been if there were only natural sources added to it. So which indicates that heavy metal accumulation is very it's a really difficult thing to target, but it's happening because of that. Next, moving on, over thousands of years, the copper in soil they tend to accumulate, and this is basically 3 to 4 times comparison, as I already said. Next, we have the organic study. Now, this was basically the same setup that I used for the heavy metal. This is testing in biodiversity, where I tested with plants, the fish species, as well as organic toxicants. Now, these organic toxicants can be they can be chlorobenzene and such. So this is basically how the simulation works. The first is that the volume of water is kept constant in the control study and the control study. The control study is basically the study in which we add the organic toxicants. So this is what volume is kept constant. Now, if you look at the control study, these are the species of fish that are present. The names of the fish are given, and you can see the variations over time how they are present. Now, the which obviously at some point variations and because of breeding and all, they use the ground, that's why the population varies. But this is without any sort of organ chemical that is put into picture. However, if you look at the better study where you have organic chemical, you will see that the fish species population actually increases. Even though there are heights that are present there, it still reduces and it also drastically for some species, which indicates that there is a reduction and a huge role that the organic chemicals take in order to reduce these populations. Next, we have basically the chemical that is present. At time, this was in the control study, you have no chemical at all. And then in the federal study, you have the chemicals that varies over time. This is randomly done so that it just eliminates as naturally as possible. Next, basically, what I could think of was having a constructed wetland. Now, obviously, the wetlands are already in dire need of help and they're already at a point where there needs to be drastic intervention. We have other solutions, but the best solution that we can think of that we can do on a personal basis or an industrial level is constructed wetland. Constructed wetland basically the procedure is there, a block plant is chosen, a shallow pond is built, plants out in natural wetland stage, and then wastewater is routed to the wetland and is allowed to, and the paper contains and it results in paper water. So basically, that's one of the solutions. And this is one of the constructions of the wetlands. And finally, the conclusion is that heavy metals, they are major pollutants that pose threats to wetland environments as well as organic chemicals. Heavy metals, this was tested for the accumulation in abiotic substances, soil and water, and the organic chemicals are tested for the biotic components, like the species, the wildlife, and as a result of this study and of many simulations, it is very important for us to reduce bioaccumulation because in turn it affects us and it's very important for us to have some measures to prevent it. And these are some of the references. And finally, I'd like to give a huge thank you to IISC for providing a very wonderful opportunity for me to come here and present my research. And also a huge thank you to my teachers for allowing me to learn so much in the course of this. And finally, this project, even though it was completely simulated, did not involve any field research, it is something, even though as part of the computer science field, I'm not in the science field, it's something that I was able to contribute because of my experience in computers. And that is something that I hope to learn more and improve the simulation for it. Thank you.
Good presentation. I would like to know how exactly the bioaccumulation and bioidentification work. Can you elaborate?
I work on the bioaccumulation methods. The amount of, for example, in organic chemicals, how much amount is there? Based on that, how the species react to it was the main part of the presentation. For example, if they intake based on how they respond. That's how.
No, actually, how bioaccumulation was like, what exactly the bioaccumulation? Not asking about how the species work, about how bioaccumulation. Just a minute.
I'm not really sure of that.
Don't actually, what you know is that what according to you, what is
Bioaccumulation is like whatever sources of comfort metals take place in biotic components, such as the wildlife and plants. That is.
Thank you so much.
Hello? Yeah, so the next participant come up. Thank you. You guys is starting for the next or not?
It is this.
Next. Okay.
What is it? Next, back.
You can have it.
Next. Next presentation is by Ankita on analysis of lake soil.
Good morning, all. Myself, Srini, my teammates are Ankita and plus industry. Our focus was on analysis of lake soil. So, why did we choose the analysis of soil? Is important because analyzing the soil will give us information about how the soil is currently and also how we can improve on it, how it's going to affect the lakes. So, what we wanted to tell by the analysis is that lake education is not only focusing on the water but also the rejuvenation of the soil. If the soil is not rejuvenated, then it's going to lead back to the lake being polluted over time.
And finally, research to analyze lake soil. So we did a different parameters. It is soil pH, water holding capacity, soil density, percentage of organic carbon, type, sulfate, and the lake we have taken for analysis. The lake we have taken for analysis is Purikara Lake, which is located in Purikara Gram Panchayat. We are Pengeri Hobli. The perimeter of lake is 3.60 kilometer and the area is 0.4 kilometers square. Next is the Manassari Lake. It is completely surrounded by residential area. It is located near Nagakatu. Perimeter is 2.39 kilometer and area is 0.1 square. But the main focus of study is analysis of Purikara Lake because for Manassari already announced the area. Materials we have used for primary types of analysis is pH paper, potassium sulfuric acid solution, concentrated sulfuric acid, ferrous ammonium sulfate, dihydrogenate indicator, barium chloride solution, silver nitrate solution, concentrated nitric acid, and ammonium molecule.
So the method which we use for the pH was using the pH paper. So when there was change in the we compared that color to the given scale, so we got to know the pH of the soil.
So water holding capacity is mainly absorbed, it is absorbed by soil texture and it's also by the organic matter. We added 10 ml of water and it calculated the withhold water. So this is the formula for circuit water holding capacity of soil.
Soil density. Soil density calculated by the dry mass of soil divided by water dry soil. So it is measured in grams per cubic centimeter.
So the fourth test we did was percentage, finding the percentage of organic carbon. So we found it methods, so we could find by ideally we could change from purple to green. For it, the soil can be organic carbon. Next is the detection of chloride, nitrate, sulfate, and phosphate. The detection was done by nitrate test for chloride, brown tube test for nitrate, barium chloride test for sulfate, and added up sulfate and concentrated oil water for phosphates.
So the results that we saw was that the pH of Purikara Lake was and pH of Manassari Lake was the water quality person soil at a large particles. So this states that if you have been turned off by rainfall, wind and has been deposited under the lake. Lake was found to be nearby and transferred and that was already 1.06 transferred. Both these soils had pulse density less than 1.6, which indicated that they had sandy and loamy soil. Organic houses in the past 30 years, they lost around 10% of organic carbon in this market. So after identification, we found that it is about 48 to 2.56% of organic carbon. For molecular rate, it was about 5.2%. But our study on molecular rate showed that it's very shocking that only 2% of organic carbon is.
During phosphate test, we obtain light yellow in the presence of phosphate in soil. Phosphates actually tend to stick to the soil and to the water bed. Excess phosphates in water may lead to eutrophication. It is a process in which water is highly enriched with nitrates and phosphates, leading to excessive algal growth. It leads to depletion of water quality as well as dissolved oxygen water, which is the water ecosystem. During our visit, we actually observed how smell the lake, which may be due to the eutrophication. Eutrophication is decomposition of nutrients present in water by bacteria. Decomposition releases carbon dioxide and sulfide, which causes the foul smell. Also, we observed that one part of the lake is fully eutrophied.
Recommendation. So we found, as it was mentioned, that we found a house in the lake. So we recommend aeration so that we can improve the oxygen level in the lake. That can also decrease the H2S and organic chemicals, and removing organic matter can also help soil not to be implement soil and compost. We also contribute in soil can absorb. But contrary happens. So therefore, eating of nutrients are first, then so hence it will pollute the soil also. The lake also. So these are the references we use. We also saw IISC papers and we were not able to mention it. We also mentioned IISC paper. So we would like to thank IISC for giving us this wonderful opportunity, and we would like to thank our teachers and our school for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Tivanti. This is a very nice presentation. I have one doubt. According to your study, which lake has the more perfect soil and why?
So according to us, Madhakali Lake is comparatively more fertile because it has more organic carbon in it. For any and water quality around 3%. It's very good for a soil, but Madhakali Lake had only 35%. It's not really good, and the one it had only 4% of organic carbon. It is very less when compared to soil, and for organic soil it should be around 12%, but if Malakali Lake had around 5%, comparatively better.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, I'm currently doing a presentation on Cyber Poverty River. Me and my teammate Anya, fortunately she was not able to attend because she was occupied with another event. The Poverty River was once a place where people can wash their clothes and use the water to irrigate crops. But now it's known as the Kengari Point. The size of black foam and vulnerable snake is prevailing throughout the river. The river has high levels of non-biodegradable chemicals and pigments. So most of us have seen the river when it is close to a huge part of Bangalore. And when you pass it, you clearly see the great smell, the horrible stench. And it's very difficult to imagine, especially for people who haven't seen this previous state as a freshwater river. I knew before the study that was never where so many activities happen. So the objectives of this to find this in the river water, to discuss the solutions to in the river, and plus I do a ski wetland project at I. So the study area was Vishnavati River, specifically at Narayanpuri Main Road. So we did test the parameters like alkalinity, chlorine, hardness, calcium hardness, residual chlorine, dissolved oxygen, and heavy metals. We also interviewed Dr. T.J. Renuka, who is a former geologist professor at Bangalore University. So this is a study area that is where Narayanpuri Main Road is on the bridge and on the bridge to the river. This is where we take water. These are the results of the sample testing. The temperature was 21 degrees Celsius, and we took the temperature at 815 AR. The alkalinity was 525 parts per million, which is very high compared to the acceptable limits of 100. The pH was between 9 to 10, which indicates that it was very tasty. The hardness of the water was 305 parts per million, which is again very high compared to the limit of 181 per million. Calcium hardness was 185 parts per million. The dissolved oxygen is 5 ppm, which falls under the range of water between 4.5 and 6.5. Chlorine was 210 parts per million. Chlorine was less than 1 part per million, and residual chlorine was below units. So these are the heavy metals we found. Zinc was 0.48 milligrams per liter. Cadmium was below detectable levels. Chromium was 0.5 milligrams per liter, 0.01. And lead was 0.3 milligrams per liter, which was actually 100% lower than the limit set by EIS, 0.01 milligrams per liter, and iron was 0.015. So next to the change to take the river. Finally, so what is finally? The use of plants and associated soil microbes reduce the concentrations or toxic effects of contaminants in the environment. The studies have shown that some bamboo species have high ability to adapt to metal environment and a high capacity to absorb metals. Bamboo issues the rhizome plants and accumulate a large amount of heavy metals and is mainly correct in the cell back to the plant. So Bangalore University wetlands and biopark blocks. Bangalore University being part of the forest is one of the most beautiful and environmental conscious campuses of Bangalore to a point where the temperature is 2% in there to visit the Vishnavati River campus. The radio of the star movie, you would show us the bamboo plantation he has made and how it will be used in the water. But in the interview, he gave us so many solutions, so many insights of what might have caused pollution in the water and how it can be seen. So this was not paved with it. So as you can see in the left, there's a map with the line such as shows the Bangalore University Road and from Mysore. And towards the left of that, there's a small stream that is connecting to Risma River. In this stream is where Dr. Renuka Prasad sir, he made the plantation. On the right is a picture of him explaining how his project in detail. This is the bamboo plantation on the right, and on the left is the apartment which forms the part of the university's bio. The river that we see is clearly connected, and the major site of the conflict is plantation. We humans cannot call ourselves developed if the climate contact resources in the process. There are plenty of ways which we as individuals can directly or indirectly help the river impact the question versus human risk. Of course, many of us think that we are not the main reason for the river. Is mainly industries. But just because of that, we can't make ignorant and just say that it's summer as the city and we are part of it. We have to take measures. For example, we can find out if our sewage is directly connected to the river or a proper sewage system, or we can find out. We can join NGOs and support other NGOs who are actively taking part. For example, Namami is one such organization. We can also sign petitions to pressure on the government so they take better measures in tempting the river water and making it in the case. So these are some of the references we use by making this investigation. Thank you so much. I want to thank IISC and for providing us this opportunity and teachers to help us on those times when I was losing motivation and developing my confidence here. Thank you.
Okay, you have done you talked about fiber remediation.
Yes.
Okay, we use the plant to do the remediation.
Yeah.
Now those plants, where do you use? Plants will have heavy metal. You remove from water and it is in the plant. Now the
These
next
plants need the good disposal. There should be like places like, for example, garbage dumping areas where it's.
So that will make it other people will say that it is not we should come out and to remove that from the plant. There are technologies.
Okay, you showed about all the water testing parameters and all the pollutants that you found. Any idea why so much of pollutants is present in that river in the first place? Why it is not being treated and why it's just let out?
Okay, so we went to a research paper which was done by AG on Vishwavati River. In that, they've said that mainly the pollutants are from Pinya industry, and in this industry, because PWSSB is testing the water and pollution control board testing water in the daytime, most of the people who let the industries let the effluents. It's not working. Could I have the other mic?
So most of the effluents released from the industry are released at night time because the pollution control board doesn't test to 150. Well, within 50 hours, 24 hours. So that's when this the study by 18 they found that they found out that main polluters are in the industry and also some domestic waste from outside.
But why is it let out into the river?
Because of the convenient things for people and the that it's okay. Nothing to do with and then it's going to be involved.
Thank you. And the other question I have is something related to what Sir asked. So here you are saying bamboos as a species for phytoremediation. So if we have to take Vrishabhavati itself as an example, a river of that size, how much area do you think is required to be planted to have a proper phytoremediation?
Okay, one was suggested by Dr. Denuka Prasad was, ideally 75 feet from the river, the bank of the river, there should be plants which are phytoremediation, that they have to plant here, so that they can, like, within a few months, years time, for them to absorb the in from the soil. And
thank you.
We mainly check about value, have to find out what plants which undergo remediation.
Yes, your study should be more focused on the other plants that will be used and how they can be used and the quantum that they are able to dispose, these kind of things. And also you have to also look into the places like the effluents which are coming from Pinia, they are not supposed to end up the river because we have stormwater drains which is directly connected to the lake. So only the rainwater which is getting into the our drains should get into the lake. So not this effluents or the pollutions. So they should go to the STPs. So there should be an effluent treatment plan. So please check where the Pinia estate has this. And if not, please, like you have to take up the study to where it can be there so that this doesn't get into the river. So there are many ways in which you yourself can further the study and take motivation from your teachers and do this because like you can do a lot. When you think what can I do? There is a Chipko movement where one person stood across and hugged a tree and made a big change, isn't it? So always don't think what can I do? You can do a lot. So please process your study in this way that inside how and where the STPs would be placed, and also the next set of plants which will be used for bio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, Yadunandan, Gauri Kishore. Okay. So then what we do is other students. Yeah, you go to the presentation. Other students can go and have snacks now. Vidyaniketan. So please go out. And when you have snacks, no, whoever comes will take up their presentation. Okay?
Arrow keys.
Then
Arrow keys.
sorry?
Arrow keys to strip.
Okay. I will put them at the end, okay?
This has better walls.
Lokha Samastha Sukhino Bhavantu. We all know that this world, to exist with peace and harmony, we need to attain sustainable development and environmental education. I'm Gauri, this is Vishnu and please Yadunandan. And we're here for late 2022. The global temperature is rising by 0.2 degrees Celsius every decade. Might seem like a very negligible number, but this is a very huge threat and it needs serious action. Global warming can have serious effects like rising sea level, and it can completely imbalance the equilibrium in nature. We have dual objectives. Our first objective is to come up with easy and adaptable solutions for sustainable development which can be followed by everyone. And the second one is to state the importance of environmental education. Our principle is to show the use of solar energy as a renewable resource. The carbon emissions between an EV, electric vehicle, and internal combustion engine, and also about the importance of environmental education by stating that some of the measures taken by Karnataka government. Energy is generated by various resources, and we see in this graph that fossil fuels have taken a lot of there's an increase in the usage of fossil fuels, which is increasing to the rise of carbon dioxide emissions. The use of solar energy, because it is very easy to harness from the photovoltaic technology, which produces almost zero carbon dioxide. The reason as to why we think solar energy is the best is due to the following reasons. Sir, can you go ahead?
As stated by Gauri earlier, the major threat that humanity faces is rise in global temperature. And 30% of the CO2 emissions in the world is from the use of automobiles alone. And 72% of that 30% is from the use of land vehicles alone. So our ultimate goal here is to compare the CO2 emissions from like EV and an IC system, and ultimately state that EV system is far better when compared to an IC engine. So this is the standard manufacturing process which has been accepted by universally by all automobile manufacturers, and the components of an engine, the amount or the ratio in which these components are required, and the CO2 emissions per kg have been tabulated in this tabular column. And adding up all the values, we get an estimate of 1,799 liters of CO2. So in order to manufacture an engine, not only the components are required, even electricity is required. And to generate that electricity, CO2 is released as well. So this slide states the total CO2 produced in order to manufacture an engine, including the electricity requirements. And we get a landed value of 4,946 liters of CO2. So this is a bar graph representing the EV components of a battery. And this is a similar tabular column which states the requirements of an EV system. Adding the values from the previous slide and this slide, we get 11,498 as the total amount of CO2 required in order to manufacture an EV system. So this is the specs comparison between the both systems. The major point to note here is people preference in India is 65% towards IC engine when compared to a mere 35% towards the EV system. So this is a detailed analysis between the CO2 emissions from both the systems. So the major point to be noted here is that the total amount of CO2 which is produced by an IC system throughout its lifespan is 106,000 liters, and similarly 11,579 for an EV system. This is the steps which are taken by the auto manufacturers in order to recycle the batteries after the end of the lifespan. So we have ultimately concluded that an EV system is far more efficient and eco-friendly when compared to an IC system. But even this system has its own set of disadvantages. Some of the major ones being they offer limited range. It's a time-consuming endeavor in order to charge those batteries. And the major problem which we stated earlier is that people's mindset is conservative towards IC. So people don't want to try something new. So how are we going to address these problems? So in order to address these problems in one go, we emphasize on the innovative solution of swap battery. It's a seamless process in which an empty battery can be replaced by a fully charged battery. In order to visualize this product, I'm sure you all have cupboards in your homes, right? And just imagine this system as a huge cupboard which houses several drawers. Each drawer will have one charged battery inside it. Once your battery runs out of charge, you can approach this docking station. You can replace your empty battery with a charged one and continue your journey. This is the commerce related or monetary aspects which surround the battery manufacturing proposition and the entrepreneurial aspects of this entire proposition. So, coming to the advantage of this system, the first point being it is eco-friendly and pocket to both the manufacturer and the consumer and entirely to the world. So it addresses the previously stated problems in one go, as the problem of charging and the time-consuming endeavor is tackled over here. The batteries can constantly be monitored, and it is an innovative solution to all the problems. We have completed the first two aspects of our principle. Moving on to the third one.
The first step to move towards sustainable development is management. It's educating our own people
about the ways in which they can conserve the ecosystem in their capacity. So we all know that we need environment. We know that environment is important. We also know that there is a need to conserve, but many of us don't know how. That's where environmental education fits. It broadens the visions of the people.
So sustainable development, as we all know, we shouldn't compromise the cover. Also, we have to make sure that we are conserving the resources for the future generations. So, if it's not if we use renewable, switch to efficient methods, then we can follow sustainable development, which will help us avoid global warming and will finally result in the optimal usage of resources.
So, before knowing the steps taken by our government towards sustainable development, we need to know that our constitution itself states that it's the duty of every citizen to put his contribution towards ecological conservation and have compassion towards nature. The other measures taken by the government are as follows. So electric buses, we've already seen a lot of e-board buses on the streets. So it's our own public transport that are evolving into EVs. The advantages include lesser greenhouse gas emissions, lesser noise pollution, more mileage, and a lot more. And our Karnataka government is planning to launch an all-electric throughout the state by the year 2020. So we also interviewed a government official from the Karnataka Forest Department, Mr. Prasanna Kumar, and asked him his views regarding the present scenario. What he told is that there is not one such activity that has led to the exploitation of resources. It has the human population has increased by 20 folds in the last 50 years, and the amount of resources available to satisfy that amount of population is constant. So that's where the problem arises. And
we'd also conducted a seminar where we got this opportunity to discuss about sustainable development with grade 5 students. Questionnaires were given before and after the seminars, and the following results were witnessed. So we have found out that as when compared with IC and EVs are much eco-friendly, and IC engines they emit 9 times more carbon dioxide when compared to an EV system, and also the children they resolved and promised that they would make conscious effort towards conserving the nature.
So talking about the conclusion, now that sustainable development is very important for a country that wishes to move towards development by parallelly conserving its resources. But for this, we need innovative ideas like swap packs that we introduce that can be acceptable by all. And little effort from everyone can contribute for the same, as it is evident from the survey data analysis. This is some of the pictures that we took during the survey, the link of the interview, and the references. We also thank the IISC team, technical management, and the faculty for supporting us, and Mr. President Kumar also. So thank you all for being patient with us. Have a good day.
And you have checked the carbon emissions. You haven't checked the financial state. I can tell you one biggest financial only 1 rupee per kilometer. Other than 6 for 1 item. Okay. So once you compare these two, in 1 year, if you have spent around your 6 lakhs by 6 lakhs for in a year, your petrol. Imagine you're saving 5 lakhs per year. That's what your EV comes to. Except from having a distinct carbon emission. And also there is one more industry which is coming up now, which is IT engines. Those we are now having an EV pixel coming, isn't it? We have an EV cluster coming up in Karnataka, in Kolar area, and also Tesla is also coming up with EV. And also that is when we say our own cars, what do we do to that? We can actually transform them into EVs, EV engines. Okay. And you can actually discard this or people take them out and make it by EV vessels. So this kind of transformation is happening as a new industry. Okay, this new industry is going to come up. So you should study all these parameters also and put in your slide also. So the financial parameters are one of the biggest things that see in EV management. Next.
If you have an idea, start with 10.
10% population because of what we.
So we have already seen. Yes.
You have to put the units of carbon dioxide liter. That's not correct. Carbon is measured in not in liters. Per liter, how much carbon gets emitted, either in gram or in solid. Okay, anyway, you can think about it.
Yes, sir.
But suddenly, how many of you have implemented this idea at home?
Sir, switching to EVs, we haven't said, but about the second part, which is environmental education, we're working towards that, and there are some of the discussions. Sir, this we can prove through these questionnaires that environmental education was achieved, and
it truly had an impact on the mindset of the younger children.
because in these answers, some of them have also promised that they will work towards environmental education.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anything? Okay, we'll move to the next presentation. Who is not giving them?
Someone.
Teacher, shall we take one presidency and EICS? Okay. You go to the presidency. Same category. Huh? Same category. Same category. Can you just check? Okay.
Which one?
Presidency.
Presidency. At which standard?
What's your Nisha, okay, you come. Nisha.
You want?
Then Sula. Okay, stop.
For controlling?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Arjun, and my partner is I am here to talk about the topic of study of ants, invasive relations, local species in our marine ecosystem. For a basic introduction of ants, ants are the largest scavengers in the world. There are no other competitors here to it. Many technologies are being take an inspiration from ants like social media, guns, communications, etc. Ants are the deep and smaller pieces, and these are like useful in like decreasing the pest control in the ecosystem. Ants also live minerals, which people don't understand. Like system shows that ants have started today. Study of one those because samples behavior was observed, the action of each of the species were observed, and the picture had and we were from the first species we found them like they are Next time we found is the river and river has making nests. These they have strong and long nests for currently making nests. They use the largest producer making these nests. Fire ants always small species, very small ants. They next to that, we have partially and they use they are very are really strong, so they and use and mainly tigers. Black lazy ants they are really strong and really far resistant, so that they can run really fastly. They are not aggressive and don't have stimulus. This is one of the ants just minus the normal pattern. That's life black carpenter and his parents don't know it. They have very good tolerance of fire in the they are extremely strong and they are very good stands, social farming data devices are possible and they had a so many are very tiny they give a different identification here and we also come back to the body of the next. This is the research and so they have to be structurally stronger than normal and pavement hands these are the hands which have the kind of and here's carpenter hands have like they have golden steel hands are found in just we must have exterminated in the process or we must have heavy over and those stands are deciding the snails as spikes it was stronger and they structurally certain kind of shelter I have represented they are flying from their room. The main and the main and the signal between the things and others and storage for materials. The after we the main and tends to sleep down in the space as major chamber chamber. If the size of 3 to 4 months or even for the next time, this one is water. They usually make their goals that's not safe. As goes the first part is hatching is from the genetics. It came from the normal English word or values. they go on to the achieve first. In order to average has 30,000 we can make 800 things per year. The Arabic GDP the main lines have leading things of models that basically rules of the models before the basically and the full transparent that is called blocks molecular as well is very safest way upgrading more message on trace pavement as local as species. These tend to exceed the strength and resistance of the pavement as so they are sustained. Hierarchy on that is we found that local ants in the green circles are impact of animal system breaking down structure study and in Western and they mix trust in their colonies for making it more fertile. And I would thank my teacher and my school. These are my references. You can I will use help in making it and thank you.
Arjun, interesting presentation about ants, and it's at Madhya. So that's good. So totally, how many species you have found?
Total species are 20,000 and these are the species
So in one of the slides, you have the name of Compound Locals, Pennsylvania. What is that name? You remember it, right?
Yeah, golden students.
Yeah, what are the scientific name?
Internet gives knowledge to like common people who can understand like what are
How were you able to identify the species?
I like the local and people get the local
Okay. Now, you have said some importance of ants in the lake ecosystem. So, how does whatever you explain, how does those ants, different species of ants, some are arboreal, some are ground dwelling, and some are in the wood and trees. So, how each one of them contribute towards the healthy sustenance of the lake ecosystem?
for example, like the parks and roots of the ants, they help irrigation of these roots and they help keep the pests in the root of the and these are ants help in like control of the mealybugs as they help cattle insects and control.
They control the mealybugs?
Yeah, control like because even as one is
Thank you.
Just one question. Is there any place in the world that ant is not only green? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, students I think so our objectives are to start then that is biodiesel. So according to right 1.3% every it also anticipates that further use of oil will be that effective. Biodiesel has a main is highly biodegradable, not safe for storage most reduce the most effects of by giving you the EU is as follows: a catalyzed reaction when oil is treated with alcohol, it gives rise to a product which is biodiesel and used product. Our previous objective was to obtain biodiesel from used cooking oil, but from our survey we found out that used cooking oil is being used again. So we searched for an alternative which was argan. We obtained the argan oil by flow. The materials used were algae, separately fermented, fried and the reagents used were chloroform, ethanol, and saline water. The steady area we selected was Bullard Day. We harvested the algae net and the temperature of the water at which the sample was collected was 29 degrees Celsius. The pH of the water was nearly neutral when the sample was collected. The method we followed as proceeds. We prepared a solution of chloroform and ethanol the ratio 2:1. Saline water in the ratio 1:4. We weighed the algae so its weight should be 1 of the solution. We added the algae and the solution into the separated funnel and let it rest until distant layers were found. We separated the liquid and double boiled concentrate chloroform and
So while doing the literature, we found out that other these are so to reduce everything so such that the standard application can work out. There are four methods. They are active treatment, gastrology, medical reactors, and solid acid reactors. So while doing the literature, we found that another application for the biologist or the standard application reactor, which is still that there are many advantages of using this environment. One is that from the starter itself to single that
for virus most used resource. So, in addition, the environment, we are facing environmental problems also as it limit the utilization of fossil fuels in the future.
The results and the product we obtain in non-identification product contains effective. So we intend to continue our research. India has a lot of opportunities. Well, India these are the reference.
We would like to thank all of the agents and the team of IISC for giving us this opportunity. We would like to thank our research and all these people.
I'm just curious, in the slide where you showed about how you have collected the algae samples from Lund, you have checked the temperature in the fields.
Yes, sir.
I'm just thinking why you had to check those things by collecting algae for production of biodiesel.
We felt that there was going to be some correlation between the results obtained from the algae and the temperature. In what
Okay, so I have like one more question. Like you have added you have extracted oil, isn't it? So the method you have used that for extractions from methanol method. But I am curious why you have added saline water to that. Without adding that also separation of layers is possible.
The process of aided is therefore this method.
So actually you have extracted algae, then you have added chloroform methanol, then you have added saline. Yes. So did you do any centrifugal sonication or sonication or something like that? Okay. So maybe because of that reason that you didn't get the appropriate result. Like, because because I have never measured for marine systems, so if we are experimenting on marine algae, we used to add saline water, or else we never do with freshwater algae. So maybe because of that reason, you didn't get the appropriate result with the biodiesel acids from the algae. Okay.
You would like to continue on
What percent saline water is in that?
25% of solution is solved.
Okay, you looked at the algal composition. Did you identify the algae?
We were unable to identify that.
You were unable to identify.
But we found out that that is the basic one for algal oil extraction.
You collected algae which are planktons, no, floating,
Yes,
not
sir.
the one which are attached to the stone plants.
No, sir. That is good.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think since you have added more saline water, the cell could have died out. And also the experiment is not proper. That's why you didn't get the appropriate result of biodiesel from that. Okay, thank you.
Don't worry, the initial results are like that. Yes.
Okay, bioremediation of textile dyes.
Use the
That's the first slide. Okay, next presentation, bioremediation, textile dyes and heavy metals by Venkat.
Good morning, everyone. Our topic for next symposium is bioremediation of textile dyes and chemicals. Let's start with the introduction. What is bioremediation? Bioremediation is a process of utilizing microorganisms to remediate the textile dye or the contaminants present in the water bodies. We were focusing on the contaminants such as textile dyes that were present in the Swamati river, and we analyzed those textile dyes which were harmful, like such as azo dyes, and these dyes cause harm to the ecosystem and create health hazards in the living organisms.
Now, specifically, as well as form of synthetic dyes, these dyes have carcinogenic, teratogenic, and mutagenic properties. Now, these dyes are majorly used for photolytic resistance and coming in large shapes. Now, for remediation, there are mainly three types of remediations: one is physical, chemical, and biological. Now, physiochemical methods do have their own advantages, such as there are different types of physiochemical such as resolution and ion exchange. But outweighing these advantages, there are two disadvantages, such as they have a lot of costly, labor intensive, and also toxic sludges are formed, and toxic sludges are left out to the river bodies. These letting them out of the river bodies are monitored by industries, so the industry is then now also left out of the river bodies. Looking at these in the biological process, there are few advantages such that they do not form toxic sludges. Also, they are highly efficient and no chemicals required, so easy to handle as well. And also the use of these.
turn it on in the
Also, the use of these fungal organisms. The repeated process doesn't have to be done.
Our today's main objective is to isolate different fungal organisms and take them efficiency in remediating and the laboratory experiments
So first we went on to take a sample of Vishwati river waters to take on any content isolates of organisms that could remediate dyes and heavy metals. Later on, for isolation, we put a sample onto potato reservoirs around medium and incubated it at 27 degrees Celsius for around 3 to 5 days.
To check the efficiency of fungal organisms in neat dye mineralization, we added fungal biomass into a laboratory dye solution, and we incubated it for 24 hours at 27 degrees Celsius. As per the fungal organism efficiency of remediating the heavy metals, we added fungal organisms into a solution containing chromium, and it was followed by incubation for 24 hours at 27 degrees Celsius.
Okay, so we are showing I explained so this is the image of before and after of the textile dyes. So here we see that in all the different space that we use, aspects this membrane would be efficient in absorbing the dyes, and also as per the efficiency in protein solution of elements, we are still waiting for results. These are the
after testing also the samples we collected from Sabawati river was flowing to diamonds, out of the concentration of zinc, chromium, and titanium was the lowest. It was below zinc was 6.0 unit of milligrams per liter, and chromium was 0.35. After the second round of sample and testing, we found out that cadmium was 0.001 and chromium was 0.001, and lake was 0.00. This was which is the abbreviation of American Public Health.
So we would sincerely like to recommend the next time is to treat the dyes with fungal organisms like prejudice Niger before letting them into the environment.
So here we conclude that actually to be efficient, and also in all the isolates that we used as well as this Nigel was a good use. So we would recommend the industries to use aspergillus niger for the absorption of plants. For the heavy metals, we are still waiting for the results, and we would like the research and tell whatever we get in the next days.
These are the evidence names. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to participate in the lakes for 3 days before 2022. And we thank all the speakers who supported us for PPG and researchers and professors from Bangalore Department of Microbiology for assisting us with the experimentation and thanks.
Thank you.
In your study, how many fungi you have excavated?
As per now, we have isolated aspergillus tiger, rhizopus, and
aspergillus.
So why did you take only one species to experiment?
Showed efficiency in absorbing what the diet. That's the
As we talk to the animal, so they told everything fungus and experiment on this is way better than for bacteria and all that. So we went on those.
So you have 4 types of aspergillus, right? So why did you choose only aspergillus niger?
Ma'am, as per the recommendation, we got one that it had absorb the content diet from the diet. It has more capability.
Ma'am, due to the genetic material and
Just the medium which they have used.
potato resource.
Okay. So instead of doing some laboratory dyes, you could have tested for lake water sample, like wastewater itself would have taken and isolated the fungi and also experimented with that fungi, right?
First, we decided to look for investigation microorganisms like other aspergillus niger. Because before doing the practical part for the lake, we decided to do a laboratory experiment and look for results. After looking at the results, we found out that this fungal organism was more efficient. So in the future, we are forward to using it for the workers.
Okay, then thank you.
These two you took. Had you taken from the lake itself, because in between some work of remediation, no? Then doing that activity could have become more effective than bringing some other fungi and then working them. Okay? See, it's always better to do it at home, no? Suppose there is a leak in the home, and that instead of bringing one more thing from outside and see the item. The same analogy holds good. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's over. We are not keeping 12.
11th is over.
Yeah, 11th is.
12th is already done. The first thing I started with was 12.
Now that section is over. We'll move to the 10.
10th is done.
10th is over. 10th. Now we'll take 10th or 8th.
10th also.
10th, okay, you'll take 8.
11th over.
11th, 12th is over, na?
No. Bari was there, but Osha.
Okay, you just open.
You're done?
No, only the Chaitanya Gauri is over.
11. You guys have to.
You open the what you called
Yes. I'm asking which slide next. Which presentation next. Which presentation next?
No, go to the 11th.
anything.
11. Hey, open 2. They're saying they have done it.
No, only the Chaitanya Gauri is done. The other one.
Okay. Okay. 11 goes instead. That was this is done.
Okay, Moksha.
This is done. Study of what? This one.
Okay. Yeah.
Then 8th.
After this. One. Only use the arrow keys.
Yes. Namaste. A very good morning, everybody. This is Moksha and Spooty from VES presenting ourselves at the next symposium. Our theme is limnology and aquatic ecology. Firstly, what is limnology? Limnology is the physiological nature of chemical and biochemical study of lake. In layman terms, the overall study of the lake is limnology. Under that, we have chosen the topic of comparative study between two lakes, that is the Ullar Lake and the Anchepalya Lake. Ullar Lake and Anchepalya. Why are these lakes the chosen ones? Because Ullar Lake is a urban lake, whereas Anchepalya Lake is a rural lake. Also, they have sufficient distance between the lakes. Our objective is to draw comparison between the two lakes with respect to organic and inorganic molecules as well as the microbial diversity of the two lakes. For this, we collected samples of both the lakes on the same day around the same time. And we used reliable water testing kits as well as compound microscope to study the microbes and the organic ions. This is our study area. The first one is of the Ullar Lake. We can observe that to the north of Ullar Lake, there is the coconut plantation, whereas to the south, the lake water is used for domestic purposes such as to wash the cattle, clothes, etc. Then the land is the Anchepalya Lake. To the northeast of Anchepalya Lake, there is Jindal aluminium industry. For the identification of microbes, we use the compound microscope of 10x and 45x magnification respectively, and to identify which microbe we have found, we use the CBSC lab manual, which we found to be more reliable. Then sample collection. Sample collection is the most crucial step in our project because there are so many errors which can happen in the sample collection. We were very cautious during this time. The sample bottle which we used was rinsed with distilled water, and then the water was collected not from the surface level but inside the lake water, because surface water can be influenced by the environmental conditions such as rain. So the water was collected from inside the lake. Once the sample was collected, it was isolated so that the water is not influenced by any other condition. Coming to the experimental methods, firstly we started with the preliminary testing methods of qualitative analysis to judge which ions or molecules are present in the water samples, and then we use the compound microscope to analyze the microbes. Basically, we carried out 2 rounds of analysis round 1 and analysis round 2. Analysis round 1 was purely based on qualitative analysis. So it was basically to determine the presence and absence of certain organic and inorganic ions in the water samples, while round 2 analysis was based on quantitative methods. This was basically to determine the quantity of the certain ions present in both the water samples. And these were the tests we basically performed. Chloritis, nitrogen, calcium, magnesium test, lead test, and phosphate test. These were the preliminary methods which were conducted purely based on the basis of the laboratory methods. So this is the result obtained. The pH of the samples, that is sample 1, it was found to be 9 and it is a polar so Panchipalya. Chloride is present in both the leaves, while nitrate is absent. Calcium and magnesium are present in both, that is polar and Panchipalya. While phosphate is present in both the leaves, it is absent in both the leaves. So these were the microbes identified. For polar we identified rotifer, copod, and zooxanthil. So the presence of rotifer is absolutely essential. It indicates a healthy environment because it typically kills the bacteria. But the presence of copod indicates unhealthy environment because the cholera bacteria attaches to the surface of copod and therefore it acts as a vector. And in case of Panchipalya lake, we identified epithelium and zooplankton. So zooplankton is common to both the lake water samples. It is a cosmopolitan organism, and zooplankton basically indicates the purification. Round 2. Now, this was the quantitative analysis where we determined the presence of certain organic and inorganic ions and their quantities in both the lake water samples. First, we performed the test for calcium hardness. Now, there's a difference between calcium hardness and total hardness. Calcium hardness basically gives us the amount of dissolved calcium in the lake water, while total hardness gives us the total mineral content as a mix of calcium and magnesium. So calcium hardness was found to be 40 parts per million as in case of polar lake and 60 parts per million as in case of Panchipalya lake, as against the average of 150 parts per million. And coming to total hardness, as I told earlier, total hardness basically gives us the total mineral content. So using preliminary tests, we identified that polar lake was soft water, while Panchipalya lake had hard water. These were the results obtained. So the total hardness was 75 parts per million as in case of polar lake and 40 parts per million as in case of Panchipalya lake, as reached the average of around 250 parts per million. Now moving on, we see the dissolved oxygen. Firstly, what is the optimal level of dissolved oxygen? It is considered that in summer the dissolved oxygen rate is low, whereas in winters the dissolved oxygen rate is high. So now we are in the winters. And seeing the result, we see that polar lake has less amount of dissolved oxygen in comparison to Panchipalya lake. Why? This is the winter season and less amount of dissolved oxygen in the polar lake shows that the lake water is contaminated in comparison to the Panchipalya lake. Nextly, chloride. Actually, chloride has a very narrow optimum range from 0.8 to 1 mg per liter. And it exhibits duality, that is, in excess. If it is above 1 mg per liter, it results in bone formation or it stimulates bone formation, but it is not something to be happy about because anything extra to our normal body structure is hazardous. Whereas if it is below 0.8 mg per liter, it leads to dental caries. In simple words, it causes a hole in your enamel. So we found 1 mg per liter of fluoride in both the samples. Now coming to chloride test. Chloride actually was the most commonly found element or ion present in stagnant waters, especially frozen lakes. Seeing the result, we found that in sample 1 there is 80 mg per liter of chloride, whereas Panchipalya lake has 140 mg per liter of chloride. Keeping in mind this result can be expected that aluminium industry is present in proximity to the Panchipalya lake. Now residual chloride. Residual chloride is nothing but is added in excess to keep the chloride content in level, but there was no trace of residual chloride in the samples. Chloride calculation. This calculation was done to estimate if the water sample was soft or hard. This was the formula used. The next is we performed was for pH and alkalinity. Now pH was 9 as a case of polar lake, 10 as a case of Panchipalya lake. Both the lake waters are basic. And the next step was for alkalinity. Now alkalinity is a good indicator. It is not that alkalinity can be to any alkalinity actually gives us a supplementary diet constituent of minerals. So it is really good. And it was found to be 140 milligrams per liter as a case of polar lake and 150 milligrams per liter as a case of Panchipalya lake. So we averaged like 180 milligrams per liter. And these were the results obtained. So calcium hardness and polar lake 40 parts per million, 60 parts per million in Panchipalya lake. Dissolved oxygen levels 6 ml in polar lake 3 quickly running through. These were microbes which were found in Ullali Lake and Achipalya Lake, all the four are found in fresh water, so then it's surprising. Next one, the shocking one was nematode. Nematode is not generally found in fresh water. It is found in sewage fecal matter. So it is astonishing and it proves the fact that sewage water is being connected to the blood lake and flukes. Flukes and the diagrams which we saw in the previous slide showed that there is silica and other atoms accumulated in Achipalya Lake. Finally, coming to the conclusion, the physiochemical parameters of both the lakes were assessed to understand the really conditions of water quality framework. And in this case, we analyzed that the amount of organic pollution was higher in case of Ullali, and the amount of inorganic pollution was higher in case of Achipalya Lake. This owing to the Jindal aluminium plant is located to the northern part of Achipalya Lake, which is basically releasing large amounts of metals and then scrap into the lake. While Ullali had a large concentration of microorganisms, which basically indicates the amount of organic load, that is, nutrient load is higher as in case of Ullali. And this is the picture, guys. So we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our teachers and our team of lab assistants for their able guidance and support. And finally, we would also like to thank IISC and our school management for providing us with this amazing opportunity. And these were the references. First of all, I request the audience to be silent. We can hear a lot of noise here, okay? So please be silent.
One thing compared to your only now, we can hear only okay. That's why they just stand concentrate.
Okay, I didn't tell you in the morning. We have put the camera in there, surveillance camera. The people who are there, so we will track it and we'll give negative marks. Okay. If you want that kind of a thing, please you'll treat us. Otherwise, behave properly. And second announcement is that toilets are on the back side, so you can use that. Okay. You don't have to go out. Even in the restaurant on the back side, it is there. Here also, it's all back side. Okay. So any other?
Okay, nice.
We are intelligent. We know how to put the surveillance camera. You search for it, you will not see. Okay? You can search. The person who gets it, I will give 1 lakh. Okay?
Okay, nice presentation. So, you told that nematodes are found only in seawater. Sewage water, okay. So, in any ecosystem, in freshwater ecosystem, nematodes are there. In all the lakes that you see, nematodes will be there. But it's all about how you sample. So, there's a different method of collection of nematodes. Okay. That's why if you do that proper sampling method of nematodes, you will find all nematodes in all the lakes. It's been found that nematode is specific to sewage and fecal matter. So we reduce that sewage water is I understood that. So I'm just clarifying your the experimental thing that it's nematode sampling is different type of sampling and we have to use some other type of instrument and all that. So if we do that, you can find nematodes nowadays. Okay. So another thing is I saw the DDO variation in these 2 lakes. Can you justify why DDO varied in those 2 lakes like that?
No, because typically Ullali Lake, being an urban lake, it has more organic pollution, keeping in mind of the coconut plantation and other factories and other plantations surrounding the lake. Whereas Achipalya Lake, it's basically inorganic pollution is high, and that's the reason dissolved oxygen is high in Achipalya Lake in comparison to Ullali Lake.
Did you find any aquatic plants in both the lakes?
Yes, no. Normally algae fights, primitive organisms.
So the dissolved also varies with all these organisms consumption, and also it varies with the photosynthetic activity, diurnal variations, and respiratory activities, etc. So that is one of the other reasons, like why we use less high in these two lakes. Okay.
Another thing that you talk about that because of winter season that go, what is the relation between the Devo and the season life?
Typically, it analyzed the reference, the relationship in the situation. It stated that in summers, resort oxygen is comparatively low, seeking the weather conditions, the climatic conditions of the place. Whereas in winter, it is generally the resort oxygen is high.
Any relation between the Devo and the temperature?
Temperature, yes, ma'am. Like high temperature, there is less amount of high temperature, there is less amount of dissolved oxygen, which was what we could find out in winters.
For my presentation, can you give me which and all ions contribute towards the hardness of the water?
So calcium and magnesium in particular.
Apart from that,
Apart from the
only calcium. And
basically all ions such as sodium, magnesium, calcium, all these S block elements generally contribute to the hardness.
Can one of you describe what is a fish water?
So generally fresh water in layman terms is referred to something which can be used for domestic uses, that's for drinking and other uses, which is free from pollution, known as fresh water. And which is stagnant, which is stagnant water such as rivers is considered. River water don't blend.
Then it is river water people don't drink, only stagnant water.
In terms, this is layman terms, something which can be perished, like replenished easily. There's which can due to rain or which can be replenished.
Ocean water is also can be replenished. Anyway, to find out the thing. Okay.
Sure.
Any other?
One interesting thing I found in your presentation, the sample collection. You said you didn't collect it from the surface and you collected from inside. Yeah, can you explain how you did that? Because I'm really amazed of how we can do that.
Definitely on the surface level, what we did was the bottle was kept inside the water, reachable region, to avoid any error in the surface. If the surface can be easily, so we kept the bottle inside the lake and then close the water bottle and then.
When did you open the bottle?
Like when the next day when we
Collect the sample.
so open like inside only we close inside.
You closed it inside, but when did you open the bottle?
The next.
To collect the sample.
Just before taking it.
So you open the lid and then you immerse it inside.
Yes, after everything we distill. No, so we kept it both inside, opened the cap inside and closed this.
Okay. Then the other thing that I found interesting is you made a remark about the cocoa pods.
Yes.
Can you explain the role of cocoa pods in an aquatic ecosystem?
So the role of cocopods, they are basically planktonic animals, and I guess they basically indicate the rates of eutrophication. I mean, our study was basically based on the contamination, that is the unhealthy or healthy environment of lake. So we basically determined that cholera bacteria is attached to the surface of cocopods. So cocopods act as vectors of cholera disease.
Then tell us the food chain in aquatic ecosystem.
Phytoplankton, zooplankton, small fish, big fish.
Where does this?
Where does cocopods come under?
Phytoplankton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Edit. Oh. I use the arrow, please. Use the arrow.
We all are gathered here for another cause, and the cause is Lake Improvement 2022. I have high esteem and great respect to share our thoughts, knowledge, and ideas about vultures of Ramanagar. Let's begin. Our objectives for today is that first we will be learning the importance and behavior of vultures in biosphere. Secondly, we will find the reason of decline in the past. Then we will compare the estimates of population through recent years. And finally, know the steps taken by Karnataka Forest Department for conservation of these. Let's look for the plan of action for today. First, we'll talk about the Ramdev Betta, then we'll talk about the Ramgiri temple, then we'll compare the two vultures present there, finding the reasons or rate of increase or decline of population, detect the infections, and finally, steps taken by Karnataka Forest Department for conserving them, and finally, what can we personally do to save them.
Okay, right here is the map of the Ramdev. Ramdev is situated in the town of 28 kilometers away from Bengaluru. Situated at the top of it. The first species of whose popular the language Bashra, division Bashra, it's said to have been the Suprema is the look of what Nama Bashra is here. Seven standards. Seven standards we were very big. That's one thing. Link is said to have been created by Nama. The is unknown.
Now let's compare in detail the two vultures present here. First one is the long-billed vulture and second is the Egyptian vulture. I'll be talking about the long-billed vulture.
And I will be talking about the Egyptian vulture.
The long-billed vulture is also called Uttarakukina Ranahattu regional language.
And the Egyptian vulture is called regional language.
Scientific Skip indicus. State is critically endangered. The distribution is central and peninsular India.
The distribution is of southern Europe and northern Africa.
The wingspan is around 6.4 to 7.48 feet.
And the wingspan is from 2 to 7.
Size is around 80 to 103 centimeters long.
And the size is 1 to 65 centimeters.
The weight is around 5.5 to 6.3 kgs.
And the Egyptian vulture is 1 to 2.8 kilograms.
The lifespan is around 30 to 40 years. Now the similarities between these two are the boat's nesting period is November to March and their diet is carcasses of dead animals. Now as learned earlier, the migratory part taken by the Egyptian vulture. These are quite weak birds, so they can't travel to vast water bodies like Lakshadweep or Indian Ocean. They have to take the help of land routes so that they can take gas. You can find this in eastern and western parts of Africa, southern parts of Europe, and few parts of India, few parts of South Asia. Now we have an interview about the population of vultures. We are
yeah. You should have told me soon. Yeah, I was in the audio. There is this no. Yeah, the mic over there. Audio. Yeah. Able to connect? They might. There is no audio. I will do that. Just click on it. No, their headphone. You do. Headphone. Done.
ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು 2018-17 ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 9 ಮಂಚಸ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿಲ್ಲ. 5 ಮಂಚಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಗೀತ 4 ಮಂಚಸ್ ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ರೋಷನ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಅಂತ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು 5 ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಈಗ ನಾವೇನಂದ್ರೆ 7 ಜೊತೆ ಸುಮಾರು 4ರಿಂದ 5 ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜೊತೆ ಈ ಬರೀ ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದೇ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಮುಡಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಾವು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ್ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಗಳಿಸಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಜೊತೆ ಬೇರೆ ಓಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ್ಕಟ್ಟಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀಮಿತ
around the time 1960 to 80, and anti-inflammatory drug called as improvement was introduced, and these were injected to the cattle, like the cattle holders. So what basically happened is, as the vultures damaged and it becomes carcasses of the animals, the vultures get on these dead cattle who said to them, of these carcasses presently right of the act, which is the rate of getting failure of this vulture, which was we were simply in one of these companies. So, upon the class of between an admiration was like a character. So, I'm announcing it. The announcing it starts the very benefit to guide for the
If you wonder why we can't observe vultures in the city, it's because first major reason is because of the declining population of the vultures because of the drug. The second point is the scarcity of food in the cities. The third point is the destruction of their nesting sites by new invasive species. The invasive species in the sense they are non-native species that signifies and that significantly modifies or disrupts the ecosystem it colonizes. So, how are vultures important for us? We all know that vultures are scavengers in the sense they feed on the carcasses of the animals, hence they maintain the cleanliness of the environment. The second major reason is that after maintaining the cleanliness, they won't spread the diseases such as rabies and tuberculosis. So now let's talk about the steps taken by Karnataka Forest Department to control the land. First of all, in 2012, there was a Ranandu Vanyajee Dhamma in this 865 acres of land was fenced and hunting and poaching were made illegal here. Breeding centers in Bannerghatta were developed. There were strict rules near the vulture habitat. In 2017, the city was named as Ecosystem City Zone, which the citizens are only allowed to use agriculture product and not plastic waste. And finally, strict rules for the tourists were imposed.
In the picture value, we can do the Egyptian vulture, the long-tailed vulture, the indigenous temple, the lake beside the temple, and the temple.
So, what can we all basically do as active wildlife enthusiasts? First, we have to spread awareness among the people about the importance of vulture in the biosphere.
Second, we can measure the vulture population, conduct and nationwide monitoring to reduce
So these are the references we throughout the. So we all like to thank our respected teachers and the Indian Institute of Science for providing this opportunity to participate in Lake Symposium 2022.
Thank
In your introduction part, you explained about, you were going to explain about biosphere of vulture habitat. Can you explain me the meaning of biosphere?
So it's the like where the biotic and abiotic are all interconnected and where every action has an every action affects on another level and everything.
Then what is an ecosystem?
Ecosystem is the a place. I said that last time. Ecosystem is the place where biotic and abiotic are connected and every step is synthetic. And biosphere is only biotic component.
Okay, the other thing I want to ask you is, when you spoke about the threats to vultures, you said invasive species coming and destroying the nests.
Yes.
What invasive species are you referring to?
Ourselves, humans. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Long-range vultures are the Egyptian vultures, no? In that, in the population, in our Karnataka, what is the population?
Currently 2022, Egyptian vulture is 25 now and normal vulture is 9.
Where it is commonly found in our Karnataka.
Ramnagara.
Only Ram, in the Karnataka, only Ramnagara, there only vultures are there.
Ma'am, these travel to a lot of distance. For example, they every day they travel up to Srinagar and collect their food and come back. They
You are talking about that distribution. No. Then worldwide only you talk about that. Then India also national wise just. But you didn't mention about their population and number. You already talk about the population also. But you didn't even the number of that one. Karnataka or India, nothing.
Ma'am, in India.
Then how do you tell that it is decreasing or something?
Ma'am, in India, in 2022, the population of vulture life is 300, around 300.
Which one, sir?
So overall,
How many species we have?
we have 5 species.
How many vultures you observed during your mission?
Two.
No, numbers, total numbers.
So we studied only the Ramadas. Then we find these two vultures.
Okay. Now individuals, total number.
Please spot.
In time you visit.
Once.
No, that is a good thing which you have done for us, but it's not possible now. You are presenting, but it's good. It's good.
It's good you have done this thing, but there are 26 species and you can find all of them if you are going to Rajasthan. Bikaner, Jodhpur is there, and Rajasthan State Forest Department has developed that place. You will see it's a very wonderful place where you will see at least 26 species in one side of the week. Okay, so it's a good work which you have done, but I would suggest that practice on your okay.
Yeah, that's. I have one question. You mentioned that this area has been marked as an eco-sensitive region. Can you define what is an eco-sensitive region?
And the citizens here, this place can use only agro-based product, agriculture-based, and not plastic-based products. That's the ecosystem.
Thank you.
Don't be disheartened.
So next presenter Bhumi and team. Topic is study of water contamination, plant species and microorganisms of Good
morning, all are present here. Today we are going to present the study of water contamination and plant species of microorganisms present in Kannada. So the main ideology of our project is to study the contamination of Kannada, and we also find out the causes of contamination. We have also identified different plant species and microorganisms present in them. In this study, we have done different types of analysis experiments to find out whether the lake is contaminated or not. So talking about the lake, this lake is present near a small village called Kannali, and the area of the lake is about 68 acres, belonging to the survey number of Kannali 548 acres. So this was one of the lakes that was identified by Kempegowda during this in the lakes. Talking about the reasons for the pollution of this lake was the main reason is the direct entry of the sewage water without undergoing sewage treatments. So, and another reason is that many non-biodegradable waste thrown by the villagers as well as the visitors who often visit the village, and the lack of funds has been one of the reasons for the underdevelopment of this lake.
Our objective is to do the qualitative analysis of the water samples collected from the lake and to identify the different plant species and microorganisms present. The materials are, we collected water samples from 4 different points of the lake, and we collected a different plant species from the lake, and we followed the following methods. We did the water analysis on the collected samples with the help of testing kits. We found the pH level. We identified the different plant species and microorganisms using compound microscope, and we identified the dissolved oxygen level.
So we've done the pH testing for 4 different samples using the phenol red pH indicator, and these are the respective results of pH. For sample 1, we got it as 7.6, and for the rest 3 samples, we got it as 8. So we conclude here that the lake is basically mixed. So now we have the test for fluorides, and it was done with the help of water testing kits. And anything about 2.5 contains more amount of fluoride, but we found very less amount of fluoride present in it. So now we have a test for chlorides, and as we all know that chloride is the main reason for the hardness of the water, and we did it using the water testing kits, and the solution should turn from yellow to red, and the number of drops required for the solution to turn from yellow to red should be multiplied with 10 to get the chloride value. So these are the respective values. So we did the test for the finding out the calcium hardness in the water, and these are the respective results. The solution has to change from pink to purple, and next, these are the respective results. So after on the parameters, anything below 75 is considered to be soft water, and from the range between 76 to 150 mgl is the moderate hard water. So on the study we did, it was moderate hard water which we found, and we did the total hardness test for finding out the overall hardness of the water of 4 different samples, and the solution has to gone from pink to blue. So we did 3 different tests. So for the first, we did for the normal hard water test, but the color didn't change from pink to blue. And we did it for the same for the soft water. Then we finally did for the very hard water by pH to 5. So then the color changed from pink to blue. And this is the respective value. So any water with 700 plus ppm is considered to be as very hard water. And the results which we got within the first 2 samples were moderately high. The last 2 samples were severely high. So then we found out the dissolved oxygen level in the waters, and the solution had to change from pink to yellow to colorless. So next. So these are the respective results. So in according to the parameters published by the pollution control board, any water dissolved oxygen level below the range of 4 is considered to be polluted. And in the samples which we collected, the first, third, and the fourth were severely polluted. The second sample was moderate polluted.
We found the following plant species: Spatodella polyrhiza, Nancy, duckweed, alligator weed, and water grass. And these were the microorganisms identified.
Video. It's a video. Yes. Okay. Then just. Video is added. Yeah. We tested. Anyways, explain the video. Verbally explain the video. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. We found out plankton, paramecium, cotadium, and we also found out
There is no.
based on the pH, we found out the water is basic and the presence of calcium, magnesium, and sodium gives us the hardest water. And due to the parameters published by the Pollution Control Board, any water with a ppm of 700 and above is considered as hard water. And we the identified plant species also perform different activities which cause or control pollution. And we found out the dissolved oxygen level and found out the following results, which gives us a conclusion that the pollution level is different.
So the main reason for the pollution of this lake is the direct release of the sewage water. If there is a proper sewage treatment done before releasing the water into the water bodies, the pollution can be reduced. And on the study which we have done, we would like to conclude that the lake is still at the initial stage of its pollution, and if necessary measures are taken, the lake can be saved. Thank you.
This is the drone view of the lake. We would like to thank our respected teachers for the valuable suggestions and guidance, and we would like to thank our student management and IISC for giving us such an enriching opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation. So in that macrophytes, in that, can you go to that slide? Which is the type in this?
Narrowly,
I'm just in that, can you just point out
the first one?
With mouse. Credit plan, which is type A. First picture I understood in that was type A.
Ma'am, the long leaf.
Then, so what is the optimal level of PO in water?
Basically, it has to be above 6 if the water is not polluted. Then the PO level will be about 6. And if the sample which collected, PO level was very less, about 382.
So what will happen if DO levels go to that lesser levels?
Ma'am,
how it will affect the organisms?
It will affect the survival of the fishes and the plants that are present in the water, ma'am, because the main existence of they depend on the oxygen. So if there is less PO, then it will severely affect the fishes for existence.
How it affects the fishes?
The residue will be critical for the species to survive.
I have one doubt that in the your conclusion that the kilo value that is 6 milligram and again 3 and 2. But in the result part, it's not, it is written. Go back to result. Here. That I didn't know that the syringe reading that is 3632, then final value that is 3632. What do you mean that? Which method you are used to?
It was given in the manual of the testing kits. So that formula the number of ml which we titrated was equal to number of dissolved oxygen.
Then other result, any other parameter? Yeah. But here number of drops that you got 15, then valence is different.
It was for total hardness.
Okay, then another thing, what is the role of macrophage in these days? Different macrophage indicate different pollution. Like Spirodella polyriza indicates presence of lead. Duckweed indicates amount of phosphorus and nitrogen, and indicator weed and water has the oxygen level of lead. They grow in the lower oxygen. And also that water has the water stagnant water.
Okay, so you said Spirodella polyriza indicates lead. So at my home, I have a small tub in which I am culturing that and it's growing really well. So does it mean that the water would have lead? According to your statement, that's what it means. So it's an indicator to say that there is lead content in the water.
The site I had seen had to inside. Usually.
Another statement you made, where you said dissolved oxygen, if it is low, then it will affect the fishes and the plants. So I'm interested in the plants part. Can you explain how it would affect the plants?
The organisms that are living inside the water, like
suppose flora and fauna. So I'm asking how it affects the aquatic flora.
For the development of them.
It helps the certain plants to grow. So like water has the alligator weed, they grow in low amount of oxygen level. The water with low amount of oxygen level. So it helps in the growth of such plants.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, would like fluoride will contribute towards the heart disease. Where inside ask the other, can you give me the weekend or ions actually contribute towards the heart disease?
So chloride, magnesium, and calcium are the three most top chemicals which impact on the hardness and other risk chemicals.
Have you heard about the carbonate, bicarbonate? Video.
Yeah. The video is playing now. No audio.
Control using arrows.
Good morning, everyone. Myself Vika and my teammates are Puri and Vika. So we are going to be talking about microplastic and its effects. So our main objective is to find out the presence of microplastic in water.
So what are these microplastics? These are fine pieces of plastic that are
So what are these microplastics? These are fine pieces of plastic. They are smaller in size, smaller than 5 mm in size. So this graph shows that earlier only few studies were conducted about microplastic in India, but recently the number of studies have increased. Here in this pie chart, we can see that the number of studies on microplastic, which is present in different parts of the ecosystem, most of the studies are on marine system.
So how does microplastic exactly get into rainwater? So as microplastic is smaller in size and lighter in weight, it can be carried by wind currents. So as atmosphere circulation goes on, the rainwater as it reaches certain altitudes get contaminated with the microplastic. And due to atmosphere circulation patterns, it also can be seen in remote parts of the world.
To find out the presence of microplastic in rainwater, we collected samples of water. To test them, the materials used were thermometer, pH paper, microscope. So mainly we had two samples of rainwater, one collected on 21st November, Nagarbavi, and second sample was collected on 24th November, Ullal. From these samples, we found out that the pH level was 5, which is slightly acidic.
See both the samples here. First, you can see a blue thin line fiber. That is nothing but microplastic. And also we saw a similar study on this done in Alaska. They also found microplastic in rainwater and snow samples.
Let us start with a question on how microplastics affects planktons. So we all know that planktons are organisms which are present in the inland water bodies and they play a major role in the production of oxygen. They are also referred to as the most important producers of oxygen, as they produce around 50 to 80% of the world's oxygen. So now, how are these microplastics affecting the planktons? So basically, they affect ability of the planktons to capture carbon dioxide and release oxygen, that is the photosynthesis process, and also they affect the reproduction and growth of planktons. So whatever the oxygen produced by these planktons are getting into the atmosphere by the bubbles which are present on the surface of the water. So when these bubbles burst, the components due to the waves and tides, so the components inside the bubbles are getting into the atmosphere. So polyethylene terephthalate. So this is a type of plastic which is manufacturing the packaging plastics. So why are we so much concerned about these plastics getting into our body? They contain antimony trioxide, so which is a very hazardous substance as it causes the cancer. It is considered to be an animal carcinogen. It also causes reproductive hazards and other chronic
health effects. So moving on to DEHP. So this is also a substance used for the flexibility of the plastic material. So since the flexibility is increased, there are more chances plastic materials getting into the food or the water we consume. So these we tested few water samples, the plastic bottles, and as we can see that we found a red string bed structure which was found out to be as plastic. So we tried to compare with the geological survey which was done by IISC. So here are we also collected seawater samples from Kanyakumari and we found microplastics in our water too. And a similar study was done in Bay of Bengal where we found this is the Indian research study. So here you can see microplastics found in Bay of Bengal. And we tested some used plastic water bottles we use. So these were the thin fiber can be seen. Similar study is also shown.
Here we can see the microbead, which is also a microplastic. This is similar to the geological survey conducted by this thing. It is similar. Here, we did not find any microplastic in water that was stored in metal water bottles. So based on the study, here are some mitigation strategies and adaptations. So most preferable part is where we use biodegradable bags such as jute and cassava bags which are soluble in water. So these cassava bags are made of cassava starch and common name in Kannada is known as Guinness. And we hope to see a mass production of water blocks instead of plastic water bottles. What exactly are water blocks? Water blocks are nothing but it's thin sachet where it is made of double membrane of calcium chloride and seaweed. And very much a small portion of water is stored in it, and it is biodegradable and edible. So it is preferable to carry our own cutleries as we go to restaurants and other hotels. They provide us plastic containers or plastic spoons. So it is good if we use our own steel or other materials so that we can cut down plastic. Yeah, so since there's increase in e-commerce, so there are since past 2 years, there's a lot of packaging and delivery stuff. So where again plastics are being made use here. So hence, if we use solid packaging boxes, it will cut down the usage of plastic. And moving on to the so it's preferable to take showers than using the plastic mugs and buckets. As one thing is we can save water. Other thing is we can cut down plastics. As it has been observed that most of the Indian families make use of plastic mugs and buckets. So thereby, these are some of the mitigation strategies we have come across. So the conclusion on our research is more than not just reduction can save our environment from plastic. The way the exposure of microplastic to the environment also depends. So these are the articles we studied about. And so I would like to thank our teachers for constant support and also the IISC for giving us an opportunity for taking part in the exercise. Thanks. Nice presentation. We have taken up a topic, it's a very emerging issue. So let me ask you how microplastics affect aquatic life like fishes and other consumers, including humans.
Ma'am, we know that planktons are consuming plastics. So, and there are many other fishes and other marine animals which consumes planktons. So it is getting into the food chain. So hence, when we go fishing and consume that same fish, so it is getting into the human body. So this is how plastics are getting into the ecosystem, or they're getting into the food chain basically.
In your presentation, you talk about that plastic and plant. Okay. Then what about the microplastic and the trees and other plants.
Ma'am, here we are studying on the water samples or the water or how is microplastics polluting the water. Basically, ma'am, as you asked, how we can say that plastic itself, like if it is of course, there's so basically plastic are used in many parts of the even agriculture also uses plastic, which we agree upon. But again, when it comes to talk about microplastic,
Rainwater in microplastic fragments are there. In that way, how it will affect the other plant species. You are talking about the microplastic and in your side you talk about that the plastic and the plankton. In that way, she is talking about it will affect photosynthesis and all those things. That way, how it will affect the other plants? Because in the rainwater, not only in the aquatic area, no, in the terrestrial part also it will.
So basically, when it gets into the soil, we can say that roots and all may not be able to emerge properly. As these are smaller animals, these might interact certain insects and other bacteria.
Also, like this is some chemicals, so that also affects the organisms. So how you identify these microplastics? Did you adopt some methodology for this experiment?
Ma'am, like we tested few physical properties of microplastics that are like if there's radiation of light, they glow. So when which we can get to know some microplastics as they come in smaller, that is 0.5 mm lesser in scale.
Next presentation. I have one question. Like you told about you collected the rainwater and you tried to find the like, have you found the microplastic?
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate how that microplastic from surface to going to the like food system?
So basically, microplastic is as it is smaller in weight and size, it can be found in the atmosphere. So when rainwater comes to certain altitudes, it gets contaminated with microplastic.
Okay, you like while talking about mitigation, like you told like in most of the Indian community they use monoxide buckets. If I like if I remove completely monoxide bucket from the entire community, would it be like we get pure microplastic less water?
So main more than microplastic less water. The reason why we stated this point was because again mugs and buckets are made of plastic. After certain years, each and every family or each and every person will buy a new one or the new one will be used. So the old one will again discarded, which again will be compressed and it will be again microplastic. It will be accumulated. This plastic gets accumulated. So basically, what we thought was like taking a shower generally is a better option comparatively because there's less use of plastic mugs and buckets. And
So my knowledge, like pipes and all made up of plastic only. So while heating, that get degraded and again go back to. So do you have any other solutions like using plastic or other substitute for the pipes?
so main are stainless steel metals, rubber which is for nozzle heads and all.
Thank you.
So next presenter is Varun, and the topic is sustainability of peri-urban days.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Varun Singh from Vidyaniketan, and I'm here for the Lake Symposium presentation on the topic of sustainability of peri-urban lakes. Well, you guys might be wondering what is peri. Peri means at the outskirts. Peri-urban city means at outskirts of the urban city. The lakes in the outskirts of the urban city are called peri-urban lakes. So lake is an integral part of any urban city. It has recreation attributes and also environmental attributes. Lakes are almost accompanied by parks, which are the various forms of flora and fauna. Lakes are vulnerable for developments and also the source entities of the government and the people who consider or define lake for only recreational attribute. It is important to consider the fact that environmental attitude from the lakes towards the ecological or the ecosystem is actually important. Next, there are various values for urban lakes, maybe ecological, economical, social, political, cultural, etc. And these are driving forces for the sustainability of the lake. Our objective is study area is Ugla Lake, and our objective is to study the water quality of the lake and assess the through water parameters and come up with measures which is important for the sustainability of the lake and also to understand the driving forces for the sustainability of the lake. That is a geospatial image of the lake. The upper part is the stream which has the stream inlet and outlet. The lower part is the lake. At the right side you can see the lake inlet. At the bottom right corner it's the lake outlet. And you can observe there is a lot of peri-urban settlements and also the vegetation at the lake is pretty good. Methods and materials. We choose a spot to collect the sample, and that spot is quite near to the inlet of the water. And as we took it close to the inlet of the water sample included the inlet or the recent flow of the water and also the pre-existing water. We conducted the chemical experiments in 48 hours and took only one sample for the Lake Symposium project. These are the lab exercises that we did for turbidity, alkalinity, etc. and different parameters. And also we took two different sources to understand the parameters of the lake quite definitely. We took the help of Sneha lab test house, which gave us the water parameters, and also we did the water parameters testing in school, and we tabulated this column and we got the results. We took the sample at 5 p.m. which had 20 degrees Celsius, and you can see the rest of the parameters that I'll be discussing in the next slide. Turbidity. Turbidity is 10.9 nepherometric turbidity unit. This states that the characteristics of the water at the surface is not all that bad, and the visibility for the fish is quite visible. The fish can see through the water. Next is alkalinity in terms of CaCO3. This we got as 260.4 milligrams per liter. This indicates that it is under the well permissible limit of 600 milligrams per liter, and this states that the lake water has the ability to neutralize acids and bases and also overcome a near shore mass growth. Dissolved oxygen. Dissolved oxygen is the amount of oxygen present either in free oxygen or in non-compound forms. We have identified few aquatic birds at the lake, and like for example cranes and kingfishers, which does give an absolute call that there is species surrounding in the lake. Even though these species are having the limit of 6.5 milligrams to 8 milligrams per liter is well above that 4.73 milligrams per liter. This indicates the fishes are quite in a stress, but not in hypoxia or suffocating, because the dissolved oxygen limit is 3.3 milligrams per liter. Chemical oxygen demand COD. We got it as 64.89 milligrams per liter. Chemical oxygen demand is the amount of oxygen required for the breakdown of organic compounds into simpler non-toxic form by chemical oxidization. This is 4.89 milligrams per liter. There is a bit of Siemens water inlet, and this water is being treated, and there is the COD is in control, and you can say that there is not many organic pollutants floating or suspended in the water. And through lab checks, we have identified there is absence of free carbon dioxide. Biochemical oxygen level BOD. This is 24.1 milligrams per liter. Biochemical oxygen demand is the amount of oxygen required for the microbes to
break down the organic components into simpler non-toxic forms. There is we conducted this experiment 20 degrees for 5 days, and this is well under the limit of 30 milligrams per liter real beam height. And there is even though the surface of the water is covered with weeds and algae, there is no, the water is still clear, meaning that there is no organic pollutants in the surface of the water. And the typical sources for this high BOD is through dead plants, failing septic systems, wastewater, treated wastewater, etc. And as this increase, as the BOD is pretty high, we can conclude that more amount of oxygen is being utilized by microbes than the dissolved oxygen. We can say that this increase in biological oxygen demand is limiting the presence of dissolved oxygen in the lake. These for hardness for chlorides and chlorides. Hardness got it as 225 parts per million, which is pretty high. We can state that the amount of the water is pretty hard and it's pretty hard for fishes to survive. Next is fluoride. Fluoride, we don't detect any fluorides in the water, and fluoride is 180 milligrams per liter. This is well under the limit, and this does not have a good major impact on the water. Microbes, we did a small study and identifying the microbes over there. The lower left is the euglena. Euglena is not visible there. That euglena was divided and were two pigments present over there. Next is the stalk attached diatoms that attach diatoms into the leaf of the plant that we got from the sample. Conclusion. As per the recent study by in 2015, it is concluded that the water quality index varies during the winter season, and we got this water in winter season itself. We can say that the decreased amount of dissolved oxygen indicates there is high amount of there is a negligible amount of pollutants, and also the health of the water is quite affected. Even though most of the parameters show that it is well under the limit, but the main factors determining the quality of the water, like dissolved oxygen and biochemical oxygen, remains pretty high and pretty low, vice versa. So that's the reason improvement like purification and filtration of the processes of pouring materials can be induced, and also initiating a bioremediation, which is like inducing or manipulating the environment for microbial growth to decrease the amount of biochemical oxygen demand and thereby increase the oxygen present through dissolved oxygen. This can increase the flora and fauna of the lake and decrease the pollutants. Overall, in the current state, we can say that the Ulla Lake can sustain for few more years. These are the references. I would like to thank all the teachers who gave me a good, who assessed me through the project and helped me through the water parameters. I would also like to thank Sneha Keshav for helping me with the parameters, and I would also like to thank special thanks to the Indian Institute of Science for initiating a lake symposium for us to participate and show our research findings. Thank you.
So nice presentation. So I wish to know, like, what are the microorganisms or any of the organisms that you will suggest to for the bioremediation activities in the lakes?
Okay, it is based on in bioremediation. There comes different techniques, and in techniques require specific organisms. I have gone through them, but I don't remember the right technical scientific names for them. Bacteria is a good example.
You want to introduce a bacteria to the lake for the bioremediation activity?
Identify the particular organism which is involved in the bioremediation, and initiate a good environmental conditions for that organism to cherish, so that there will be decrease in the biochemical demand also by decreasing the amount of organic pollutants also.
Usually, like algae and macrophytes are used for bioremediation, which is more suitable than bacteria. Means introducing a bacteria, it can be harmful to other organisms also. So these are the two things that usually used for the bioinformation. Okay.
I would like to hand over this sheet which has the procedures for the.
Then I have one small doubt.
Yes.
In your slides, you will each and every parameters were connected with the fish type, fish growth,
Yes.
fish survey, everything. Then what are the fish species present in this woodland lake?
But when we got the sample, we noticed few tadpoles present.
Or you are given the general information?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Next presentation. In introduction, it told that the vegetation is pretty good in the lake.
Yes, yes.
What kind of vegetation? How many species you found?
We found several species, and most of them were introduced. They were not actually there. They were introduced for decoration, and also they were introduced for the remediation of the soil over there.
Could you please name some like?
Yes, spider living plant. That one I remember, and there were like many others.
And the lake is whether lake is covered with any plants or.
Yes, yes, it is.
According to you, is that good or bad?
It is good.
Varun, in your introduction part, you mentioned about the value of milk.
Yes, yes.
So what's that? Yeah. What are the different values?
Ecological, economical, cultural, social, and political.
For all these five, can you give one example?
Sure.
And with respect to your lake, whatever parameters you have studied, how it is impacting these values?
Okay. Ecological refers to the ecosystem of the lake and the diversification of the biodiversity at the lake. We can give the example of various types of weeds, various types of plants growing on the lake, floating on the lake, and at the perimeters of the lake. We can say that the tea is causing a good amount of bioremediation for the soil. Next is economical. It is creating a tourism spot so that many people come there for recreational use. That's political. People can use this as a campaign, as there is many people coming for a recreational use. You can use it as a campaign. Next, social. We can. There's a lot of people coming there for recreational use, and cultural, yeah. We spotted from some places where the snake hills were, no, and termite hills were placed with the cultural photo.
Now come to your lake. How these are impacting? Like, what do you see in your lake with respect to these values? Ecologically, how it is, economically, how it is, culturally, how it is.
Okay, so ecological, as I mentioned earlier, there is good amount of flora and fauna with limited species, but there is good amount of flora and fauna. Economical, my lake, I didn't see much of an economical value.
Next value.
Next, social. Social, there is people coming there during for a walk at 5 p.m. etc. to have a good area, good recreational view, and also cultural. We found some places where people worship, like snake hills, ant hills. So those were recognized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The slide is there. Everything is done? Yeah, 6 here. Plus 3. Entries.
Sulabha, this is over or still there is one? Which one is that? There is no file for that.
This is agriculture and this is to be done, but file is not. Check the bill. There's a conclusion.
They are not there. Go to the next category. It is best
Only this thing of this markets. As 11 is 11. Okay.
Which one is then
Class 10 is done. Only 2 are there. Last time.
Class 10
Biodiesel is asking.
start with 8. 8 standard.
Same thing.
Like diversity of words in background.
It's in PDF. But it's in PDF and Word. That's all. Double. Previous ones. Double. Yeah. One is PDF, one is Word. Open the PDF. Double click. Presentation. That's all. Enter full screen. But with that, we can let's put a different one. And they have not given the PPT. They have given PDF and Word. First, we'll do another class.
So next present is Ananya. The title is Wetland Study and Conservation. Ananya and team. Please note its 8 standard student.
You are
Good afternoon, everyone. So our topic is wetland study and conservation. This is me, Pavani. I'm Ananya. And I'm Jayakirtana.
From Vianney Public School, Class 8.
Bangalore was once a city of approximately 1,000 lakes. The number of lakes has come down to approximately 210 lakes presently.
Why don't you stand here so that The camera also will capture you. This time.
Lakes play an integral role in aquatic ecosystems. Lakes can be described in the most practical and evident sense as a water body, which is a localized water resource. They are an important source of groundwater reserve. The objectives are to check whether the lake water is suitable for living organisms to thrive in it, to check whether any human interventions toward the lake is affecting or damaging. This is the study area of scale lake. The materials are total hardness testing kit, alkalinity testing kit, dissolved oxygen testing kit, pH paper, and universal indicator. Methods: collection of water from 2 different sample sites, testing of pH values and physical parameters, testing of physical parameters using the compound microscope and identification of microbes, testing of chemical parameters. Results and discussions. Physical parameters. The physical parameters, color was in the site 1 was transparent and the color of site 2 was also transparent. The temperature in the site 1 was 24 degrees Celsius. In site 2 it was 23 degrees Celsius. The chemical parameters, the pH level in both the sites was 7 and hardness of the water was 150 ppm. ppm here refers to parts per million, 250 ppm, and the alkalinity was 340 ppm and 240 ppm in site 2. Dissolved oxygen was 4 mg per liter and in site 2 it was 7 mg per liter. Biodiversity of the lake. Flora and fauna observed around the lake are flora or Lamina minor, Solanium lycopersium, and Typha latifolia. This is the picture gallery. The conclusion here is intensive growth of weeds on the surface of the lake is blocking the sunlight to enter into the lake. And lake weeds can harm the aquatic environment directly. They can also affect the health of the environment. Lakes need a balance of plant life. This offsets the available nutrients. Most importantly, dense lake weed growth can lead to the death of aquatic animals by depleting oxygen in the water at night. It can also lead to a problem of hatching in fish. The fish eggs cannot hatch properly if there is low oxygen level. And during daylight hours, plants produce oxygen and raise the water pH level. And at the same time, the plants respire, removing oxygen and adding carbon dioxide and lowering the pH. So our recommendation is phytofiltration. This is a process where it involves the plant roots or seedling for removal of metals from the aqueous waste. In phytostabilization, the plant roots absorb the pollutants from the soil and keep them in the rhizosphere, which is the narrow part of the soil below the roots, rendering them harmless by preventing them from leaching. There are 2 types of phytofiltration which we can do. First one is rhizofiltration. Next one is balsofiltration. Rhizofiltration means removing the wastage or removing pollutants from the roots of the plants. Roots will absorb the pollutants, and balsofiltration means removing the pollutants from the sapling of the plants. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to thank our Vidyani teachers and the management, whoever have supported us, and we would especially thank for the IISC team for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, very good attempt. Okay, can you tell me why you have selected those parameters only to assess your objectives? In the objective slide, you have mentioned 2 objectives. What are they?
To check whether the lake water is suitable for living organisms and to check whether the
human interventions towards the lake is affecting the catch.
Right? So whatever experiments you have done, which objective it is meeting?
The second one, sir. First one and second one both. First one, sir.
Okay, so can you explain how those parameters support this objective?
So, because there is a lot of wastage, and we have founded that the problem there is a farm nearby the lake, and the pesticides and the fertilizers used there is reaching to this lake, causing it very chemical and it is alkaline. Sir, we wanted to test whether it was true or not. That's why we used that chemical parameter.
Specifically, those parameters. What you wanted to find out, other than the fertilizers or anything?
Sir, is there any chemical in that lake, whether it is affecting the microbes present?
Okay. So coming to the second objective, in the end you mentioned about some remedies that can be taken up, right? Using plants, phytoremediation. From where you got that idea? Which source?
Sir, Wikipedia.
Okay. I think you should read that properly again and understand it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And use the Sushmita B. and Smriti Gowda. Wetland study of conservation. For judges, each standard category, serial number 9.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Smurti and I'm Sushmita. So today we are going to be presenting our study and results about the Ulla Lake. So first, let me introduce what a lake is. A lake is an urban water body that is integral part of our ecosystem, and it is being affected by anthropogenic activities such as fishing and washing cattle and leaching. So lake pollution has affected fishermen, small dairy farmers, and it has economically deprived our society. Our objectives is to study Ulla Lake based on the chemical, physical, and biological parameters, and to produce low-cost, effective, and natural methods to purify the lake water. So we have taken Ulla Lake. It is situated in the southwestern part of Bangalore city. It falls within the Vrishabhavati Valley within the Bhairamangala Lake series. It covers an area about 10.38 hectares, and the perimeter is approximately 1.70 kilometers. This is our mapping. We have collected samples from 3 different parts of the lake. And according to previous studies, the first map shows year 2008. The perimeter of the lake was 1,870 kilometers and the area was 11.03 hectares. And in the year 2016, the area of the lake was 9.833 hectares. The materials we use were the kits provided for testing total hardness, alkalinity, and dissolved oxygen, and pH and universal indicators were used. So we collected lake water samples from 3 different sites. We tested for pH values and covered other physical parameters. Then we researched about the microbes using a compound microscope and we identified them, and then we further tested the chemical parameters. So these are our results. So let's me start with site 1. The color, the water was clear and the temperature was 24 degrees Celsius and the water was transparent. For site 2 result, the color was pale yellow, the temperature was 23 degrees Celsius and the water was transparent. In site 3, the color was light brown, the temperature was 25 degrees Celsius and the water was translucent. The results of our chemical parameters, site 1. So the pH was 7, indicating that the water was neutral. The hardness was 200 parts per million and the alkalinity was 280 ppm and the dissolved oxygen was 10 milligrams per liter. The site 2 results, pH was 9, indicating that it was basic. The hardness was 150 ppm, alkalinity 750 ppm and the dissolved oxygen was 4 milligrams per liter. Site 3 results, the pH was 9, indicating that it was basic. Hardness was 150 ppm, the alkalinity was 225 ppm, and the dissolved oxygen was 2 milligrams per liter. So we found microbes such as diatoms, chlorococcus, phytomonas, and spirogyra. These are the plant species that were observed in the lake. Pictures of us.
These are the few issues which we recognized when we studied the lake. The water spread area of the lake is reducing. Even after we visited the lake, after a few days it rained, and even though it had rained, the water levels didn't increase much. The storm drains of the lake have been blocked into the developments of roads and residential and commercial spaces around them. The water is also contaminated by sewage water, which is currently the inlet of the lake, but it's not leading into the lake. The water is harmful for the life forms because of the sewage getting mixed with the water present. And these are the few methods which we came up for the water purification. We can implement floating treatment of wetlands, and bioremediation can help reduce eutrophication, which was observed. And also, in order to make the water potable, we can use activated carbon for the water treatment. And not just these, the implementation of these methods is also very important. And we need to urge the local government to recognize these anthropogenic activities and to take required measures to conserve the lake. These are the reference links we used. We'd like to thank the IISC team for providing us such a wonderful platform. And we'd also like to thank our school management and also our teachers who guided us through this project. Thank you.
So nice presentation. So can you explain the variation in DO at all of those three sites?
Sure.
Yes. Why DO varied in those three sites?
Yes, sure, ma'am. As we can observe in the sample site 1, the water is pretty clear in the sample site 1, but in the sample site 3, eutrophication is seen in more amounts. That indicates that there is low oxygen levels in that part of the lake. The third part, the sample site 3, has less water content because we can also observe this can be proved by the algae which is present on top of the lake. It is eutrophication that has happened. We have images of that actually, that part of the lake, third sample site. This part, the first image, that part of the lake, the algae present.
You magnified.
We couldn't exactly observe it, but it, I suppose it's algae.
It's a macrophyte that is spreading very color. Okay,
thank you.
I have one small doubt about the site 2. You talk about that the pale yellow color.
Yeah, ma'am.
What is the reason for that?
Well, Ma'am, as we can see, the inlet is located, the sample site was located pretty much near to the inlet of the lake. And because of the sewage system, the lake part of sample site two is pretty pale yellow in color. Sewage water, yes. Currently they have built a spread path so that sewage water doesn't get mixed to the main part of the lake. But still, in case it rains and the drains overflow, it will get mixed with the lake.
Then you, in the recommendation part of this, you now mentioned about the activated carpets for treatment of the removal of color. Yes. Then why? Then why? How come in the cost of that?
Ma'am, that's a possible solution, but we need to mainly concentrate on the floating
You
treatment.
think about that cost of that expense. You can give me some recommendation like monthly type, no? We have a lot of types and we talk about that in even lake also different diversity, microbial also different of the you can mention about that.
When you were explaining about the area of the lake, I saw that it varied between the 2 years. So what is the actual area of the lake as of this year?
It is 10.238 hectares.
So it increased.
That's what we observed.
How is that? How did you get this measurement?
With the Google map, we mapped the area. We converted the meter square into hectares.
Go to that table where you showed the pH. Yeah. So what does pH actually determine?
Whether the water is basic or acidic.
Okay. Is there a link between pH and alkalinity?
Alkalinity is not always that the water should be basic. Doesn't mean that it should be always basic. Alkalinity means basic, but it's not always that alkalinity should be basic. But here it is basic. The water is not basic.
So how do you explain when your pH is 7, alkalinity is 280 ppm? Site 2 and site 3 it is 9, but one step back. Yeah, the value varies. How do you explain that?
Well, that is what we observe by testing the parameters.
So what is it?
The lake water is basic.
Okay. Then coming to the recommendations part, you had suggested about the floating treatment. Can you explain how that works?
Floating treatment waters are rigid artificial platforms on which plants such as plantains, hibiscus, or ashwagandha are grown. Though these plants help eradicating or removing the nitrates and phosphates in the water.
Okay, so in the images that we can see from the lake, we already see some floating plants. So why they are not doing the treatment?
These floating treatment water, these plants have roots which break down the nitrates and phosphates, but not all plants can do that. We have observed that similar plant, the fountain grass, it's also grown. It is also used in floating water treatment. Such plants can help reduce the nitrates and phosphates, which are used in floating treatment.
So why not just let it float, and why have to be in a constructed?
Well, so that the roots can, if we cannot just let it float on that, we're not sure if it can break down the particles, break down the nitrates or phosphates if we just let it float like that. We are creating it artificially because we are specifically wanting to be in a specific area of the lake.
Thank you. About bioremediation, right? What exactly?
Bioremediation is microbes in order to break down the organic or inorganic chemicals present in the lake.
What exactly is the eutrophication?
Eutrophication is where excessive growth of algae is seen due to excessive amounts of nutrients present in the lake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I request the audience to be remaining silent. So now the audience can be silent. So we'll just move on to the next presentation. So next is the poster presentation by Hamsini and Sarita. Diversity of birds in Bangalore University campus.
For here, don't have anything else.
Since it's a positive presentation, you have only 4 minutes. 20.
Okay. Yes, this is good. Oh. क्या करूं?
Zoom. Yeah.
You do know.
Where is that? Where is that slide?
Over there. First slide, it's PDF.
Slide also.
It's a PDF now.
There also that size you can see it now. Full.
There is control plus. Control plus. Use control. What do you want? Hey, fit to the screen. Oh, fine. So just scroll down and sure. Or just there it is. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all present here. Myself.
Good evening, one and all present here. Myself, Charita, from Vidyaniketan Public School. My topic is the diversity of birds, Bangalore University campus. Objective to observe and record the diversity of birds in Bangalore University campus. The first image shows the study map. First image shows the Bangalore University campus, and the second image shows the area which we surveyed. Methodology observed. We went twice in a week for observation, observing the birds using binoculars and smartphones by 360-degree observing method. Identification. We gathered information through articles, books, and through their characteristics. Here are some characteristics and birds we observed during the survey. House crows, noisy birds with long straight bills, great cockle, shy birds with booming calls, rock dove have short bodies, short legs, common Ashiprinia, have long tails, common marlin, looks like ducks but lack of webbed feet. Great tail, very active birds with small beaks. Black kite, owl-like birds often seen around the human habitation. Common myna, make various screeching calls and feed mostly on the ground. They roost in large areas, large groups. Indian roller often perch on the low branch or on even fires for the ground prey. Here are some birds given we observed during the survey. Grey-headed hornbill, Indian grey hornbill, red-vented bulbul, red-paws tripite, red-viscous bulbul. To examine the results for increase or decrease of diversity of birds in the campus, gathering information through articles, books, and interviewing the bird watchers and beach lovers. A recommendation. There is a scope for improvement. This can be done by making anti-pollution area, encouraging the bird lovers and nature lovers, providing open resources, growing more host plants. Conclusion. We observed around 20 to 30 species of birds, including water birds and migrating birds. We learned during this survey the characteristics to identify the birds. The species of water birds are comparatively less to the articles. We can say the diversity is increasing every year. Reason for diversity includes good environment, pollution less area, host plants. Here are some references. We went through the research. We thank Indian Institution of Science, Energy and Wetland Group of Research, Sir P.V. Ramachandran sir, and all others who gave us chance to learn and present a project as part of Lake Symposium 2022. We also thank the school management and school teachers for supporting us. Thank you.
I'll ask you also. How many?
20 to 30.
20 to 30 and how many hours you are doing?
Sir, 1 hour, sir. Every morning and twice a week we went a walk, evening and mornings.
360 years.
Yes, sir. Using binoculars and stuff.
So, is there something you have seen particular in regarding to this black kite in US diagrams?
Sir, yes, they're flying around, flying in the sky. Sir.
Okay, then I'm good. Not be saying everything, but there is something which is very unique to Bangalore and very unique to this particular place. We have two varieties of willows migrans. One is Govinda, which has black disease, okay, and one is having white disease, which has a little bit bigger size. So that is the lineages. Next time, whenever you are going down and checking things, so you try to see that. You will see at least two species and two varieties. That is very unique to this landscape only. You will not see anywhere.
Sure, sir.
Nice presentation. You mentioned about like growing more host plants. What exactly the host plant?
Sir, where they build their nest for and migrating, sir. And where they live.
Sure about the water coast.
Not yet. I'll know.
Sir, read okay.
Okay.
Okay, what are some of the migratory birds that you have seen in your video?
Sir, I'm not sure, but have seen like rock pigeons and common miners.
Where do they migrate from?
Sir, I'm not sure. I'll learn.
Okay, so you said that 20 to 30 species. So usually when we go for birding, we know exact number of how many species we found. Since you are giving a range, I'm just curious, like how you are saying that it is 20 to 30 species. On what basis you are saying?
Sir, actually, we went a walk through, sir, with a photographer. Like we found some of the species, sir. Like average, we have given them. Charita.
One thing, whenever you are going, that's how we work. That we have a checklist. Right? We have a checklist and we make a division. Okay. So whenever you are going next time, okay, it's good you have whenever you have managers, but have a checklist with you. You then try to see what is there or not. Even there are no word books are there, EDX are there. So you just go to it and you will be able to identify it.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Which one is left now? Ninth class.
Why you close?
They said they have done it.
No. Amrita is not done.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are interested in their chair.
So next person is Amrit and Shreya. So their topic is sustainable agriculture and organic farming, and they belong to 9th category. Serial number 5.
Our topic is sustainable agriculture and organic farming. So first we're introducing organic farming and inorganic farming. So organic farming, the soil quality improves when we use organic farming, and genetically modified organisms are not used. Natural fertilizers and natural pesticides. Natural fertilizers like cow dung are used, and natural pesticides like neem water are used. And farming methods like mixed cropping and crop rotation are used. And food quality is a priority in organic farming, and there's a sustainable impact on the environment when we use organic farming.
Inorganic farming has a very detrimental effect on the environment. Chemical fertilizers such as sodium and urea are used. Chemical pesticides such as DDT and boric acid are used. Usually in organic farming, quantity is the main focus. We don't focus on the quality. Organic farming increases the quantity of the product, though it reduces the quality, and it leaves a negative impact on the environment.
So our objective is to do a comparative study of organic farming and inorganic farming, and to also prepare an organic NPK fertilizer which is as nutrient specific as possible. materials and methods. So our study area, we're taking Mr. Janathan's farm, and it's in M. Krishna Sagara, Tavarakere Road, and Mr. Vijay Narayan's farm, which is in Dakshina Kannada, Puttur and Padma.
So, based on this interview, we can say that the first farmer usually uses inorganic fertilizers, whereas the second farmer used to use inorganic products and has shifted to organic products. So, based on this, we can say that based on the first interview, chemical fertilizers, the farmers are getting forced to use this only to meet the market needs in order to increase their yield to meet the market needs, whereas inorganic fertilizers also have a bad effect on the soil. Based on the second interview, we could make out that organic fertilizers, if they are used continuously, they do provide a good yield, and inorganic fertilizers do have a bad effect on the environment. So we tested the soil got from both organic and inorganic farms. These were the results. We can see here that the field density is more in the inorganic type and less in the organic type. The water content, water holding content of soil is more in the inorganic soil, whereas it's lesser in the organic soil. The pH is same. And heavy metals are also equal in both. I mean, they are more in organic and less in inorganic. The pH is equal. So, because NPK is an inorganic fertilizers which is mostly used in inorganic farming, it will be widely used inorganic fertilizer. The components of NPK fertilizer are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Nitrogen is responsible for the growth of foliage, and phosphorus is responsible for the root growth and flower and fruit development. Potassium is required for the plant to function properly. Inorganic NPK has a certain ratio depending on the requirements of the plants. So a plant might need nitrogen in a larger quantity, and another plant might need phosphorus in a larger ratio. So depending on that, for example, we have ratio of NPK as 3 is to ratio of phosphorus as 1 is to ratio of 2 as potassium for flowering plants. In the same way, 5:7:3 for vegetables, 34:10 for grass. So, because of inorganic NPK, so the inorganic nitrogen fertilizer in the NPK increases the acidity of soil. Inorganic phosphorus increases the level of cadmium in the soil. Usually, most of the time, the source of NPK is from the scrap which we get from steel industry waste. So, these scrap fertilizers also contain metals, heavy metals such as lead, arsenic, cadmium, chromium, and nickel. Agricultural runoff or leaching is also a major contributor to the eutrophication of freshwater bodies, usually lakes.
So this is our solution, the organic NPK. So these are the materials we're using. Banana peel, which is rich in potassium. Ground coffee peel, which is rich in nitrogen. Potato peel, which is again rich in potassium. Cow dung ash, which is rich in phosphorus. Wilted flowers and chicken manure, which is rich in nitrogen. Oil pressed groundnut cake, which is rich in NPK. And bins to compost them. So this is the procedure we used. So first we take individual ingredients and add each of them to different compost bins. Like for example, potato peel and banana peel, which are both rich in potassium together. And then we take a small amount of soil and add it to each bin and mix all the materials. So we keep the mixtures damp but not waterlogged until the composts are ready. Then we have to wait until the composts have completely lost their odor and it's ready to be tested. When it no longer gives off heat, it should have become dry, brown, crumbly, and look more like soil than scraps. And now we take samples of each compost and test them for the nutrients present in them. And we select the compost which are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium and combine it in the ratio we want.
So we are doing nothing but first we take materials which are rich in the minerals we want. For example, banana is rich in potassium, and also potato peel is also rich in potassium. We compost it and then we see which has more amount of potassium by testing it. Based on that, we compost each of these in different ways, and then we combine it in the ratio we want in order to get an organic NPK fertilizer.
So our future plan is to conduct more surveys with other farmers and to test the compost as it's still decomposing, and to test the organic NPK compost on plans to continue the comparison with inorganic and organic fertilizers. These are the pictures we took while making the compost. And these are all the pictures we took in both the farms that we surveyed. And these are the pictures we took while testing the soil. Acknowledgements, we would like to thank Vidyaniketan Public School and IISC for giving us this opportunity to participate, and Mr. Janardhan KM and Vijay Narayan for helping us with the survey, and Rupa ma'am for helping us throughout the project, and Geeta ma'am for helping us conduct the experiment. These are the references. Thank you.
You have tried that organic fertilizer?
Sir, we are waiting for it as it's still being composed. So then we are going to test it, and based on that, we are also going to compare it to inorganic and organic. We are going to add it.
When did you start the process?
Sir, about 2 months. It is still decomposing. We are waiting for it to decompose completely so that we get correct value.
What method of composting you?
Sir, because we wanted the nutrients to be as it is, we are not adding anything extra, but we are just mixing it with a little bit of soil, not doing microbes into it to start the composting, but just not composting, keeping it in all the materials with different things.
Without getting the result, it's difficult to actually tell how much the proportion or the quantity that is required for the farmer.
Yes.
Now you gave, you have done study site visits.
Yes.
Okay, both of you have visited both the places.
Sir, the first place we could visit, but the second place is very far. It's in South Kerala. So we did a telephonic interview. The person who is the farmer, we actually know. So we did the telephonic interview, and he also got the soil samples.
But he is the one who is organic.
Yes.
Okay. So did you find out from the first farmer, like why he has not shifted to organic, or is there any challenge?
So basically what the doctor wants is using both inorganic and organic, but on different fields. So on one field he is doing only fruit plants, fruit orchard, which is for his own purposes. There he is using only organic. And on the other side where he is doing betel nut and other crops like maize and ragi, he is doing organic in order to meet the needs of the market. So he is not able to inorganic to meet the needs of the market. He is not able to produce so much that he gets enough profit. So in order to increase the quantity of this, he is using organic.
Very good. So now using organic method, because the priority here for the farmer would be his yield and his income.
Yes, sir.
Right. So how do you ensure with organic farming methods that he does not have to compromise?
Sir, so that's what we are trying to do. So this NPK, because we are not mixing other things, like usually compost, we mix all biodegradable stuff and make compost. So we are using different materials, like banana is only rich in potassium, chicken manure only for nitrogen. So based on this, the compost will also be as nutrient specific as possible. So the seed will also.
Has anyone done such an experiment?
No, sir. surfed the internet because we thought this idea is very simple and easy to think about, but nobody has actually tried this. We surfed across the internet, but we don't get any such examples. And ratio, organic NPK, which has ratio, is also not found. It has a specific ratio. The ratios are always inaccurate. There is no access.
Why is that?
So because organic NPK is not nutrient specific.
One thing, like you told you preparing the and who you are maintaining daily, like
Sir, so we check it once in 2 or 3 days so that it doesn't dry. We also have made holes so that the excess water flows down. So we take care of it.
you are putting excess water, right?
So in case it gets dry, we put water.
And
The same water which is collected below is recycled if in case it comes.
I have one question, like inorganic NPK and organic NPK, which is like more like to be a harmful for the plant or for plants?
So inorganic NPK, it's not harmful for the plants, but the yield is less nutritious. It's like the quality of the yield is less. So and the effect on the environment is more. Usually this in inorganic NPK, nitrogen, it increases the acidity, and phosphorus is usually took from sources, rock sources. So with that we also get cadmium. So it increases the toxicity of the soil.
Like for example, I have plants, and for one plant, I fix the amount like 5 grams NPK for each plant. For one plant, I will put organic, and another plant I will put organic inorganic. Whether there will be any changes or
Initially, we will see that the inorganic plant with the inorganic thing starts flowering faster, and the yield is also more when compared to the organic. But on the long run, we also see that that soil can't be used. Like after we got usually it's a very small pot, the soil gets the soil quality worsens. But on a larger field, on the long run, inorganic decreases the health of the soil.
Why so?
So because inorganic it plays with the pH of the soil.
According to you, inorganic will change the pH of the soil.
Yes.
And organic won't change the pH.
It will change the pH, but not to an extent that the plant can't survive or the microbes in the soil can't survive.
Then it means the NPK is in organic and inorganic are different. They are not same, like not same element.
Sir,
they don't have same properties.
Sir, basically, what the plants get from both is this. NPK is inorganic NPK is like fast release nutrients. It gets released into the soil faster. Inorganic NPK, whereas organic NPK, it's a very slow the release compost. So and moreover, the plant gets the nutrient faster in inorganic and on a like slowly in.
I have last question.
Yes.
Why so?
Sir, I'm not sure, but I think that inorganic fertilizers are water soluble, and organic fertilizers are not water soluble.
So another point is that with inorganic, it's also costly and we have to buy it from like the shops. But organic, we can also create it at home also.
Okay, I have a last question. On what basis you compare these two agricultures? Because I see that their land area is different, the type of crops they grow are different.
And the basic thing was just to know why they are using inorganic and organic. Not really about the crops or which they grow. We just want.
No, for that compare, if I have to compare between two things, we have to take two identical things from different geography or whatever, some varying parameters in there.
So
initially that phase in Ramahalli, that inorganic farm comes. The problem is that people mix organic and inorganic. They add it together. It was hard finding a farm which uses only inorganic.
So if you had tried to relate to the crop, yes, then I think you would have found the solution. Think about it.
Yes.
So next presenter are Nishant and team. So the title is Criminology and Aspect of Biomolecular.
Good afternoon to my all present here. Myself, Nishant, and my group from class 9 of Vidyaniketan Public School are here to do a short presentation on the topic Criminology and Aspects of Biomolecular. So let's proceed. So, introduction, lakes in Bangalore. So we know that lakes in Bangalore before were very much. There were around 1,452 initially in 1980s, and now it has decreased. It's too less, 183. 183 are just around in use. Some others just lay bare, nothing. They are used for agriculture. So we felt why such a drastic decline has occurred. So we introduced this topic, and we felt that this topic has not been went deep in before, so we choose this topic. Literature, we studied a lot of literature before choosing this topic. In 2014, BBMP published a list of lakes which has to be rejuvenated, but with Dubasi-Palle Lake, the lake we choose has still not been rejuvenated. And water bodies found in Bangalore are heavily polluted, and in Dubasi-Palle Lake, the lake we choose, thousands of fishes were laid dead. You can see the image of it towards the right-hand corner. Our objective is to study inland ecosystem of the Dubasi-Palle Lake and try to provide suggestions for conserving the lake. The methodologies we involved was collecting water samples from inlet, center, and outlet of the lake and testing them for various physical and biological parameters. We also recorded different types of plant species and microorganisms present in different spots of the lake. We did on-spot check of temperature, transparency, and dissolved oxygen. Now, my friend, Duval.
So we choose the study area as Dubasi-Palle Lake. We did the mapping on Google Earth. So we found that the perimeter was 1,194.15 meter and the area was 58,643.48 meters square. So even we found that the historical images using the Google source in 2000 it was fully, the lake was full with water, but in 2004 there was a drastic change in water. Next, we found that in 2017 there was an increased growth of eutrophication, and in 2018 the land was little encroached and even the eutrophication was increased. So even we found that the residents waste are letting the drainage directly to the inlet of the lake. So we can found that this was the dig up area of the BPMP to let the signal of the residents nearby. Next, sample collection.
We collected samples early in the morning. We collected it at inlet, outlet, and through the center of the lake. This is the inlet. This is the outlet of the lake. This is the center of the lake. We collected it from 3 different parts. Now, species identification and research. In the inlet of lake, we found many microorganisms like Archospara and diatoms, and we also found some highly coiled structures which we were unable to identify. Due to the clarity of the images was not good, so we took help of Google. In inlet, Archospara, highly coiled structure, and diatoms. In the center of the lake, Chlorococcus, Pyrogyra, Protozoa, and Stephanodilus was found. These are the Google images. And the outlet of the lake, we found lot of organisms. We found some Paramecium and others. We also found stellar film, diatoms, and circular organisms which we were unable to identify. And now I'll move on to physical and chemical parameters of the lake. The color of the inlet is pale grayish, center is full black, and outlet it is pale white. The temperature has lot of differences. In inlet it is 20 degrees Celsius, at center it is 60 degrees Celsius, and at the outlet 24 degrees Celsius. The transparency also depended from place to place. In the inlet it was translucent, center it was completely opaque, turbidity was very much, you couldn't see anything. Outlet it was slightly translucent. Odor was very bad and it smelled of sewage. If we come to chemical parameters, we can say that the water is quite basic. And total solids, very less total solids were found, which suggests that it can be that we can tell that heavy metals are not present. Dissolved oxygen 2.96 milligrams per liter in inlet and 2.16 milligrams per liter in outlet. From this, we can conclude that the lake water is very, very heavily polluted. Now, my friend, Mr.
Aspects of biomonitoring. Here we try to have a check on the lake by testing the sample weekly once, and we thought of setting up CCTVs in and around the lake so that nobody is polluting the lake, or the lake is not no waste is disposed in the lake. Then observation, due to presence of oxygen, dissolved oxygen, we observed that life was not able to survive due to the presence of microorganisms like Spirogyra, Euglena, very obscure. The lake was contaminated by the sewage water which was let into the inlet. We observed the odor was very pungent. Conclusion, the lake was heavily polluted as we saw the biological and chemical parameters that we can tell the lake was heavily polluted and organisms are unable to survive in the lake. Then algal bloom has been increased in the area, study area, we saw that. And actions by citizens promoting awareness can promote awareness to the people so that they don't pollute the lake anymore. References, these are some references we acknowledgement. We would like to thank our teachers who supported and gave suggestions to proceed in the project, and IISC to give the stage for present. Thank you.
So you talked about algae bloom. What will happen if algae bloom happens in the lake?
Ma'am, I'll explain it brief, ma'am. When algal bloom increases, ma'am, most of the oxygen present in the lake is used by the algae. When oxygen level decreases, the plants present inside the lake and organisms such as fish don't have oxygen required for respiration. When they are unable to respire, sir, when algae increases to such an extent, sir, but algae also require oxygen for respiration, we know that. They use carbon dioxide for photosynthesis, but they use oxygen for respiration. When they increase to such an amount that it's around 1 to 2 inches layer of algae has been found in the lake. So from this we can tell that dissolved oxygen is very less and it is affecting the organisms found inside the lake. And also due to such a thick layer present, oxygen is finding difficult and sunlight is also unable to enter the surface of the water.
So, due to thick bloom, you told that if sunlight penetrates to the bottom, so then what will happen?
When sunlight is unable to penetrate to the, we know sunlight produces vitamin D, which is very important for everyone. Due to lack of vitamin D, the organisms may die. And even sunlight is required for plants which are present inside the water for photosynthesis.
So if there is light penetration, there will be reduced photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis will be reduced and photosynthesis leads to the production of oxygen, thus even production of oxygen will be impacted.
Okay.
Then which algae is more dominant?
You talk about that, no, you were that really quantum thick. That which one is more dominant?
That we haven't been able to identify.
Under microscope, check that.
Algae, ma'am. Algae we couldn't check it, ma'am. It's not only about algae, ma'am.
Then
There are lots of other microbes, lots that we are unable to identify.
Among the identified ones, which is the dominant
We'll try to identify it, ma'am.
But you go back to the two slides. Even now,
which one is more dominant? Which one?
it's in high.
Common.
Next slide, next slide. Next slide.
It's like in the result part. Result.
The result part, this among these, which was the most dominant, what number?
Chlorococcus.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So next, we'll go to next presentation, that is by Aryan Goel and Piggy. So the topic is flora in our school. So this is a poster presentation. So for poster presentation, you have only 4 minutes of time and plus 1 minute of Q&A.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We are from the school Vidyaniketan and our topic is flora in our school. So our aim is to classify all the flora and identify them. So the classification of floras are mainly herbs, shrubs, trees, climbers, creepers, and etc. So let's go to symbiotic. What is symbiotic? Symbiotic is the relationship between algae and fungi which creates a new one. So here it's a library which forms blue-green algae and fungi. So let's go to shrub. So let's start with shrubs. Shrubs have a woody stem, which means that they're also smaller than trees. So, yeah, smaller than trees, below 6 meters, and they have a very short lifespan. So here in our school, we found the garden croton, Ixora, which is also scientifically called Ixora, morning glories, Caduceus, copper leaf, yucca, and rose, which is also called Rosa indica, frangipani, and garden croton, which is also called as Codium verantum.
What is it? Okay.
Now I will be explaining herbs. Herbs are small plants which have a soft stem. Here we can see the second unit, or which is the scientific name is known as Hemibanditia, the Podium variegatum, and the Nelumbo flower. Here you can see a tree pollinating. But there is a potato plant as Solanum and a Rio discolum. Also, I will be going to explaining climbers. So climbers are plants with weak stems and require solid support to grow on. So here we can see the Chloridium Thomasonium, also known as the bleeding magpie, the Pyrosteria venusa, which is known as the flame. Also below it here you can see a parasite known as Loranthus, which is growing to support the plant.
Okay, so I'll be presenting about the trees. Trees are basically like they have a hard woody stem and they are about 6 feet in height. So we can see like the followers palm, the teak tree, the sapota tree, and some other trees such as the Aruncaria voluminaris, the Casperinia pulcherrima, and the jackfruit tree in our school which we have successfully located. Continuing, I like ma'am.
So I'll be continuing with creepers. In our school, in the playground, we found the piper beetle and the morning glory, which is also Clacristia stadium. And for reference, we use Google with the help of Wikipedia. And I'd like to thank all of the gardeners, and the people from IISC who helped us get such a good opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation you have put all this well. So, among these, which is has the medicinal value?
Like not identified as medicinal value, but given all this
Then also you can identify this as day-to-day life, anything which we have discussed. Can we start?
Then another thing, how many flora species are present in your basement? In that herbs, that creepers, climbers, in that way, how many are present? Number wise.
total, we have identified more than, found more than 50 species, but here they have given the most common ones. And significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
School is done.
Okay, the students of Vidyaniketan, 8th and 9th standard, who all are here? Eighth and 9th. One more is the representation. There's one more, since you are given the material.
It's not there.
There's one more. 9th standard. What's the?
The folder is not there. The PPT is not there.
You have.
Madam, their PPTs are not there in folder and
Grishma
Sanjana and Grishma.
Restore it. Yes.
Recent date modification.
Okay, student from BGS, please go out. Go out, have lunch, okay?
Not here.
So can I just combine that?
Sure.
Okay, 8th and 9th, okay, you can go and have anxiously looking for. Okay, go. Those who will do the presentation will listen.
This is different. They'll give it later. Later on. Yeah, she will take it. He's copying it right now and
She has not got it. Then we will move to the IISC. Okay, you go and have food and I think your presentation has come. Go on. We'll start the thing and as soon as you madam gets the link, we will include you. Go and have food. No, it's okay. Go and have food and thank you.
ACS. Just one. Yeah.
Rajashri madam, can you go and have food? Your students have gone for food. Teachers who have not taken food, please go and have food, okay? ACS you can open, okay? ACS. Okay, we'll move to the next presentation. ACS. Okay.
Two mics.
He's working.
Yeah.
Hello.
And is the
So can I start? Good afternoon to all of the present here. My name is Aditi. I'm of grade 11 from ACS Magnolia Manus Public School. We are here to present our project on the study of Arakley Lake. Our school is located near the lake, and as students, we have noticed its deteriorating condition, and therefore we have selected this lake to assess its current status and put forward the need for its conservation and development. Starting with the introduction, the lake name is derived from Hari meaning half and Gary meaning lake. It belongs to the Casey Valley and responsibly a man-made water reservoir. Before encroachment, it covered 37 acres, but now is estimated to be 25 acres. It is located between Arakley and Hulma villages, survey number 34, area per ID 37.53 acres. Latitudes and longitudes are given. The polygon here with yellow color represents the land enclosed, and the polygon with red yellow color represents the boundary, and the polygon with red color represents its encroachments. The lake inlet is towards the Banagada main road, and the lake outlet is towards the 88 road. Drainage pipes are also located around the lake. Our objective is to study the current status of the lake by analyzing water parameters such as temperature, pH, salt oxygen, turbidity, alkalinity, and plankton quantification. These parameters were done to understand the lake's immediate condition. To study soil parameters such as soil pH and soil humus content, and creating awareness in government schools and vendors around the area. Methodologies followed: immediately analysis and results of the parameters taken, conducting surveys, educating in government schools about waste conservation, waste management, biodiversity studies, and suggestions for the environment. Next slide. These were the parameters analyzed, the methods are given. Next. Along with the modern and soil parameters, we did study of macrophytes, birds, and butterflies. These are the commonly found macrophytes. The most macrophyte that was spread across the lake was water hyacinth. There were other growing weeds on the periphery sides of the lake though. Study of birds was done at a week of observation, and the total number of bird species found was 11. Average count of birds per day was 42. Here is the checklist of the birds of Arikile Lake according to the report of 2016. The total bird species found there was 34, but presently there is reduced bird population. The reasons are no sewage treatment plant in Arikile Lake, thereby increasing nutrition enrichment. Macrophyte density also increases, causing low levels of oxygen. Hence, there is reduction in the aquatic fauna affecting the bird population. Here, the chart shows that insectivore birds appear in abundance, and during our visits, we found very less number of insects. Next, study of butterflies was also on peak observation, and the total number of species found was then. Average count of butterflies was 25.
Which is found to be less in the first and second sample compared to the between 19 to 20, and this one is because of the weather. First and second samples will be modern we have more also optimism. The other I don't know when we see it and there compared to first and second sample, the most different the elimination of management in these cases are identical. The test programs of Stella. Many teachers are also
In conclusion, the lake was covered with excessive growth of macrophytes due to its sample collection, which we wanted to do was not possible. The water parameters were not following EIS standards. The lake clearly is highly polluted, and there is decrease in number of fish and other aquatic biota. The impact was that the fishermen whose livelihood is dependent on this are facing several problems. This was based on an interview with a boatman. The lake is still contaminated, and vegetable beds around the area are still dumpy waste.
Next one. Selection and action required as per our views should be like proper fencing, dustbins, sprinklers and fountains can also be installed, rocket craft ramp, they can be constructed. If I had this thing, must be carried out soon. To conclude, after all the analysis done, we realized that the most important objective was creating awareness in programs that can greatly help people understand the importance and protection of and conservation of these lakes. Conservation of these lakes. One of the best examples that I would like to give is of Sarangi Lake. This lake was also once contaminated by sewage and which led to garbage waste. But with the joint effort of both the government and citizens of the community, they were able to restore the lake. Therefore, the lake can also be restored to its glory with the joint support of government and community. We as students would also like to continue to work on this project. With proper resources, funding and support, we shall be able to conduct studies and be able to implement conservation and revival measures. We'll be joining Saha's organization in one of its voluntary programs in order to understand the need for the conservation of these water bodies. This would also encourage and guide our juniors to carry forward the work. Thank you to IISC for providing us this great opportunity, and thanks to our all teachers who supported during this project.
In one of the initiatives you have said you have submitted a report to BBM.
Yeah.
Why?
Because we wanted the lake to be restored.
So why BBM?
Because the current custodian of the lake is handled by BBM, the Bangalore Development Authority.
Are you sure of the jurisdiction?
BDA is the current custodian, but the employees were there at the BBMP office.
Okay. Can you explain how you collected the soil sample?
We on the periphery sides of the lake, we collected the soil samples and we just took the pH and the humus content.
How did you collect?
We did soil profile. We dug in the ground and we took it.
How much you dug, you know?
We did 1 meter, not 1 meter. Yeah, we took from the center of the lake. We asked the boatman to collect the sample because we couldn't go there. So with what resources and resources we could do, we did it from our side.
Okay, since Manoj and I work on birds, we were very interested to see that where it said blue-white kingfisher.
Yeah.
Searching for food.
Yeah. When we were walking through the found 2 blue-white kingfishers, across over the macrophytes. They just moved, and that's why we noted the bird.
Not this table, the other one, where you have done the bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, there is.
How you got that name? You named it or?
The kingfisher is blue and white.
So you named it. If you, how you found the scientific name for it?
I searched kingfishers scientific name. Huh? About 20 minutes. No.
To make the sleepy
No, making the PPT took hours. This slide I had noted down in my book when I was doing the study. So I just put it in the slide. I noted it down when I was going and I put it in the slide. We took the photographs, but as we didn't have the professional cameras, we couldn't get the exact photos closer to the. Sir, I looked at the blue-white kingfisher, what I observed, but it was there that blue-white kingfisher has found names. So I would.
Should have also checked the geographic location of it. Or you could have searched with the location.
Yes, sir, I will do it.
Okay. Then what is the tally 7 days?
It was a week observation. I did it in on a week. 2 times, morning once and afternoon once.
So why,
1 hour.
why do you got tally?
Tally because I did count for a week, right? So.
No, what are you trying to tally here? I didn't understand.
So I had to put count. Count of
Count
7
or,
days. Sorry, I put count.
Population. Yeah, that was my next question.
Yeah, like I observed the like go ahead. It was probably searching therapy. That's why it just moved over the profiles. That's what I thought. Okay.
No, that's not how a kingfisher would search for them.
Okay.
So when you're putting the activity, you need to be careful. Like you need to have some observation and do some reading on their behavioral aspects if you want to mention the activity. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And someone else also I had seen, I think in a poster, standing or sitting. So that's something that you need to think about. I don't know how you will see a bird sit on a tree when they are literally standing. So that is called perching. Okay, so those terminologies you have to be very careful when you use.
Yes.
So when you started with this particular study, you said that you have seen that it is in the deteriorating state and things like
yes,
that. Yes. And you have given a report based on this, I think, whatever analysis you have done based on this, you have given a report to.
Yes, sir, BBM.
BBM. So how did they respond, or do you think it is? There will be some change that is going.
Sir, they said that we accept your project. They were not sure whether we can actually put forward the project, but from our side, we did all of us to submit this report because we really want to restore the lake. I've been living around the area since 10 years. Yeah, since I there. So that's what from our side we did all.
And one final thing I want to ask is, what were you trying to do with the, like you said, awareness with the government school students?
Yeah.
So how is that going to contribute towards the conservation?
Yeah. The Arigiri Lake, there's a school behind the lake. So the students are also in the lake's condition. So we wanted them to, how to make them understand proper disposal of the waste, and so that we can teach other people and the family, friends, peers to understand that we should not throw the garbage around the lake. So we made them understand proper management of waste so that the future generation wouldn't do that. No, like the students are upcoming future generation, so we thought in them so that they can put awareness surrounding their people too. So that's it.
Okay, please go to the butterfly.
Eco club, yeah. First we had those clubs, eco clubs, but now for this project,
You did experiment yourself. Your seniors did about 2 years.
for now,
You have thing. There should be eco clubs in the school. You think you cannot send BBM, PPDA and all. But
yes.
How should be done that? And we put monitoring in place and BBM will have the video will have the once we have data, how we can talk to.
Yes, sir.
It will happen. There are many institutions are there. But I is the same.
Yes, sir. So.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I found almost every species of butterflies. I can see that. For me, interesting one is fourth one and 10.
Fourth one, common copper, yes. There were few butterflies that I found that
Are you sure it is?
Yes, sir. I really found it. Copper white, like that is like blue and blue. Not but yellowish in color. Yellowish.
Spotted black crow.
Yeah, those were a similar type to Indian crow, but they had shades of black, brown, and white. So that's why it was spotted black. Like, and they had white spots. So
Actually, I never heard those names. And copper is found in America. It's not found in India actually. I might have mistaken for some of the actually. And what method do you use for calculating butterflies?
I went across, yeah, and I just took a book and I noted what kind of birds were there. And if possible, photographs I do.
Simple.
Yeah.
Walk.
Yeah. So I'll check through the butterflies, but I'm doing this first time. I'm not sure.
Nice.
Thank you, sir.
Check one second.
Yes, sir. So which one? Yeah, that is a common common casting. Common casting, yes.
I know.
It is a type of moth, but like I don't know. It looks like a moth though, but okay, but it's common castings, right?
What do you learn from this project? Study on arithmetic.
I learned that
You can tell 1 point, she can tell 1 point, she can tell, because you only given judges, you should tell 1 point.
Ma'am, I understood the importance of these water bodies, why we need to conserve them, because they are very important part of the lake ecosystem present. If it can be restored, people surrounding can visit the lake. It would increase more bird population of the habitat around. And
And also, like if the parameters are checked properly, then we can know how to restore the lake for our business. Ma'am,
What you learn?
Okay, you can find out that one. Then another one thing, question to you. You talk about that about
School kids. Then what about your status?
So now
In your one of these slides that you were telling
guiding our juniors.
Yeah.
Okay. So next and late symposium, I want them to also carry forward the work in this field. We want the lake to be restored.
You were given the awareness
To the government school students.
You didn't given awareness to your school.
We did a survey of online Google Forms. We got 250 plus responses. By chance, were the responses. Okay. There are clubs and activities conducted also in our school. But I will I'm sure.
Okay, then she can tell the 1 point about study on arithmetic. Your project based one, what you learn?
Ma'am, because of the human intervention, because of the because of us, there's like a lot of pollution in the lake.
Okay, no problem.
People are around like that. So, I take measures like not to throw garbage. I make other people also understand that they shouldn't do it. So, if awareness drives are conducted periodically, it will greatly help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Huh? Okay. What's the issue? Can use the other one. Or just put it somewhere. This is even
Next presenter is Layashri, so she will talk about affecting the impact of diet in agriculture on.
Yes, that's.
Then again, one left. There was one left from the then again, no? Ma'am, one more pages is one we have to meeting. Okay. Then again, also. Only will take your next. Okay. And she is preparing for. Yes. Use the arrow keys.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to present our lake symposium project. Our topic is restoration, conservation, and management of wetlands. My name is Reshma.
My name is Sanjana.
We are from Vidyaniketan Public School studying in lake. Lakes, like every surface water source, are very important for water supply in communities, cities, agriculture, and industry. Arcot Lake is not stand-alone entity, but is the reflection of its watershed and there is a direct linkage between them. Water pollution has affected socially, economically, and biologically. Lakes of standard water have become unfit for drinking or for commercial purposes.
So our objectives are to measure different physical and chemical parameters of the lake, to observe flora and fauna, to suggest methods to restore the lake. So this is our study area, Malanthali Lake. Malanthali Lake is located in Bangalore, near Ulladulla. So as you can see, the timeline we got from Google Earth. In the lake in 2004 was full of flourishing water. It was a flourishing water body, but has gradually the wastewater was let into Malanthali Lake. The water holding capacity of the lake has been reduced.
So the lake water holding capacity has been reduced by the government plan proposed. So it generally the plan consists of having hanging bridges, floating island in the midst of the lake. They're completely closing some major part of the lake just to build a amusement park on that.
So the methods are like we collected samples from 2 different points of the lake. Water analysis on the samples collected from the lake was tested with the help of stickers for physical and chemical parameters.
Back.
So the results are for physical parameters. The color for sample 1 was pale yellow and the sample 2 was transparent. The temperature for sample 1 was 24 degrees Celsius and sample 2 was 24 degrees Celsius. The odor was pungent in both the samples. In chemical parameters, we conducted test for pH, total alkalinity, total hardness, and dissolved oxygen. The pH was 10 in both samples. The total alkalinity sample 1 was 350 ppm
and in sample 2, 340 ppm. The total hardness in sample 1 was 350 ppm, and the sample 2 was 600 ppm. The dissolved oxygen in sample 1 was 6 mg per liter, and sample 2 4 mg per liter.
So these are some of the birds observed in the study area. First one is purple swarm hen. The second one is Indian pond heron, pied bashat female, pied bashat, black pied, common coot, red-warted lapwing, and cattle egret. So the common name for scientific name for cattle egret is Bubulus iris. For pied bashat it is Saxcola caprata. Common myna is Aquidopterus tristis. Jungle myna is Aquidopterus pactis. Purple swarm hen is Porphyrio poliocephalus. Black-eyed is Milvis migrans. White-throated kingfisher is Halcyon smirnicis. Pale-billed flower pecker is Dicium erythroscopus. Common goat is Fulica electra. Indian pond heron is Enviola greenii. Ashipinia is Pinia socialis.
So our conclusions are there is overgrown algae reduces the amount of dissolved oxygen present in the lakes and put the aquatic lives in danger. No proper management and monitoring methods are followed around or near the lake.
So these are the methods to restore the lake. Step 1 is to treat the invasive species. Step 2 is placement of clean and sand and sediments. Step 3 is seeding and planting. Step 4 is management and monitoring once the wetland is restored. So these are our recommendations to reduce the growth of algae. So it can be reduced by the following methods: plant aquatic plants such as lily pads or water cress to absorb water for algae forming nutrients. Add barley straw to the water. Introduce algae eating creatures to the lake like tadpoles. And writing a letter to the responsible officials, for example BBMP, about the project proposed by the government, because it completely ruins the ecosystem of the lake. So this is the development plans proposed by the government. Fund allotted is 81 crores. So this plan consists of rejuvenating the lake, but this project reduces the water holding capacity of the lake. It plans to build a park with children's play areas, senior citizens area, jogging track, a glass house, hanging bridge, toy train, and garden with rich flora and fauna. So these are our acknowledgements. We thank our teachers for helping us throughout the project. We thank the IISC team for giving us a chance to present our project here. And these are our references. Thank you.
So you have tried to understand the status of the lake and suggest some recommendations to improve the status of the lake.
Sir, in our last visit, most of the major part of the lake was completely closed. The Peacock Lake, which we were researching for earlier.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so in this study, why have you observed birds and documents?
We observe the birds and the flora and fauna present around the lake to understand it. In previous years, the Malathari lake around, like I've seen it many times. So there were mammoths, spaniels, and many other which I was forgotten about it. And the flora and fauna was very rich. But now when I went around, it has gradually reduced, and I was very surprised to see that one of has stopped hibernating there. Sorry, they come from, they're not there local, they come from some other place to Just
migrating.
Migrating.
Okay, so looking at the species of birds that you have documented, do you understand anything, or is there any reference that they indicate something about the lake?
Sir, like kingfisher and all, sir, they came before to take the made the nest there and they stayed there. But now they come and go in some sort of in period intervals. Sir. They don't stay there, they don't lay the egg there because of the constructions going around the lake by the government plan proposed by government. Like the quantity has increased, so decreased. Sorry, sir.
You have seen the kingfisher's nest?
Yes, sir. When I was small, I've seen it like I tried to play with it and all.
What materials it uses to build the nest?
Sir, straws and some grasses. I don't remember clearly, sir.
You need to understand what type of nests birds make. Okay, different types. Go through that. Then in your recommendations, one thing I found very interesting was the second point. You said that is going to reduce the water holding capacity of the lake. Not the next slide.
Sir, is this?
Yeah, this one. You said by doing the desilting and this one, it is going to reduce the.
No, sir. By building the amusement park.
Sir, as you could see the timeline of the 2022 lake, half of the lake was vanished because of this project. In that half of the part of the lake, they are planning to build jogging tracks and play area for children.
According to you, desilting of the lake is it good or bad?
Sir, it is good because the unwanted sediments are removed from the lake.
So what happens?
So the water holding capacity increases. So, sir, if they desilted it, they're not gonna restore the lake, sir. They will just build the amusement park on it. So we interviewed a person, a laborer who works there, and he reported so. So in an article we read that it has been temporarily stopped. When we visited the lake yesterday, even some of the lakes of Peacock Lake, the same part of the lake, was closed.
Thank you.
Right. One of the slides like treating the invasive species. What kind of invasive species have you seen?
Sir, Artenia. Plant species.
Only part.
So they are unwanted.
Then the lake is covered with any algae or something.
No, sir.
Lake surface.
The lake surface is covered by algae and unwanted weeds. But around the lake, there is no greenery at present.
Lake surface is covered by weeds.
Like half of the lake.
By weeds.
Yes.
How do they look?
Sir,
long and a little bit short, like.
Long and short.
Sir, they are long and green. Sir, it looks similar to it looks similar to hair.
What does it do?
Sir, sir, it slowly kills the algae. Sir, we have to do research on.
Sure, those are tightly.
Sir, I read it
Final question. You calculated temperature, right? Of the lake, right? How much time measured, right? How you make it calculate?
were about temperature. So we took the samples to a school lab, then we used the bomb measure that. So actually we Sir, the school did not allow us to borrow it, so we were not able to measure it.
Thank you.
Yes. Turn it on. Up. Check it.
On the environment. On the in commercial, there is identity person maybe want to take a iron rotate for that was first is to actually ask of diversified and non-diversified types on the environment and overall and second one features environmental conservation if I were yes, so we have already a policy which is correctly this is let's take a look at let's take a look at the and here's our coding and What I was trying, I didn't want. Of course, there are other benefits, medical history, etc. But this gives us the general stakeholder. Now, and but that is carrying a mostly print out with stringent and low which is the power is full very low. General constitution is and it is environmental and environmental. It is transportation because the cycle is from harvest to the local market and second is now, because they provide on the nutrients, protein, complex carbohydrates. In the 90s, where the country was under the Western. So I don't know the extension and it was okay, but so this is where the point and the indicator of people. These were numbered. Unit codes. So is after so people in with various experience and roles, are able to speak my audios with number of scientific issues in local languages. And also, I'm going to find 100 hours and composters in my local temple. Thank you. I would like to thank Thank you very much.
I have a question.
So, permaculture basically that strategy permaculture. We're not cultivating a crop. Yes, sir. So basically, in permaculture, we use the principles. So, but I was for example, when we're going back, we need a lot of pesticides to repel the pests and get maximum. But when we use permaculture, we can plant marigold flowering plants around it. So it does reduce pests to certain things. So when we mix and match all these principles together, like the inputs that they require, like pesticides and fertilizers, drastically decrease. Yes, sir. So there is one more Aranya regenerated forest, but not in Pondicherry. This is in Pondicherry. One more is in Andhra Pradesh. So that is also a success model, but I've taken this because they have no credible data and the pictures. So it's actually been practicing in the large scale, and I think doing this in the large scale will give us more quantifiable data to see if this can really be an alternative to conventional farming.
Research you have done, na? You are not gone on site.
Yes, sir, but then I directly coordinated with the person there. So
This is the secondary data, na?
yes, sir. Main goal of the study is to show that so I want to show that not have one environment, but also on how it matters. So this is how we do it. Some basic kind of activities.
I had just one question, but after you answered Manoj, I have two questions. Okay, I found it interesting that you said around paddy, you wanted to grow marigold.
Yes.
So are the conditions the same for both these crops that you have mentioned?
No, sir. So, for example, the actually successful farming, which is only sustainable farming, the land here is not valuable. So, in that way, you can also grow kind of smaller plants around it, and I think.
My question is, have you seen a paddy field? How does it look?
It looks like plantation, but it's only the paddy plantation.
Means there is water logging.
Yeah.
Okay, does marigold grow in that condition?
No, sir.
So how do you grow these two crops together?
No, sir, it's not supposed to be the immediate vicinity of the paddy. For example, we can say like about 20 feet, it can be 1,000 plants. We can plant the marigold.
Okay. The other question I have is, with this method of agriculture that you are suggesting, you think it is possible to meet the food requirements of the entire population?
Yes, so So everything has been distributed. So for example, we have commercial farming. So it has so just actually try to out on large scale and actually get data like large scale research which we can notice the quality of implementing this on a commercial scale.
Thank you.
This is a very good topic because permaculture is now coming up in India, and over the world also people are now going back to the forest, food forest. Okay, permaculture is food forest. Over a period of time, if you grow food, these fruits and other things, it's a good thing. But I would suggest that you do some primary work also. The data which you have taken is taken somebody's hardship thing only. There is nothing which will help you compete with the people who are doing it on the field.
Yes, sir. So actually, this so I would like to visit Polytechnic this year and I'll update my result on the state pre-conference.
Okay, then it's good. Then it's good.
Yes, sir. So this I have just started it right now.
Okay.
That's why I didn't.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hey Gurudeva Namaha. I'm Vaishnavi from class 11B, and I'm going to be presenting a comparative study of birds in two different ways. So birds are an essential part of the ecosystem, and if you see, many of our inventions are inspired by birds. So what I have done is I have selected two different ways where I have compared the birds found there, and I did a detailed study on two of the specific birds found in those two study area. So we chose Baswanpura Lake and Saraki Lake as our study area. Objective. So we have three main objectives here. One, identification of specific and common species found in the study area. Two, study habitats of two of those specific birds. And three, factors affecting the presence of the bird in the particular lake. Materials and methods. So we use binoculars, DSLR cameras, phones. With the help of field guides and published and unpublished work, we were able to identify few of the birds. So the study was carried out from 17th October to 10th December 2022, and frequent visits of the lake was included, and we spent about 1 hour on average for every visit. This is the table of contents. Birds found in Baswanpura. So this is the table of the birds found in Baswanpura Lake, along with their scientific name, the number of birds spotted, and their IUCN status. Oriented darters, Indian pond herons, all of these were spotted. And this is the table of visiting dates, the time spent, and the number of birds, what species spotted during the visits. These are a few pictures we took. Birds found in Saraki Lake. Similarly, we made a table with the birds found in Saraki Lake, along with their scientific names, number of birds spotted, and their status. Painted storks, Indian pond heron category. If you see, there are a lot of common birds and uncommon birds also found in the lake. A similar table has been made for the date, usage, and time spent.
And these are a few birds, the pictures of a few birds. We weren't able to identify these two, but we still figured it out. I think the first one is a purple songhen, I'm not sure. And I think this one is a swallow, but I'm not sure of the species. So this is a Venn diagram stating the common birds found in the lakes and the uncommon birds found in the lake. If you see Indian pond herons, catchcats, cormorants, and black kites were common. And there were birds like painted storks, pelicans, and little greds, wake, and oriental darters, which were not common. Can I go ahead? Oriental darters. So this is the biological classification of the bird. Habitats. So their feeding habitats is mostly fish, amphibians, and they usually don't eat huge fishes. The maximum they can eat is around 30 centimeters, a fish with 30 centimeter length. Their habitat is around water, freshwater lakes, marsh, and large rivers. The painted stork. This is the classification of a painted stork. Their wingspan, lifespan, length, and mass. Both of these birds, the oriental darter and the painted stork, are non-migratory birds. And both of them come under the near threatened category in the IISC list. Their habitat. So they're often seen in swallows, the shallow freshwater lakes, marshes, and ponds. They also eat fish as fish is their main food habit. They also eat small amphibian insects found in the lake. Usually these birds eat rohu fish, katla, as these are the observations we made. So painted storks usually have a pink tail feather, and it has a bright orange face. They were often found perching on trees in the island. They were often found in the undisturbed island, and they were not flying often. Results in conflicts. So why aren't painted storks found in the basin? So for nesting, these birds prefer the Juliflora, and there must be there's a probable presence of that plant in the island, which is situated in the Saraki Lake, and that also provides undisturbed area and protection for the young ones. Why aren't oriental darters found in the Saraki? So relatively big fishes are found in Saraki Lake, such as rohu, katla. And when I talked to a local in the Basantara Lake, they had mentioned that they saw only small fishes down there. So I think that is one of the reasons. Second is we found a lot of fish kill when we went to the Saraki Lake. So that must be another probable reason for it. These are the other parameters. So the table of the other parameters we compared, such as the pH, alkalinity, dissolved oxygen, and the number of species found. Can I go ahead? I would like to thank IISC for giving me this opportunity along with the school management. I would also like to thank our teachers for guiding us through this. I would like to thank Madhuri Mama, Eureka Lab, and Professor Bud Anthony for helping us with the identification and guiding us through this project. This is the first one. Thank you. It is, I really wanted to come to IISC when my so thank you. Oriental darters.
Oriental darters. So one is your or
yes, sir, please.
This is your
okay, I'll make it.
Getting the purple red lipstick for the all.
So that was a purple song.
also now got this great.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The reason why you are not able to see darker in one week.
So we have to do more research on that. So I have noted down what and all I found till now. But in the next seminar, we'll have more information on that. Sir, I read in a research paper that oriented artificial fishes that comes under the depth of 30 centimeters. And these fishes found in salt fields are usually like rohu kata. They all are pretty.
What kind of vegetation is there? What kind of beets are, in the data when we talk about this particular board, this is daily training.
Yes, sir. Daily training.
So when we talk about this, the two things which are more important than when we talk about this bird is the beats. Alpha angustifolia is there.
Yes.
Okay. There is another one which is there. I don't know whether it is getting sound. The stamex is one thing which it actually sets. Okay. So stamex is one thing which in the entire region, in the entire biology, they use stamex. Okay. So if you want to bring this bird, try to introduce stamex.
Yes.
Stamex, but in fact, it's a big game. Okay. So one that can be done. Okay. And it's an indicative species of your fishes.
Yes, sir.
So oriented data is the data name is data. Okay. The birds' names are like then whatever is their business, whatever they are the name. For painted stock, what you say?
Sir, we actually in another research paper I found out that painted stocks prefer a particular tree that is only for nesting. And in Saraki Lake there was this island which is
special about the tree for.
Sir, I'm not sure about that.
So is it an Indian species or is it exotic species?
Sir, I think it's native. It's exotic.
You see, there is entire person's PhD who is gone through this process with you. Okay, still not able to complete the 9 years.
Sir, can I have name?
So it's a hard species, it will never go. Okay, once introduced, it will never go. So the best way to avoid this species is to do pruning and cutting and use your acacia which is there, acacia melodica, which is just a species which was replaced by this.
Okay, sir.
So that can be
yes.
That can be a suggestion from your side. You are no, I mean this.
Yes, sir.
From this project, what is your understanding or what is your interest about the lake condition and the waters?
Sir, if you see, we check the water, the dissolved oxygen, and all that to see if what kind of basically if there is aquatic life or fishes are found. So on top of that, on the basis of that, we were able to find the birds found there. We compared the birds found there. So what basically I want to achieve from this study is to find out why exactly certain species are not found in this lake, but found in the other lake, even though the distance between the lake is not much. Thank you, sir.
They can come to the front, all of you. Start from the front row, very first row.
And with the arrow, please.
You can, those are sitting at the
Sure.
Okay. I said front row should be full. Come to the front. Come. You can ask questions, okay? Come here. See the last row. Okay, come, three of you come here. Wheelchairs are there. No, here, come there, occupy these chairs. Okay, you can start.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My teammates, Pratana, Shreya, and I, Anaga, will be presenting on the comparative study of soil samples from 2 days.
So our team's objective is basically to compare soil samples from both the lakes, Maniwala and Gurudhara Lake. Then we conducted different tests like the qualitative and quantitative analysis, and we also figured out the indicators species present in and around the lakes.
Materials and methods. So for the study area, we have picked 2 lakes, Kottigare Lake and Maniwala Lake. So Kottigare Lake, which is with a water spread of 14.98 hectares, is located in the Belente Lake catchment, which is in the South Penas Basin.
One of the biggest lakes in Bangalore is Yes, accidentally, rice market and sort of creating to run
So this is the flora and fauna of Kottigare Lake and Maniwala Lake.
and these are the only problems and
So the pH test. Here we added our soil into the water solution and into the beaker with water. And after stirring for around 30 minutes, we dip the pH in and use the color indicator to indicate the pH. Preparation of soil solution. So here, 5 grams of soil solution is added in a beaker of 50 ml water and is mixed thoroughly for around 2 minutes, which is filtered twice to the filter paper. So next, moisture content. Here, both the samples were kept in a hot air oven for 24 hours at 105 degrees. The weight was checked before and after consumption. So for the calcium test, the solution was added to ammonium chloride, ammonium hydroxide, and ammonium carbonate, which gives us a white label. And this was added into another test halfway, where acetic acid and ammonium sulfate was added, which also gives a white label, which indicates the presence of calcium.
Okay, so for the determine the electric conductivity of the soil, we took the EC meter and we did the electrode into a soil solution and then we found the results. Sieve analysis. So we collected 2 kgs of soil and then we had kept it under overnight drying in the hot air oven for 105 degrees Celsius and then we checked the layers by using 5 different cells. Culturing. So for culturing, we have taken a sterilized petri dish and then we poured in the agar for it and then we took the sample and we put it clockwise and we made multiple branches which form colonies and we kept it under a warm area because it's fighting for the growth of algae.
Results and discussion. So first was the pH test. Here we found that the Göttingen lake was neutral or alkaline in nature and the Madiwala lake was more of a calcium.
So for the qualitative analysis, we can see that there is chlorine present in both Göttingen lake and Madiwala lake, but there is no traces of magnesium or calcium in the Göttingen lake, but you can see the precipitation form in the Madiwala lake. And we did distilled water control to show that these ions are not present in the distilled water. Okay, these are the test parameters.
So here are the moisture content and bulk density levels. So in the Göttingen lake, the moisture content was 29.73, which was a little more than the Madiwala lake, which was 27.15. And the bulk densities were 24.32 in Göttingen and Madiwala 23.91. So as we all know, moisture content of most plants is required to be around 21 to 60%. And thus we can grow shrubs or flowering plants, etc. So as suggested by the professors preview round, we also did quantitative analysis tests. So through these tests, as you can see, the electrical conductivity in Madiwala lake is much higher than the one in Göttingen lake. The chloride level is somewhat similar, and for calcium, the calcium level in Madiwala lake was double the calcium level present in Göttingen lake, while the magnesium content of Göttingen lake was twice the amount of magnesium content present in the Madiwala lake.
So for the sieve analysis, we found the uniformity coefficient and the coefficient of gradation. So when you can see, the Göttingen lake has 4.73 and Madiwala lake has 4.07, which classifies under the well-graded soil. But when you see in the coefficient of gradation, Göttingen lake has 6.6 and Madiwala lake has 7.77, which shows that it's a gap-graded soil. In the culturing, we can see that in Göttingen lake there are small yellow spots, which shows the bacterial growth of Enterococcus, which is, we can find this bacterial growth in affect us for urinary tract infections or even intra-abdominal diseases like you can get for appendicitis and food poisoning. But in Madiwala lake, we find more of fungal growth and it's hardly present in it, which shows it's a growth for rhizoid or filamentous over in the area.
So here are the recommendations we give after the test we conducted. So pH, ideally plants require a slightly neutral or acidic pH, but for ours, the pH is alkaline. So that's why organic matters can be used to lower the pH level. The calcium levels are also low, so that's why light plant eggshells could be used to increase the calcium level. Similarly, for magnesium, some magnesium levels are somewhat low. We could use Epsom salt to increase the magnesium levels.
So for conclusion, we're showing the indicator species. You can see snail. Snail is used for accumulation of copper, lead, and cadmium, which is shows the indicator for biological heavy metals. It's found in the lake. And the roots of the water hyacinth, the biological indicator of pollution, is found extensively.
So in the Madiwala lake, the indicator species were the little elephant and grey heron.
So little nitrates are indicators of heavy metal contamination, and the gray heron are usually found. They usually prefer accessible health conditions and are sensitive creatures. So they provide a useful biological indicator to the Magwala lake.
So these are the references we use for our project. And I would like to thank IISC for giving us this opportunity, our school for supporting us along the way, all the teachers for guiding us, and of course all of you for listening.
We're not done. Yeah. No, we're not done.
So this is the gallery of us doing the projects.
Thus, it is important to protect our soil, as it takes more than a century to build half a hectare of soil. Thank you.
Go back to the slide, third slide, last. Yes, yes, go back to the indicator species. What is the source of this?
So we use various sources for the birds. Those such paper conducted where they research for the habitats of all these birds and all.
But I really doubt that little egret can be taken as a pirate or very contamination. I don't think so.
Okay, we look into it.
Because this is a wetland bird. If you see, this is a bioindicator of heavy metal, then most of our Yamuna, most of our Ganga are then heavy metal. No, so it's a cannot be taken. That's why I just when you are not able to finish, I spoke to you. Like, go back to the slide. This is not the correct one. It's not the correct one. Even your pond around the gray around which you have taken up, that is also not correct. You just check with the source.
Okay.
There is a black one still, you know. There is a bird species known as black one still. That is the indicator species for heavy metal and even your sewage. For that, it is taken as your indicator. It's not really not.
Okay, we'll look into it. Yeah, sure. So happy to say that you have implemented the section of qualitative things that you have added to chemical parameters to that. Then I want to ask which is the media used for cultivating the microorganism?
We used agar.
Just that. Okay. Is it Mujamiga?
Yes, it's me.
Are moisture content and pulpicity under the chemical parameter?
We got test from the lab, so they put it onto the same.
Also, that what is pulpicity, what is moisture content, what is the meaning of chemical parameters?
So essentially chemical parameters is when we do the test with chemicals.
Then more moisture content and the pulpicity, what are the chemicals used?
We didn't use any chemicals.
And we will under which one?
It should be under physics.
Yeah.
We'll check it.
Now, my question is again the same slide. How does the presence of a bird or a snail indicate heavy metals?
So the snail actually like accumulates copper for metabolism reasons, and when you see cadmium, like there's more toxicity, so it's detoxifies it. So we find snails over there.
What do snails eat? Thank you.
My question is related to prepared in lab or you get it ready from outside?
I think we prepare the lab itself. Yeah, we prepare the lab.
How you prepare TV?
Sure, we got it from the labs. But it's for us.
There's one session if people do that.
That's why we
got it done.
No, we did the experiment. We put the. No, we
The
didn't make.
quantitative analysis, we did not have enough resources and resources.
Which content is This is there's no resources. We said we did quantitative.
Oh no, so we did quantitative analysis in the lab. Culture we did in our school. Yeah.
There's one more session. Check with the public, peer publication, peer review. Otherwise, whatever is given, the time, or legal scholarship, is written you are written forward, right, and you create the which pilot is come, what pilot is come. Then Malaka.
Yeah,
Last one is
simple.
The shell is has what is it composed of? What is composed of?
Can you refer to your question?
The shells have on its body what it is composed of.
Is it
What is the composition of that shell?
we're not sure.
And you are not
No, see, from what we researched, we saw in Google, we saw that the snails they require copper for the metabolism. So that's why if snails are living in an area, that means that copper should be there. Hence, they indicate for copper.
This is a way of extended.
Okay.
The calcium property is the structure. The calcium property is the way compound to which the shell is built. Calcium and the copper are very much easily beneficial. Calcium and copper they are easily shifting to the display of reaction.
Yeah.
In my area. But if you do that, that will be so that's why so whenever you are presenting the basic of the
Yeah, we will research. Thank you.
Give the mic and use that.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Myself Pavitra and I, Rohita, are here to present our research, which is the study of growth of algae in polluted water bodies. Table of contents. Introduction. Algae. Algae is an informal term for a large and diverse group of photosynthetic eukaryotic organisms. Their primary pigment is the chlorophyll A. They are mostly aquatic and autotrophic in nature. They lack cell and tissue types such as stomata, xylem, phloem, which are found in land organisms. Because of their diverse nature and the wide range of algae, they are used in industries, medical fields, and as traditional purposes. In traditional fields, traditional seaweed farming has been existing for the past 1,000 years. and also has a strong hold in the East Asian food cultures. Algae is also used for bioremediation and also in the pollution control. Algae also helps to convert sunlight into algal fuels, which are used in chemicals and in the medical field. Objectives. Our study objectives is to compare and contrast the pollution in two different lakes and to study the growth of algae in polluted water bodies.
Our last objective is to establish a relationship between growth of algae and dissolved nutrients in the lake. Coming to our study area, this is the first lake, which is the Chikatogur Lake. It's in Chikatogur village in Electronic City. We got the perimeter as 3.16 kilometers and the area as 0.36 square kilometers. The second lake is the Basavanapura Lake, which is in Gotigere, and found the perimeter to be 0.19 kilometers and area to be 1,730 square meters. Our materials and methods. We did a manual collection of the water samples from different parts of the lake, and we did it on 2 different days. Further, we did an agar culture to study the growth of algae in colonies. We took microscopic images of the algae in order to identify them. And lastly, we also did a quantitative analysis as well as a qualitative analysis of the water. These are the pictures of our experiments in qualitative analysis: pH, electrical conductivity, chemical oxygen demand, alkalinity, dissolved oxygen, agar culture of algae, hardness, and this is what we did for pH.
Results. Algae is found in the Basavanapura. We have found 6 algae and 1 fungi. Out of that, we've identified Volvox, Chlamydomonas, and Dictyostarium. Volvox and Chlamydomonas belong to the same order. The presence of these two have indicated the high amount of nitrogen in the Basavanapura lake, and Mycelium is the fungi we found. Algae found in the Chikatogur lake. These are Chlamydomonas, Dictyostarium, and Volvox, which is common to both the lakes, and Oscillatoria, which is found in the Chikatogur lake.
This is a table of the results we got from our quantitative analysis. We've got similar results for temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, and alkalinity. However, we got different results, like different values for both the lakes. For calcium, chlorides, magnesium, COD, which is chemical oxygen demand, BOD, which is biochemical oxygen demand, and also for electrical conductivity. We measured these in milligrams per liter, except for electrical conductivity, which was in Siemens per centimeter. This is a graph comparing the results we got. The lighter color is for the Basavanapura lake, and the darker color is for Chikatogur lake. We did these tests in Eureka Analytical Services Lab, and this is the analytical report we got from them. Our analysis is that Chikatogur lake has almost a neutral pH. There is low presence of chlorides and magnesium and high amount of calcium. We also found low COD and DOD and high electrical conductivity.
Analysis of the Basavanapura lake. The pH is found to be basic, and it has a high presence of chlorides and magnesium, and has a high amount of BOD, biochemical oxygen demand, and COD, chemical oxygen demand, whereas it has a very low chloride as compared to the Chikatogur lake, and has a low electrical conductivity. Conclusion. Similar algae has been found in the Chikatogur lake and the Basavanapura lake, which is Volvox, Chlamydomonas, and Dictyostarium. This could possibly be because of the similarity in the temperature, which is 26 degrees in the Chikatogur lake and 28.5 in the Basavanapura lake. The pH, which is 7.2 in the Chikatogur lake and 8.8 in the Basavanapura lake. And dissolved oxygen, which is very similar, which is 5.4 in the Chikatogur lake and 5.6 in the Basavanapura lake. And the alkalinity, which is exactly the same, about 150 milligrams per liter.
In the Basavanapura lake, we found algal blooms which cover the entire surface of the lake. Algal blooms increase the amount of oxygen consuming bacteria, which leads to increase in biochemical oxygen demand. Further, we found here low amount of calcium, which has led to increase in COD. So, due to increase in BOD and COD and increase in calcium, we found more algae growth in the Basavanapura lake. The opposite is true for the Chikatogu lake, where we got high presence of calcium and less COD and BOD, because of which there is less growth of algae. Our acknowledgement. We would like to thank IISC for giving us the opportunity to do research and present our findings. We would also like to thank Eureka Analytical Services for helping us in conducting these experiments and recording our results. We would also like to thank our teachers and our principal for their guidance and support.
References. These are our bibliographical references we used for our research.
Thank you.
So, I want to ask you, how did you identify the algae?
We took microscopic images of the algae under 10x and 45x and compared it with images from the internet. We also took help of our teachers in identification.
I think the species that you have identified are wrong. So that's you. Actually, it's you. Leader in the you have written well. You have written Mitomonas. It's Yubina, and also Volvox is Agnos, which is Volvox here. So with the mouse there. So that is also not Volvox. Volvox is usually present in less polluted waters. In Volvox, we can see that in one single, as in microscope, in one single round, we can see many cells. Okay. And there's flagella and all are there. So just check. So you do more research in algae and find out. Okay.
You got almost 5 species of algae, right? But material you mentioned about agar medium.
Yes, sir.
For what purpose you use agar medium?
We use agar medium to cultivate the algae and observe their growth in colonies.
Do algae go on medium, agar medium?
Yes, it was growing in our. Yeah, we kept it in warm temperature for optimum growth.
Why do you want to find out the algae? Why do you want it to the cultural activity?
So, ma'am, and when we saw the water sample under the microscope, we saw a few. But when we cultured it, we found a lot more. And that's why we cultured it. And we wanted to see the algae and growth in both the waters so that we can compare the growth of algae, which is common in both the lakes. And like we found the similarities in pH, temperature, and dissolved oxygen. That's why we were able to find the same growth of algae in both. And there were other salts which didn't analyze, but we got alkalinity as the same. Alkalinity is other ions, so because both of them are similar, the presence of those ions also would be same in both the lakes. But you also took agar tool. So what is the media that you have used for culturing?
I talked about the composition. We use
the name of that medium.
It was agar tissue culture media. I know the composition, which has about 15 grams per liter of agar and 1 gram, 15 milligrams and 1 milligram of we also have magnesium sulfate and ammonium chloride, and also calcium chloride in small amounts. I don't know the name of this process.
No, I want to just see. So for me to conduct another culture experiment, I wish to understand the media that you have used. For that, I asked you. Okay.
Yeah, we mostly use agar, and in small amounts we also use potassium nitrate, magnesium sulfate, ammonium chloride, also calcium chloride. Yeah, and we use warm water to dissolve the agar.
So you also just further research, you also find out which is more suitable media for agriculture.
Yes, ma'am.
But you did centrifuge, no? Yes, you did more centrifuge.
We did centrifuge.
Then one farmer who wanted to culture how you will help to lay or preventing what happens.
We culture the IISC that would be easier for us to identify it. So we just
do one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not only take for the
No, ma'am. Yeah. By identifying the algae, we were coming to conclusion of the level of pollution of it.
Actually, we need then other we are not doing the proper thing. Then other. But in the lake water, what are the algae acting that spreads something just currency with the plankton and then centrifuge that then you get very thick. You can't imagine like that. It's done.
Yes.
No need for the culture.
Okay, ma'am.
Pre-Guruguru Namaha. My team and I are here to present the effect of nitrogen dioxide on autocarpus and syngonium. We are here to analyze one of the pollutants caused by exhaust automobiles, that is NO2. We are going to see its effects on autocarpus, which with overtime effect, and arrowhead with a short-term effect. The reason we took NO2 because nitrogen oxides are 298 times more toxic than carbon dioxide, because according to the GWP. NO2 is a highly reactive gas that is brown in color and with a pungent smell. Our objective is to subject a plant to higher, small amounts of nitrogen dioxide and see how it's affected.
Okay, so we have autocarpus heterophytus. So this is nothing but jackfruit. So the reason we took jackfruit is because, according to our research, jackfruit is actually sensitive to the levels of NO2 in the environment. So autocarpus has a alternate phyllotaxy and spiral shaped phyllotaxy, and it has a dense tree top and yeah. So materials, we used iodine solution. We used leaf samples from 3 locations, different locations, which are quite far from each other, and then we used pH paper and microscope. So the methods for analysis of artocarpus is stomata index test, starch test, and physical differences. So geography and location. So this is a map of our school campus. This is where our specimens were located, are located. Trees are located off jackfruit. So this is specimen T, also called temple root. This is where most of the exhaust streams are located because this is where the buses are parked, and we hypothesize our hypothesis is that this is where the leaves will be affected most because of the exhaust streams, which contain NO2. This is a specimen BC, also called basketball court, which is a very well ventilated space, and which are you can see the blue dot over there, which represents the tree in that location, which has a lot of ventilation. And this is a specimen BB, also called bus bay. This is also this is the place where other buses are located, and you can also see these are the different areas which the this is a location, the description of the location. Okay, this is the physical description. So this is a sample from temple root, where most of the exhaust stream of fumes are located. You can see how the discoloration is there in the leaves. You can see how dry it is, how unfed it is. This is specimen BB from the bus bay, which is a well-ventilated space, and not much buses are located. You can see how the condition is better compared to specimen B. And this is specimen BC, which is the most ventilated space and where the other plants located. And you can see there's again it is in a healthy condition, but over there you can see there's a little bit of pests located which are feeding on the leaf.
We conducted 3 different tests on Artocarpus heterophyllus. The first one was to observe the stomata. So the method we used to observe stomata was to collect 3 fresh samples from the 3 different specimens. We sliced the leaf and took a part of the lower epidermis and placed it on a slide. We added a drop of glycerin and then we observed it under the microscope. As you can see, specimen BB and specimen BC, which were further away from bus exhaust fumes, had almost no discoloration and no pollution seen in the stomata. Meanwhile, specimen C, specimen T have brown spots and the stomata is very clearly polluted. The next test that we wanted to do was to check the pH of the soil that the trees were growing in. So we did this by going to the sides of the 3 specimens. We collected a bit of soil. We added the same amount of water to all 3 samples, and then we took the standing water and tested the pH. Specimen BB and specimen BC are not very far from each other. That's why they have the same pH. They had a pH of 9.5, whereas specimen T had a pH of 7. And for Artocarpus heterophyllus, it requires a pH of 6 to 7.5. So surprisingly, specimen T has the best soil. The next test we conducted was the starch test. We took 3 fresh leaves from the 3 different samples. We cleaned them and then we boiled them in hot water to make sure the cell process is stopped. We then placed it in boiling ethanol, which was in water bath, so that we could dissolve the chlorophyll. And then after the chlorophyll was dissolved, we washed it again to clean it, and then added some iodine solution to see how much starch would be present. In the results, we saw that specimen BB showed the least amount of starch. So this was the sample from the bus. Specimen BC and specimen T on the other hand showed relatively an equal amount of starch. Comparison of the 3 samples. So here we have a collection of all the information we had researched about and the experiments we did. So overall, we can see that specimen DC or the tree in the basketball court was the healthiest, and specimen T seemed to be the most unhealthy.
So we wanted to specify more on nitrogen dioxide. So we took another plant, Syngonium porifera, and introduced nitrogen dioxide, right? I'll be talking about that. So just a bit about the plant before we go into that. Syngonium porifera is the scientific name. The common name is arrowhead plant, because its leaves are shaped like an arrow, as you can see. And when it grows outside in jungle, it reaches about 10 to 20 meters, and when it's indoors, it reaches about 1.5 meters. The materials we used were two Syngonium porifera, two conical casks, a U-tube, copper strips, concentrated nitric acid. So what we did here was we put the specimen in one was in a normal environment and the other was put in a conical flask, connected with a U-tube, and into the other conical flask we would put copper strips and add concentrated nitric acid, and this would create NO2, and that would be transferred into the other tube. So like this, we sporadically introduce nitrogen dioxide into the other conical flask. The tests, so yeah, these are the results of the test. Physical appearance after the nitrogen dioxide for 3 to 4 days, found some discoloration, and under the leaf we had dark veins and there were dark black spots. So these are like we told. So yeah, so this is how we split stomata. We took a transection of the transparent part of the leaf and we observed it under a microscope after adding a drop of glycerin, and that's how we observed the stomata.
So from this research, we can clearly see that NO2 has more dangerous effects on plants than carbon dioxide. So we should focus a little bit more on controlling NO2 also, not just carbon dioxide. We can see it affected the leaf, it injured the leaf, stomatal damage, discoloration, and other things. The simple solution for all pollution is just to stop, reduce usage of private vehicles. These are the sources we used. We would like to thank our teachers, our friends, and IISC for giving this opportunity. Thank you. Effects of nitrogen dioxide on certain plants.
Nitrogen dioxide. So you see there are a number of oxides of what are
Nitrogen oxide, nitrous oxide. Sir, the previous team actually backed out due to personal reasons, and we had to come in at the last moment. So we didn't have much time, so we took a specific. It was released more by automobiles compared to other nitrogen oxides.
So we also chose nitrogen dioxide because we found out the jackfruit trees are sensitive to NO2, and in our school we have a few jackfruit trees. In our research, one of the papers we found
so whenever you are so the people who are about the present of the present
yes, ma'am. Sorry, yes, sir. We did sensitivity study of plant species due to traffic emitted air pollutants. So in that study, we saw that jackfruit is sensitive to air.
Look, this is a very good study. In person who has just completed for about to complete his PhD. like from CSC, okay, and she is trying to repeat this kind of experiments only on that too, indoor and outside. Okay, for she has completed the project, and there is not people coming in the school. These studies will kind of studies will come and what stop. One more thing which I can tell you, whenever you kind of studies, they take the species from the same family, okay, three families. One is your Heterocarpus, this is your Heterocarpus. Heterocarpus heterophytes. Autocarpus heterophytes. Autocarpus heterophytes. There is Autocarpus crustae also. Okay, try to find the same species. If you are trying to find the same species, then only then which can recognize over a period of time. Okay. What's your standard?
11 standard.
Global warming potential. So it is the amount of energy absorbed by one gas, and this gas absorbs more energy.
I think we actually have that.
So we found about global warming potential in research provided by IISC.
The warming of the earth because the greenhouse gas. CO2, methane, nitrous oxide. The effect of the 29 times or 25 299 times in the case of malaria. That shows that there is not to have for the global warming.
We added all that in.
Yes, sir. You can prepare like something.
No, actually,
Sir, we actually got it only last week. We were testing.
no. What happened was there was another team that came for air pollution proposal. They quit last minute, so we had to put everything in 1 week and that's why.
That's why, sir. Otherwise, we do more.
So we should not be that.
Yes, sir. It's just showing the effects of nitrogen dioxide.
What is the environment?
It is more. It is affected more by nitrogen dioxide.
It shows the effects of nitrogen dioxide more clearly.
That's what my question was. Whenever you take from the same family itself. Otherwise, how a small plant, the plant which you have shown that is an indoor air cleaner plant. Okay, so the capacity of that particular plant will be way different from what you have taken as another species. Control and experiment has to be taken very. Otherwise, whatever studies you have made, it's not no use. Are you getting my point?
Yeah.
Now, this is for 11th class. This is a very good topic which you have taken, and it's very good research also. In a 7 days time, whatever you are saying, it's good time. But whenever you are taking in future, try to take the same kind of control. Not you. Research has.
So which means you didn't come to BGS.
No, we didn't.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now what is the next form? So we randomly will select the candidate students now. Maybe one from BGF, one from presidency, alternate, okay? So you do not know who we are going to call. Sometimes one after the other we will call, sometimes randomly we will call, okay? You have to attend. If you don't respond within 1 second, no, we'll move to the next presentation. of freedom. Now, Kaushik, you hold it. Hold it. No,
Have the mic?
not like that. That's it.
Mic. And use the.
No need to play. No, that light is there now. You require the projector also. It's there.
Yeah.
Then what is the purpose of this?
To protect things.
Okay, 1 minute is the present. Just
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yuka from Freedom International. Explaining CRISPR, which is a gene editing system, and how we can apply it to save the environment. So the first question that might be arising is what's CRISPR? So this is a natural system in bacteria. How is it developed? So when viruses, specifically bacteriophages, attack bacteria, a part of its DNA is sent to the bacteria and it's stored. So over time, due to evolution, they create a system which is a defense mechanism to fight against such invaders. And in recent research, researchers found out that we can actually manipulate this system to do what we want. And the Nobel Prize for this was given to Emil Shackleton and Jennifer Doudna. So how does this actually work? So the bacteria first, when it detects the presence of invader or target DNA, it produces an RNA segments. These RNA segments are complemented to the target DNA, and along with this, a Cas9 protein, which is a special CRISPR protein, acts as an endonuclease and cuts the DNA. So here you can see the target sequence of the invader virus and also the guide RNA, which are the complementary RNA produced by the bacteria. This is the Cas9 protein complex, which is an endonuclease, and in the next picture, you can see it cutting the target DNA. So when the DNA is cut, the cells try to repair it, but it's error prone, so it causes mutation, which is what disables this DNA. And further, we can add healthy DNA, which we have coded ourselves, and we can make it perform desirable functions. What are the applications of this? There are actually this is applied in many fields, such as agriculture, horticulture, and even medicine and diagnostics. So I'll be giving a brief of this and how we can use to save the environment. So first one in agriculture. So a team of researchers in the National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute did a research in banana plant where they genetically modified it to make it to give better yield, to absorb less water during yield production, and also be sensitive to fertilizer. How does this help the environment? So when this is done, the water consumption is less, and since fertilizer and pesticides are used in less number, we can prevent soil pollution due to it and also the pollution of water beds due to it. So the second application which I'll be talking about is in medicine. So we use antibiotics for a lot in today's world, but the bacteria can also be resistant to it, or it can also develop this resistance. So by modifying the DNA in such a way to self-disrupt, we can also fight such bacterial infection through not only antibiotics but through itself. So what are the future results that we are trying to come up with this? To revive extreme wind. And can we actually revive this? So how it is possible is that I'm taking the example of mammoths here, and by isolating the mammoth's resident gene and converting and matching it in an elephant gene and growing it in a surrogate elephant or in an artificial womb, we can revive these extreme genes. And what are the uses of this extreme gene? It can unlock a potentially new type of DNA which can have many other applications, and also many plants need the surrounding flora and fauna for their development. And one such example is the vanilla plant. Because the natural pollinators of this vanilla plant are not present. That is why it's very expensive because it should be hand pollinated. So the disadvantages, there's always chance for mutation due to this. There are also ethical concerns for the resource, and the genome can also be unstable due to because anything that's genetically modified can be unstable, and also even if it overcomes all these hindrances, how accessible will it be to farmer? Because even if you make a perfect seedling, how is it useful to us if it's not accessible? And the last one is resource constraint. It can be government or other materials required. Thank you. So I wanted to explore unconventional method to save the environment, and this can indirectly.
What is COVID?
Yes, sir.
What is COVID?
So it's a virus.
What is the origin of it? How this pandemic has become this? It's a very controversial question. Okay, but tell me whether this one is helpful to us or it's actually harmful.
So that is what I talked about in the seminar, that it can also cause unwanted mutation and the.
What was possible in the future?
So in science, like biology, research.
This biotechnology only.
Yeah.
Yes, I would suggest that even if you are thinking, whenever you are thinking about biotechnology, take the better aspects of it. So it's a good thing what you are talking about this, but for ecology, for ecologists who are giving their how to that's altogether. You mean let's say network-based which you are talking about. Why to get a member which I have already taken care of?
I just took an example of mammoth, but it can be applied to plants and the plants which are already so I just took an example of mammoth, not exactly to revive it.
It's good because what I find this particular it's good for any age when you biotechnology and manipulation and there's a lot of the next generation become important.
So it's
GM crops, that's a big pain to us.
So that is why ethical concerns are facing this right now that it's on it. People are trying to combat it and make sure that the drawbacks of this are restricted.
All the best for
Yes, sir, sure. Yes, sir.
In this study, what do you want to tell to?
Ma'am, my most
in that
ma'am, that since a long time we looking at very traditional methods to conserve natures, and I wanted to show that not this not that we have to use this, but there are also unconventional methods which actually go beyond our boundaries and try to do it in a very cautious way. That we can still try to make applications of other unconventional methods in environmental science.
Okay, this CRISPR method, what is the success rate of this?
So the banana plant which was talking about, which was done in the Agricultural Institute. They did it with 100% result. Whereas they still what we were talking about, they still they try to be cautious about it, and before introducing it to farmer, they actually want to see the long-term effects of it. And also, that was used for HRDs in US, and 15% of it was eradicated. So it's still under research, but it's showing a good progress.
But that every attempt is success.
Huh?
Every attempt is a success.
No, I'm not telling that every attempt is successful,
But most of the published papers which they have done is they're looking forward it as a advanced student.
And caution for a future, and caution. Take this with atmosphere, because if you put your heart and soul into this, at that time you are able to know first government for the policy making. You will be backfired.
Yeah.
Okay, India
Yeah.
also policy of India is altogether very different. I show all the best for your future, but very difficult thing. If you want to correct someone who is actually working on this side, how these special universities will promote I can mentorship, I can.
Is there in a BT quarter same technique used or something different technique? In BT quarter, BT quarter.
No, sir. It's different. So the traditional genetic modifiers one, they use the DNA which are used to modify it are from different species or of the same family. Whereas in CRISPR, it's a natural system in the bacteria, and we're just modifying it in a slightest way so that it further develops from its own DNA. So we're not introducing completely new DNA from outside. So
You are telling that you are just slightly modifying the DNA, not introducing the new.
yeah, but over time, be able to adapt such.
Okay, I can see that you have done your basics research in a very detailed way. You know your basics. So when you were doing this research, were you able to find out any problem for which there can be a possible solution from this?
Sir, actually, I think in 2020, when the COVID pandemic started, actually the data they were formulating a COVID the detection device used through this protein. Actually, I wasn't able to get what the was it the successful.
That's again your reading. But what I'm asking is, have you thought or have you come across about any problems which you think can be solved using this?
Problems like so I talked about agriculture over here,
yes.
And there's actually a lot more that can be done in medicine diagnostic. And here I talked about the antibiotic one, and it can actually also be used to treat a lot of genetic diseases, which included HIV and such things. So it's still in the early development phases, and there's actually a lot of possibilities for this in different fields and not only in medicine.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not sure about it. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Presidency.
Presidency.
Okay.
Yes. Only arrow. Yes. Zoom in. Zoom, you can do it from there. This carpet and
Good afternoon to one and all. So I would like to start my presentation with a question. Do you know that birds can be used as bioindicators? By studying birds in a particular environment, we can actually deduce quite a lot of information about the environment. So today I, Kamesh, I'm going to be talking about the birds of the Putinahali Lake. The use of bioindicators in studying a particular environment is advantageous. In this study, the birds in the Putinahali Lake are the bioindicators of the lakes. Birds are considered one of the most important indicators of the ecosystem because they are sensitive to climatic changes, and with their food habits and their characteristics, we can define the climatic conditions other species they depend on, and the environment and environmental pollution is each bird species has a different type of habitat, food, and temperature ranges. This property of birds makes it vital to study them to know more about the environment. By studying the birds and environment of interest, we can precisely draw conclusions of the environment. The objective of this study is to record the birds of the Putinahali Lake, to study the species and reduce how they act as bioindicators, to compare the activity of the birds and check the lake report. This is my study area. The Putinahali Lake is a small restored freshwater lake located in JB Nagar. The area of this lake is about 13 acres. The primary source of water is rainwater. The Putinahali Neighborhood Lake Improvement Trust (PNLIT) takes care of the lake. The lake was in the brink of extinction, but due to constant efforts of PNLIT, now it is a heaven for bird watchers and on its way to be completely restored. Okay, the materials and methods. The material used is a camera, and that is the main model of the camera. The method used is observation, visiting the lake and making note of the count of birds and the particular behavior in that period of time. Identification of the bird species and studying about the birds. Conclusions and inferences with respect to the observational experiment conducted. We can drew data points from the above experiment and draw conclusions about the lake with the relationship of birds in the lake. So this is my first bird, little grebe. This bird breeds in small colonies in heavily vegetated areas of fresh water. The little grebe is an excellent swimmer and diver and pursues its fish in aquatic invertebrates prey underwater. It uses the vegetation skillfully as a hiding place. The egrets are herons. They are essentially non-swimmer birds that feed on margin of the lake, rivers, swamps, ponds, and seas. Their diet includes a wide variety of aquatic animals, including fish, reptiles, etc. The white-throated kingfisher habitat is swamps, ponds, and lakes, etc. White-throated kingfishers are carnivorous, generalists, and they eat many organisms. Examples are locusts, crickets, etc. The Indian pond heron habitat is small water bodies, usually solitary forages, but number of them may sometimes be in close proximity during the dry seasons, when small wetlands have high concentration of prey. Breeding season is monsoon. The Indian cormorant habitat lives in lakes, oceans, and rivers. Behavior dives and fish underwater and dry swimmings by opening it and let the air to dry. Breeding in colonies around freshwater lake, July to February. Grey-headed swamp and habitat vegetated freshwater bodies such as lakes, rivers, etc. Usually in small groups and feeds on floating vegetation. This completes the observation of birds. The results I could draw is the first graph is with respect to the number of birds and the temperature. So when I plotted this graph, variations were seen, but I could not come up with any plausible explanations for the sudden increase and decrease in bird count with respect to increase in temperature. So I had to plot another graph of birds versus number of birds spotted versus day. In that, I had got some observations. I've got some results. The number of birds versus day. In the above data, there is a steady decrease in the number of Indian cormorant. The plausible explanation for this observation is that the bird breeding season is from July to February. July to February, their mutations, their maturation and their average time to independence altogether takes around 15 weeks. If the birds procreated around 4 months ago, that is July, then they would have reached their time to independence in that lake, which explains this drop in the graph. This is the water testing sample reports. So, this is the BOD for 3 days at 27 degrees Celsius. It is 8.4 mg per liter. This is at the bunch of the lake. The pH value. pH value is 7.67. Turbidity is 0.5, which is within the IISC. Nitrate NO2. Nitrates NO2 is 7.2. Chemical oxygen 6.80. Dissolved oxygen 4.2. BOD is 8.1. The coliforms are present over here. This is the central lake and this is the data for it. So I would like to give some explanations to the above data. So BOD is biological oxygen demand, and higher the BOD, lower the water quality. So BOD is the value of oxygen used by the bacteria in breaking down of organic matter. So when bacteria use a lot of oxygen, there is no oxygen for fishes, birds, and etc. Fishes, aquatic plants, etc. So that is why the water quality is less. Turbidity is 0.6, which means it is very, very clear. The highest limit for turbidity is 1.0. Birds can see the prey easily because it is below 1.0 NTU. Next is TDS. TDS value is 1.73. It is ideal for ideal lakes. It is below 500 to 1000 milligram per liter, and this is well within the limit. This is 173.0. It is less than 1000 mg per liter, which shows that it is a freshwater lake. The nitrate level, when I compared it to the bunch and the central lake, I could see that there is a variation. At the bunch it is 7.0, but at the central lake it is 5.3, which shows that many plants are there which use the nitrate in the central lake. Chemical oxygen demand. When chemical oxygen demand is high, the pollution rate is high. Pollution is high. The recorded value is 7.77 mg per liter. But the limit is 75 to 100, which is good for the dissolved oxygen. At bunch it's 4.2, and the bunch is 4.2. At the central lake it is 4.0, which shows that many animals use up oxygen in the central lake, and the variation is not. There's no much difference in the variation because the aquatic plants which restore the oxygen lost by photosynthesis. So I would like to conclude. I would like to. These are the conclusions. Putnahalli Lake is a freshwater lake. The water quality is good, and several birds like little gray-headed spotman are present to show that it's a good. It is a healthy lake, and the data is also verified by testing. The lake is well maintained. The ecosystem of the birds and other species in the lake is not disturbed. There is a lot of vegetation in the lake, not only floating but vegetation in the birds. Numerous plants around the lake make it an amazing ecosystem of birds. The water entering the lake is properly treated. There are many birds in the lake, hence it is projected to have plenty of fish. This is just a speculation. The lake is also an active site for breeding, and hence it provides rich resources to the family. These are the references, and I would like to thank IISC for giving me this opportunity for presenting my work. And I would like to thank my parents, my biology teacher, Ms. Idumati, and the Puttanahalli Neighborhood Lake Improvement Trust for the constant support for my successful completion. Thank you. So last time when I presented results, sir,
no, is your this water data anyway related to water topic is?
yes, it is very much related. I last time my speculations were yes, sir. Yes, sir. In conclusions, like I've concluded it, freshwater lake. So the topic is on the birds of Puttanahalli.
You have done a good job. No? I was giving you +1.
Yes.
But then again, I deducted -1.
Yes, sir.
Why? Because you started with birds as an indicator species.
Yes, sir.
If you have done the indicator species, you have done the water quality or whatever you are doing with the animals, then why you are going to campus?
Yes, sir. So last time when I presented, Vijay sir, the other teacher, had told me to compare, like they get the water sample and then prove it with evidence. So,
but it has to be it has to be related to birds. It has to be shown with some test with your excreta of birds, okay, or it has to be there in the calcium carbonate of this your eggshell. It has to be related, no? It's altogether different things which are there. Your first part was plus, and the second part was negative. Since my work is also on the same line, what is journalist, what is specialist? Tell me, you have used this word.
yes,
journalist in your
I'm not really sure, but I think generalist it feeds on a wide range of
so journalist is journalist everywhere, or it's specific, ecologically specific in that particular habitat.
I think it is general. I'm not sure.
Sir, my medical research is on this only. I say I was very happy that you have taken on the topic and you are doing such thing at what's your standard?
11th grade.
Sir, I was very happy. But your presentation was two things. First, it was birds, and second thing, it was altogether water. So I was not informed what is going on.
Yes, sir. The actual thing is to show the relationship with birds and the lake.
But how?
So like
has to there should be some linkage. No, it is not that I am saying that I will give you marks or you will be president or I will somebody else. But the thing is, whenever you are presenting someone, it has to be the same topic which has to be linked. Otherwise, the entire momentum is gone. Okay. I was not. Your work is good. Your work is also, if you take this work for next 3 seasons, it is a publishable work. It's a publishable work. The bird work is publishable work. Okay. But the thing is, you have to do it in 3 seasons. Pre-monsoon, monsoon, and post-monsoon. Okay.
Yes.
All the best.
Yes.
So, already pointed, so I was taking a break. See, you spoke about birds in the beginning, and you spoke about water quality in detail.
Yes.
But then, in the conclusion, why you tested those water parameters was not needed.
Sir, and also I would like to clarify one.
You go back to that blackboard you have.
Yes. The conclusion speech. Which graph?
Again, the temperature.
Yes.
The work is good. The work is good, super good. But it's all together.
Yes, I would like to clarify one thing. I didn't do the water sampling report. So I made the PNL.
Then why did you present it? If you have not done it, why did you present it? People are doing it. People are doing it.
Yes.
You see, that's a negative thing. That's a negative thing.
Sir,
if we are marking you, that's a negative thing.
So my actual field of research is birds. So I had just got the water factor to.
Sir, when you are presenting, that is your work. Okay, whenever you are presenting, that is your work. Otherwise, show that this is not my work, I am presenting, it has to be correlated somewhere. Somewhere down the line, it has to correlate, otherwise, it is nothing of any use to anyone.
Yes.
How I will be able to, if you are giving this somewhere on a national level, it is like national level you are presenting it. So how it will be? It's not good. It's your work is good. The presentation is.
Sir, is there any improvement points?
I have given.
Here, you check the temperature and the bird.
Yes.
You say you didn't get any correlation. Here you check the date and the number of bird species, and then you give some explanation for the little.
Yes.
Indian for the number reduction. Okay, so since you could not do that, and the further other bird species must difference.
Yes.
We had asked you to check water parameters, and if the water parameters, if there is any difference in bird populations, you will check for water quality. But where you combine from that, what country bird is water quality?
You see, you have done.
Like relate the water sampling with the birds, but I use it as a balance. So you told that you could not simply just reduce by getting it. You have to do a water quality test to prove that the birds live in freshwater.
You use.
Listen,
when you use your father's or mother's money to get these water testing, these test samples, these results.
Sir?
The results which are shown.
Yes, sir.
How did you get those results?
I had mailed it to PNLIT and
they have given it free for you.
Yes, sir. They were more than happy to give it. Yes, sir.
Otherwise, I would have not said why you are just because it's presentation you have done so good, and then again it's from so good from mountain to Mariana Trench. It's good. Your research is good. The thing is, you have no thing which I find it's good. But don't do this. Again, if you are presenting somewhere else, don't use this.
Yes.
It has to be related.
Yes.
The first part has to be related with, and then in the conclusion you are correlating those things by now force. Don't do this.
Thank you.
I will also present something on this line. My poster will be there. My poster will be there. Colleges, something will be there. Related to birds.
You want to go. Okay, which one is it? Which is this class test? In class test? Nidhi. Nidhi is the name. Yeah. Person. Can you do it?
So, good evening to one and all present here. My name is Sophia and I've done research on our basically all the plant species in our school. Unfortunately, my teammate wasn't able to join today, so I'll do the presentation by myself today. So, basically, our project is centered in the garden of our school area, and basically we are trying to identify and map each and every plant, not each, we've done few plant species in our garden. So this is all the information we've collected about this particular plant species. So our main objective was to be aware of all the plant species and their uses, for example, medicinal uses, properties, etc. So this our garden was our main study area for this project.
So we used Google Lens and our camera to take pictures of the tree, the plants, and then we also used the random participant observation method. So the first one we observed was the Polyantha labifolia. This is also known as the false ashok tree. It is a native species to India. Its lifespan is 23 to 61 years. It's used in pencil boxes, decoration, whatnot. Next is the Rudbeckia laciniata. So basically, this is native to North America, so it's an exotic species. It's a flowering plant and it's used in herbs and salads. The next is Vitis davidii. It's also known as the Chinese bamboo grape. It's native to Asia, so it's a native species in India. It's a perennial tree and it's used as fruit and ground cover. The next is the peepal tree, as you all know. The scientific name is Ficus reducia. It's the longest living tree. It's resistant to drought and frost. It's native to India and it has the highest lifespan. It has like around 900 to 2,500 years. The next is guava tree. It's native to Mexico and Central America. But then now there has been a new a native species to India, but unfortunately we couldn't find it in our school. The lifespan is 30 to 40 years. We use it as a source of fruit and the bark helps with skin conditions like acne, etc. The next is the almond tree, which is also known as the Prunus douglas. It's native to Iran and surrounding countries, but then there's a specific Indian almond tree, and that is what was found in our school. It's used as an ornamental tree and also a food source. Its lifespan is up to 20 to 25 years. The next is Grevillea robusta. It's also known as the silky oak. It's native to eastern coastal Australia, so it is exotic to India. Its lifespan is about 60 years, and it's used in manufacture furniture, fences, cabinets, and common use of wood articles. Next is the Philodendron rugosum. So it's native to Ecuador, and it's threatened right now by habitat loss. It's toxic to cat and dogs because of the presence of calcium oxalate crystals, and its common name is Rhizoiron plant. It lives up to 20 to 40 years, but certain few species under its subspecies live up to 100 years. The last one is the Cissus quadratus, also known as the bell grape. It's native to tropical Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and much of Africa. So it is sort of a native plant to India. Its lifespan is up to 30 years. It has medicinal uses because apparently its extract of its leaf is used to treat broken bones. It's a flowering plant, and it is like up to 1 to 3 meters. It's a creeper. Climb with. So these are, I've created 2 tables based on whether it's exotic or native to India. As you can see, most of it here is native to India. So it's a good thing that we have a lot of native species in our school garden. And here are the uses of and medicinal uses of the species I collected. Most of it is used to prevent menstrual pain, cough, asthma, diarrhea, stomach pain, intestinal pain. So there is a wide variety of medicinal plants in our school. And so yeah, over here the almond trees use almonds in general are help in preventing cholesterol, regulate blood sugar level. It's used for headaches, Grevillea robusta. For Philodendron rugosum, I couldn't exactly find a medicinal use, but it is used in wide varieties of decorations. And it's Cissus quadratus, as I told, it's used to be broken bones, treat asthma, allergies, etc. These are the references. And I would like to thank our school for providing us the opportunity, and to IISC for helping us present this and giving us their constructive criticism so we could improve. And we would also like to thank our principal, our biology teachers, Rajesh ma'am and Vijay ma'am, for giving us their activity support. Thank you.
Children from present don't have.
Superb presentation, very short and
Thank you. In our school, we found more number of almond trees and we found pine trees, but unfortunately we couldn't get much of characteristics of pine because of this timing issue.
almond trees, huh?
Yeah, we found like quite a few almond trees in our school.
Which almond?
So I think it's the one native to India, like the Indian almond tree. Originally, it is not native to India, but then we found like the
Apparently, there's an Indian native species that is more dominant right now in India because like it adapted itself, I believe.
You see, there is a tree. No, there is a character in Bahubali, Katappa. No, Katappa. There is a tree, Terminalia Katappa. Okay. There is a tree, Terminalia Katappa. When you break that the stony board which has the fruit, you will get something like an almond. Okay.
That which the very modern your camp.
I think it's either the people are bank tree. In our school garden, like the largest tree and the ones that we found with the lifespan was the people tree. But I think there are like other trees in other areas, maybe partly not. So maybe there is one which is like lives up to now.
Which is the tree?
So I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
Yes.
Then maybe it's not the piece of your campus. You didn't capture the entire campus.
Yeah, we didn't do the entire campus. We only did the garden because we wanted to take specific areas and be sure of the species over there. And then we like extend our like mapping area. And then probably by next year, I hope we would have done the entire school by then, the entire campus.
We're done.
Thank you.
We're done. Okay. See the name. We'll copy it. Where is the what's the name? What's the file name? File name, school name, some nothing. Name. Sharaki.
Good evening to one and all present here. I'm Mahana and I'm Siri. And today we're going to be showing you a survey on terrace garden, which is housed to millions of plant species and that attracts birds and butterflies. So the place where this case study was taken was a house in Kudimavo with the area of 1,200 square feet. Why we are here is your own terrace garden. We know how cramped houses in this metropolitan city are, and we also know that we get so much adulterated food from everywhere. Have you guys ever seen in which location a leafy plants are grown? I'll tell you, it's grown in sewers. Now you can ask me why we should grow leafy plants at home and not sewers. In all, it's growing in soil, right? It requires nutrients, right? And it's not like the soil is bacterial free. That wouldn't be practical, right? But why at home, but not getting it from outside? This is because we know how many factories release this chemical effluents in the sewers. And do we want the chemicals to go into our body? No, right? So this presentation is to motivate you all to have be sustainable for at least 1 day a week for your daily vegetables. The first plant species that we studied was stevia. It is native to Paraguay and Brazil, and it is used as an artificial sweetener and is zero-calorie sugar. So this can be used by type 2 diabetes patients instead of using sugar in their diets. The second species that has good economic value is Tulsi. We all know Tulsi has extreme economic value and its healthcare benefits. To list some, it helps with sore throat, it helps boost our immunity. Tulsi is native to India and many variations of Tulsi can be found here. Such as there's Kadu Tulsi and then there's Rama Tulsi and Krishna Tulsi, which are most commonly found. The third species is aloe vera. We all know how aloe vera is, it has very much economic value in the cosmetic industries, and it also has a good amount of economic value in the medical industry too. It is native to Africa and the African Arabian Peninsula. These are the pictures. The first one there is Krishna Tulsi. Krishna in Sanskrit means black and hence the color of the leaves. The second one there is stevia. I didn't get a good picture of it. And then the third one is Shankapushpi. Yeah, so the first is a tree. It's called a Sivabaka snake plant, the passion flower. That's the lemongrass. That's a rose, hibiscus, and then a lemon plant. These are some of the creatures that we see. Yeah, these are some of the butterflies and moths we find. Those are the pictures captured by me. The others, I was not able to capture the pictures. This was a frog, which I found. It was like sleeping in one of the pots. These are the birds that I spotted. So as we can see in this pie chart, the species that we found, 50% of these species belong to Asia, 15% of these species were native to South America and Africa, and 12% of these species were native to Europe, and lastly, 8% of species belong to North America. In this, we can see that 43% of the plants whose parts are not edible, and 57% of the plants are edible. One of their parts are edible and can be used in our daily lives. The next chart shows that 54% of plants have the economic value in the aroma industry, the industry, and the healthcare industry, while 46% are not very significant, and most of them are used for decoration purposes. Another really simply and effective technique that we can use for eliminating wet waste is composting. So the benefits of composting are we can totally eliminate the wet waste that is produced, and we know that the segregation system in our country is not much developed yet. The wet waste and dry waste when mixed, both of them cannot be recycled or reused again. While separating them, we get this black gold, and we will be able to utilize all the dry waste that is also produced by recycling it. Last but not least, we would like to share our gratitude towards IISC Bangalore for giving us this great opportunity. All our teachers who helped us and supported us during the whole project. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we see a present species composition about non-native. Do you think that can be improved upon?
Yes, definitely. Like native species will definitely, attack more species of bird also. But the point here is more of accessibility, right? So some of the plants I showed were actually pretty accessible in nurseries and all, while finding native species particularly is not the most accessible thing.
I would like there are more species which are actually native, as in if they are growing in some forest, we would actually get the sample. But then sometimes recognizing it is difficult, and not every time it's actually accessible to get those kind of species, because the media has glorified the the international species so much that we're literally not able to find it, and sometimes not even recognize our native species. So it's basically to motivate a simple terrace garden, which will be self-sustainable, and for making it easy. And it's yeah. I hope you're convinced with it.
That means both that you okay. Yeah. Which species is being
I'm not actually sure. It flies at a really high altitude, and I don't think it comes for the bird. Flies at a really high altitude. Yeah.
okay. Yeah. You could maybe try to just the general name you would give it would be so most likely we will able to get that probably a language.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have one question. Good presentation, by the way. What was the motivation or the objective of your study? Why you decided to study on your terrace garden?
Okay, so I see my terrace garden literally every day, right? But the thing is, maybe somewhere I lose a deeper insight of it. I sometimes feel like I need a deeper insight of it. Like, I study the medicinal values of it. Maybe I will try to take, the how my medicinal plants before actually consulting maybe a doctor for, minor things like maybe a sore throat, which will, to add a point, medicines come in plastic bottles, where I'll be cutting down plastic, I'll be cutting down the cost of medicine and everything. So I think that's economically and environmentally a better option. Even for my health, rather than taking, chemicals inside, I feel that these might not have a higher side effect and would actually work on curing what I require for. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So
Almost over. VGS NPS plus 7. You come.
VGS 1 presidency random.
Just one.
It's not random when some person is actually done.
No, not one. We are checking your PPT is copied or not.
Call your random question. As if I can. They don't see.
You can start.
You copy it. Copy it.
You did it
check.
earlier. Otherwise, VGS is just not. VGS NPS 7th. Wait.
I just copy this one. This is old one.
Is old one?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Then you
1518.
That's one.
Good. Thank you.
And another one you copied earlier that you have copied that one. I think I have put it. You placed it. Yes. They don't even know which they're supposed to show.
Click on both.
Ants is done, birds is done. पूछे जा रहा कब से?
You just on this one. They are there, no?
And then
Well,
they will not they
Presidency. Alright. And use the okay. Yeah. We'll go.
We can start it. Good morning. I'm Sharu of class 11 Presidency School. We are going to present on the topic comparative study of water quality of Kalinagrahara Lake and Udima Lake. We have historical and traditional links to lakes. Lakes provide us environmental, social, and economical services, even with sufficing our daily needs. Bangalore is itself a valley system, and many of the lakes in Bangalore were created by tracking this valley system. But today, urbanization has stressed the need of these lakes quantitatively and qualitatively. So our first study area is Kalinagrahara Lake. Is a freshwater lake that was once polluted, whereas Udima Lake was clean once but now polluted and currently under restoration work. So this is the first study area, the Udima Lake. The Udima Lake spans an area of 120 acres. So these are the maps from 2010 to present day. If you observe carefully, you can see excessive weed growth, and you may feel it's way polluted than before. You can even see encroachment and rapid urbanization in the surrounding region. So before I start about the restoration work that's happening at Udima Lake, I want to tell you about something that happened in the past. In November 2019, the lake breached and it flooded more than 800 houses. And to stop this flowing of water, like 300 truckloads of sand was required. The Udima Lake is currently under restoration work. So these are a few pictures of the undergoing restoration work.
This is the mapping of the Kalinagrahara Lake, which we did using Google Earth. And it also shows the point where we took the sample from. This is how the lake was in 2010, comparing it to how it was in 2014 and how it is today. Nirmala Sitharaman had visited the lake in 2017. She adopted the lake. The lake was in a deteriorating condition, and the funds given were utilized for removal of sludge and strengthening of the one. She again visited the restored lake in May 2022. These are some of the pictures before rejuvenation, during, and after rejuvenation. Coming to the objective of our presentation, it is to compare the water quality of Kulimavu and Kalina Grahara Lake. Through this, we intend to understand the wider problem and to suggest an approach that will help to create a lake that is optimal, sustainable, and suited to the landscape of Bangalore.
Throughout this project, we are going to focus on the physical and chemical parameters as listed, from pH, nitrate, iron, hardness, chloride, residual chloride, turbidity, fecal matter, ammonia, phosphorus, dissolved oxygen, fluoride, and temperature. So I just want to tell you how we conducted our project. Firstly, we collected samples on 29th October and 1st of December and tested them. We took note of the observations, compared the values with the EIISC standards, surveyed the area around the lake, and made data conclusions, understood the problem, and suggested a lake development planning. So this is the kit that we are using. This is the Jaltara water testing kit, which was provided by Lovith from WWF. So these are a few, like we had done the experiments in school as well as on site. For example, the oxygen testing was done on site, the temperature, the pH was done on site. The rest all chemicals were tested in our school laboratory. Next slide.
Now we move to the results of our presentation. We did the sampling of the Kalina Grahara Lake on 29th of October and on the 2nd of December. The sampling of the Kulimavu Lake was done on 29th of October. We couldn't do this again as restoration work already started. Comparing the values, we found that dissolved oxygen in the Kulimavu Lake was much lesser. This suggests that it is highly polluted and unfit for aquatic life. The level of iron was higher, and this is due to construction activities. The level of ammonia was found to be higher. Both the lakes were highly turbid. They also tested positive for fecal matter, and this suggests a sewage contamination. The analysis reveals that the Kalina Grahara Lake is in a much better condition compared to the Kulimavu Lake along these discussed parameters.
As we all know that lakes are self-sustaining, but today's lakes that are present in the cities are not sustaining because of we invasive species ourselves. So I think of giving an effective approach to create an optimal lake that is sustainable in the urban landscape of Bangalore. So firstly, I think of creating a stormwater inlet, creating a passage for rainwater to flow that is flowing in the streets to enter the lake with proper filtration without any chemical treatment, because it doesn't mix with any chemicals before entering the lake, and at a point which is at a lower altitude, so the water flows without any cost of energy. Secondly, I think of setting up a STP, channelized proper closed sewage pipes enter the STP, where the sewage undergoes screening, sedimentation, and preferably chemical treatment and UV radiation. Use of a single inlet point to have an easier check on the inflow. Thirdly, I plan of implementing a buffer zone. So this basically keeps the lake away from the urban center. We can add a recreational and tourist park with native and exotic species which are non-invasive. It creates space for placing an STP, water testing department, waste management and compost, and nursery. The outer boundary of the zone with stone wall fencing so that it can prevent land encroachment, unpointed stormwater runoff, and debris disposal. Fourthly, I plan of implementing a main bund and ring bund. Main bund made of rock and gravel on the inner boundary of the buffer zone, and ring bunds of desilted earth at the outlet points, and several outlet points so that it can ease the water flow. And finally, maintaining the water quality by allowing only treated sewage to enter the lake. Use of surface fountains, water sprinkler systems, wind and wave action systems,
And paddling boats can help increase the dissolved oxygen level in the lake. Lakebed sludge removal can remove the presence of heavy metals, silts, and solid bonds, insoluble elements, etc. Promoting the growth of macrophytes can reduce the excess nutrient content in the water, provide food and shelter for aquatic life. Use of surface pump to remove excessive growth of weeds and chemical discharge.
Conclusion: lakes are an integral part of our society. The restoration of the Kalena Lake stands as a good example, and we expect better results from the Grimau Lake as well. We would like to thank IISC and the Ecological Sciences Department for providing us with this opportunity. We would like to thank our school teachers, and we also would like to thank Lois, who is from WWF, for providing us the water kit for testing. Thank you.
These are the references that we have.
But in the case of that, one of the conclusion part you are talking about that both the lakes have polluted and a fecal matter contamination. How come you can give?
In comparison to the Holimau Lake, the Kalena Lake is well maintained. And secondly, there's a proper STP. Like in Holimau Lake, there's no proper STP. There's a
No, but in your research, one of the place you are telling about that both the lake have polluted and then in the last conclusion you are telling about the Kalena lake is
when we compare
The Kalena Lake was once polluted. So now that it has improved other parameters, we wish that the other lakes also follow suit and improve in other parameters. Please check your PP reports.
You say good as well as bad. Why such contradictions? That's one thing. And second thing is you are showing that escaping water coming directly to the lake. You should put a concentrated wetland there. Now, similar to Jeffco, people should read literature. It's available online. Our publication is available online. Jeffco concept model is available.
Yes, sir. We are
Last time I did the presentation, I asked you to write to Nirmala Sitaram. Now again, I am telling you.
So we have to get her email and she has to respond easily.
Don't worry about responding. Writing is first. Why should you worry about responding? Responding, I will take care. You first write, okay? Then the email copy to me.
Yes, surely.
another point we are talking about like native and non-native plant species. Why you wanted to do that exotic plants?
Like it will help for recreational and a tourist park to be placed
You
there.
wanted to promote the exotic species, sir?
No, we can even bring in native species along with few exotic species.
What are the few species? Can you please tell me?
Like
Exotic already creating a mess. You know what I say? If we are trying to suggest more of exotic, then we'll have more problem. So much.
yes, sir.
Then somebody will say, now there are a lot of exotic species of plants are there. We should have only foreigners here. Then you will not have access to them.
I have one question for you. As you explained, you said something about self-sustaining lake. Can you tell me what is self-sustaining lake?
See, why I said self-sustaining lake is like in case you go to any rural place away from the city, the lake ecosystem has its capability to sustain itself. Like all the abiotic and biotic components are dependent on each other and they keep check on each other. But due to the city environment, like few cases there's untreated sewage entering the lake, and sometimes there's a garbage disposal on the lake bed, which pollutes the lake. So there's a need for actually implementing solutions that can stop that can actually make the lake more that can make the lake more clean and better. But in a rural environment, you don't actually have to have all these because the lakes are interdependent on their own organisms. I'm Shara. Shara. Yeah. Could you repeat?
Lakes tends to die
Okay.
over a period of time. Over a period of time, if they are not able to take care of this carrying capacity mechanism which is there, they will die. So if you are implementing something, you have said that will be to bring some exotic species. You see, forest department over every single state in this country spends crores and crores of rupees just to take care of the exotic species. I'll give you a number of examples which are okay. So whenever you are presenting, just don't say anything. We are very ecologically sensitive people, especially I always take care. Okay. So whenever you are saying, then has to be native. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So highlight the first point. You know what is the property of a lake? How it starts, how it takes life cycle. Before developing the model of it, you read how a lake functions. Then why it is not happening, and then you will have most of the answers. And then whatever drawing you make the drawing.
Yeah, I made it.
You make the drawing. So I think you will make a lot of modifications to that once you understand the problem.
Surely, sir.
All the best.
Thank you.
No. This slide name though. This slide name. Now. Comparative study of water. Okay. Who's the ROTC?
So good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Dhruv and he is my friend Rahul, and we are from grade 11 Presidency School, Campus now. We are here to present to you our report on water quality of Maniwala Lake.
So our main objective here is to test the water quality of the Maniwala Lake using specific physical, chemical, and biological parameters.
So before start, I would like to tell you a bit about Maniwala. It is nearly 300 years old, built by the Cholas, and it comes under the Karnataka Forest Department. At present, this lake has a butterfly park, herbal garden, plant ecosystems island, which is isolated from human intervention, and is visited frequently by migrant peoples.
So now, after knowing about the introduction of Maniwala Lake, we would like to go about the materials and methods that we use to test the water. First is we use the Jantara water testing kit. The water sample that we tested was collected from the boating area. The test of the water quality was done in the period from September to November.
And all of this testing is done using the Bureau of Indian Standards.
So this is map of area of study, and the blue landmark shows from where we collected our water sample. So we have compared the data across 3 months. Before starting and showing you our results, these are the optimum ranges by BIS about the characters and parameters we have tested on. So there are physical and chemical parameters.
So after going through the like optimum ranges of each parameter, here is our data that we collected using our testings. Over the period of 3 months that we did 3 testings on 27 September, 28 September and 30th September. Over these periods, the overall data that we have collected is not fluctuating much, it's constant, but we can see a few exceptions like residue, like chloride and nitrate. So to give a better understanding of the data, here is a graphical representation of the month of the listing versus the parameters. So overall, the graphs are constant, but we can see a few fluctuations over the period of the months.
So from our analysis, as you see, that we can conclude that the water quality of Madiwala is constant and well maintained, and most of them fall in the optimum range provided. Now, sewage contaminations in the biological aspect will be tested. The fecal pollution was tested on coliform bacteria, which is present only in the human blood. So that was positive, showing that human fecal contamination is present in the Madiwala. Now, to improve lake quality, the local officials have done a lot. And there's an artificial floating island, as I mentioned, which is completely isolated and has an own ecosystem. There have been located fountains in different parts of the lake, along with manual boating to increase the dissolved oxygen.
So to end our presentation, I would like to show my gratitude to the prestigious Indian Institute of Science to give us an opportunity and platform to present our research and data. We also like to extend our gratitude to the local officials of the Madiwala Lake, Mr. Harshvardhan, Mr. Ramesh, and Mr. Rohit from WWF. We also sincerely thank our school and teachers for extending their support. And these are the references from where we could put together our presentation. Thank you.
Over your presentation, I think you mentioned 3 times that the lake is well maintained.
Yeah.
So, can you explain what is this well maintained?
Okay. By seeing that data we acquired, so it's just a speculation from my side, but when we see chloride, there's 70 in September. It increases a lot by to become 460, and again equalizes with September data. So it's possible that, and yeah, the local officials test Madiwala water every month when we asked the officials about it. And it's possible that they too got to know that fluoride in October is more, and took certain measures so that it comes back to its original state. What's
the area of the lake?
Yeah. This was the data which we got from Google Earth when we measured them. So that it's 36,000 meters square approximately. Extent of the lake.
Okay.
Yeah.
For that size, taking sample from one lake, can you determine the quality of the water?
So last time you had told, like, instead of taking 3 places, you can take from one concentrated place and then compare its studies, right? So yeah, I know that it's not very accurate if you take from different, you count different, but I think overall shouldn't be the same. because it's one full water body, so concentration should not change very much. Sir?
You tell me, should it be the same?
It should not, because when I showed my PPT last time, you told center is variable a lot because you can have different types. And if you take it at the same time, it will be almost constant. So it should be same.
I have one question. In your PPT, you are talking about that the sewage contamination support the growth of macrophytes.
Yeah.
Can you please tell me which are the macrophytes present in the Maniwala lake?
We have not identified them, but there is presence.
There is a presence, but we didn't identify them.
So have you compared that water quality results with the BAA standards? Have you compared the water quality results with the BAA standards?
The optimum range.
Yes, we have.
So how the results are, like is it the values I got
All of them fall in the optimum range.
optimum range means?
The desired range provided by the standards, which says that the quality is good. All of them actually fall in. There are almost which fall in the optimum range.
Optimum range.
Yeah. This is the optimum range, right? So, like if you see fluoride, no. Yes, sir. So it's there.
These are about.
You just say that.
Yeah, it does. So this was the optimum range for every parameter which is there in the manual.
So you are telling that all parameters were within the purpose.
Yes. Except one or two sometimes when there was fluctuation. So it goes a bit away.
One or two sometimes means one or two parameters.
Yes, one or two parameters. Sometimes. Like fluoride when you see it's 70, right? And in the desired one it says 250 to 1000. Sir?
Yeah.
The graph chart. So which one?
First one, yeah. Can you please explain it?
So the data itself, we are plotted in the graph for a better visual understanding. So pH when we see, there's not much fluctuations. Like first September, October, November. So it's constant. And dissolved oxygen is also under good level.
Can you tell me the SI unit or unit for pH?
So there's no unit for pH.
Dissolved oxygen?
Dissolved oxygen is it's there. It's a milligram per liter.
Same.
Yes.
How can you put the two things like they don't share the same unit in the same graph?
So we want to just okay. Yeah, sure. Yes, sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
That you should not put a graph like that because each and every parameter you have put together have different units. Like pH doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Dissolved is mg per liter. Then you have put nitrate. Nitrate is mg per liter.
Yeah.
Then turbidity, what is the unit?
NTU.
NTU. So you should never mix like this.
Okay. So. Yes. So same unit once we plotted in this. Okay, yes, no, sure. Yes,
Those which have a relation, like now if you want to say about nutrients like nitrate and phosphate, you can put together.
Yes.
Then dissolved oxygen, then biological oxygen demand. Like this, you can put together.
Yeah.
Ions you can put together, but never you should mix like this, which has different units. It's not good.
Yes.
Okay, and further research you can plan.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And also why? Because like in the axis also you have to label the units.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
We take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Use the arrow. Use the arrow keys.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, my friend Manasa and I, Nivedita, from class 12 of BG's NPS will be presenting about our project, which is the study of butterfly population in our school garden. So butterflies are basically winged insects that belong to the order Lepidoptera. They're obviously very pleasing to the eye, but they're also keystone species and key pollinators, so they play a very important role in the ecosystem. So this is the life cycle of the common jay. All these pictures were taken by us when we were getting these caterpillars. So the objective of our project was to study the habits and life cycles of the butterflies, but mainly it was the common jay and tailed jay. Then it was to study the host plants in the school garden and to study the population and species of other butterflies in the school garden, and to increase the population of butterflies in the entire school. So these are the materials and methods. We divided it into 3 study areas. So there's study area 1, 2, and 3. Study area 1 is the most ideal, and all 3 of these have a varying number of host plants, and they have different conditions of host plants, and even other things like noise levels. This is study area 2 and 3. So the materials we used, materials and methods we used were a few websites to identify the butterflies and the camera to take photos. And the methods, how we counted the host plants, caterpillars, etc., was just by walking and taking photos.
So I'll be talking about the butterfly species found in our school. So we found 17 species, and some of them include common worm, common castor, grass demon, and so on. These photos were taken by us. So over a period of 4 days, we went at different times of the day to see what butterflies are there, and to see if the time changes the number of species available, or along with temperature. This was on December 3rd, December 5th, December 6th, and December 7th. And then the second part of our project was rearing caterpillars. For this, we chose common jay and tail jay caterpillars because we had a large number of champak trees. So we collected these caterpillars from 6th October to 15th November, and we had 2 samples consisting of 28 caterpillars. In that, sample 1 had 14, 7 tail jay and 7 common jay, and sample 2 also had 14 caterpillars, 7 tail jay and 7 common jay. In sample 1, 7 of the caterpillars survived, and these were the ones that successfully pupated and turned into adult butterflies. And in sample 2, for now we have 6 butterflies, and the other 3 are on the way. And this is the graph of the caterpillars we found over this period.
Next, we come to reviewing the host plants in our school. So our school has a variety of host plants like champak, mango, and guava. And how we went about this study was we went to every study area, we identified the host plants available, and we calculated the number of host plants in every single area in that area. And then we researched on the species that were supposed to be on the host plants and the species that we found on the host plants and the reason as to why the species is available or unavailable. Here in study area 1, we see that even though there's like a lesser number of champak plants, there's both common jay and tail jay, That this is because most of the plants here are healthy, and study area 1 it has very low noise levels and is the most ideal for any sort of butterfly population. Next is study area 2. Study area 2 is fairly noisy since there's a lot of kids playing in the area, but also the condition of the host plants is pretty bad. As you can see, they're mostly unhealthy and they have dry leaves and some are dead. Study area 3 is the noisiest of them all, and here we can see not too many species of butterflies. The eggs we found at the oleander also never hatched, and this mainly would relating it to the noise levels. Next, we compared the champak trees in study area 1 and 3, and we did this once a week for 3 weeks. So here we can see study area 1 has like a high number of caterpillars, and this is because area 1 is more ideal. It has more host plants, a more higher variety of host plants, and it's also a lot healthier.
And then as a part of our project, we also introduced some host plants like bryophyllum. We're planning on introducing more like calotropis. And then I'd like to conclude the project by saying that we increased the population of the butterflies. And we also concluded that the low population of butterflies is usually due to inadequate number of host plants or the state of the host plants. And then we also saw that the noise levels of the area affects the population of butterflies as seen in area.
So what we will do from now on to increase the number of species available and the butterfly population is introduce new host plants as already mentioned. And to speed up this, we might introduce like the caterpillars of the respective host plants and more nectar plants for the butterflies.
And first of all, I'd like to thank IISC Bangalore and Adamya Chaitanya for taking this initiative. Then I would like to thank our principal ma'am and EP sir for giving us this platform. Then I would also like to thank Rajeshri ma'am for being our guide, and also Chaturvedi sir for helping us throughout the project.
So these are the references that we use. Thank you.
Very good presentation. I had one question. As you introduced host plants in your school, did you quantify how many butterflies you saw earlier and later of the host plants?
As of now, we didn't find any because it's been like less than a month. So we're planning on checking for like at least 3 months before we say that. Thank you.
I would like to know the butterfly you are studying.
I think we found more than one families. One is Papillonidae, that's Mormons, and then the Nymphidae, the grass demon, the and then there's the footed ones. Yeah, that's the ones I can think of top of the Huh? I think that's this side. Mormon winners, a TLG, they're all same family. Eggplant or same family, that's duck family. And then Cerulean is one family. Grass demon is one family, that's clover. The others I'm not sure. There's more than 4, like common Mormon, the tailgy and all, they belong to one family. And then grass demon is one family. And then if I'm not wrong, like in Bangalore, I think it's 7. Sure.
So I can see a lot of radiation.
Yeah.
Like they are from almost different two species, right?
Yeah.
They have almost closer, but like they two and two from a two. But there are a lot of variation, too much variation.
I think one thing is the weather conditions because in between there were rains. So mostly we won't see butterflies flying around. But so they won't. Most of them will be.
For the like very some egg to
Actually, some took 2 weeks, like 2 to 3 weeks. Some took more than a month. Like if you see her, one of them like you picked it on 1st December, and ideally they're supposed to come out within 10 days, but they're still too fast. So this could be contributed towards the lower temperature. DFP photograph every stage. 5.
The next.
And use the arrow keys.
Next presenter is Ayush Kumar MD. So he will be talking about the fire ecosystem in Kalena, Bihara, and Gulbarga. Grade 9.
Morning, one hour present here. My name is Ayush.
My name is Maitreya.
We're from grade 9, Residency School, Bangalore, and we will be speaking about the comparison of soil in Kalena, Brahman Lake, and Hulima Lake. Soil is the uppermost layer of the Earth's crust, and it consists of the organic compounds, minerals, gas, and there are living organisms which support life on Earth. And it basically contains 50% of solids and 50% of voids, which is half is gases and water. And then they have pore space which allows the filtration and movement of air and water, both of which are critical for life existing in soil. Soil biodiversity supports and performs many key ecosystem services and functions from cycling of nutrients and controlling pests and diseases to building and maintaining functions.
Objectives: to collect soil samples around both lakes, to study the micronutrient profile of soil from both lakes. Study area: Kalena Agrar Lake. Kalena Agrar Lake located on Banugata Road is a 7-acre lake with freshwater and thick greenery. Kalena Agrar Lake Maintenance Association has managed to keep the water body clean and beautiful with the help of local residents. These are pictures taken before and after restoration of the lake.
Hulima Lake. And it's situated in the Hulima area of Bangalore. And it's around 120 acres and 3 kilometers of perimeter. And it's under the jurisdiction of BPA, Bangalore Development Authority. And by the first decade of 21st century, the lake was nearly dried up. And also, it was enclosed by the real estate developers. And in October 2012, the lake was breached and the sewage water was flowing out of the lake. several the nearby residential areas. The BDF prepared a detailed plan for the development of the lake at a cost of rupees 14 crores.
Materials and method. The parameters observed include physical and chemical components, the abiotic component, and biological properties, community pattern and diversity. Biotic components include pH, color, temperature, EC and community pattern and diversity includes local species richness. Materials used are as follows: soil samples, Google Earth, and soil sample testing done with the help of biopsy.
Here we went to the lake for collecting soil sample. This is the soil testing results. Here we measured the EC, OC percentage, organic carbon, and the NPK. And you can see that it's in Villanova Lake, it's not to be higher than the third is the OC percentage is not to be ideal, and the NPK is not to be deficient. Yes, so in all these parameters, we can still find that in Villanova Lake we find it higher, but in calcium we find that in Kalina Lake it's not to be higher. So you can see the pH is alkaline in both the soils, AC is ideal, and NPK is not even deficient, and calcium, magnesium, and sulfur is not even both the things. And also boron, lead, cadmium, chromium, and nickel is not to be below the critical limit. And Kalina Lake and even Lake except lead, which is not to be very high.
Discussion abiotic component. Soil is light in color due to alkalinity and high calcium content. Soil's temperature was around 26 degrees Celsius. Soil was lumpy and rough in texture. It had more silt and less water holding capacity, hence it was dry. Community patterns and diversity. Plants and algae are present on the periphery of the lake, but there is sparse aquatic plant growth. Frogs, snakes, and other insects were found in good number in and around the lake. Discussion Kalinagara Lake. Kalinagara Lake soil is alkaline and hence to neutralize it we have to add organic matter. Although Kalinagara Lake's soil is deficient in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, plants are found to be growing around the lake. This is because a gardener occasionally uses fertilizer.
Villanova Lake, here also the soil is found to be alkaline. To neutralize the soil, you have to put organic matter in the soil. Even here, the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium is found to be deficient, but I didn't find anyone putting any fertilizer in the soil. And then certain nutrients like calcium, magnesium, sulfur, copper, etc. were found to be high in the samples.
Conclusion: Kalinagara Lake had clean water and it is well maintained. People use it for leisure and recreational purposes, but the soil around the ecosystem was deficient in major nutrients. Fish, amphibians, other insects were found in good number in Kalinagara Lake, which might be because there's less garbage dumping and less pollution when compared to other city lakes. Pulimau Lake has a garbage dumping issue and its soil is deficient in many major nutrients. The plant biodiversity inside both lakes is sparse. This might be due to deficient soil nutrient content.
I would like to thank IISC for giving us this opportunity and also our teachers who encouraged us so much. Thank you. And you can find these references. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was just in your soil sample was the heavy metals were high, but isn't it? So do you think that this soil can be used for agriculture purpose or for planting crops and all that?
I think we should reduce we should make it ideal for the growing purposes.
How do you make it ideal?
We didn't check about that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So next presentation is by Pratik and team, and they will talk about macrophytes in an aerobic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jahan.
And my name is Pratik.
You're from grade 9 and Presidency School, Bangalore.
What we have done is a study of the vegetation present in and around two prominent lakes of South Bangalore. It's Kotigiri Lake and Lake.
Okay, so on to the introduction. Lakes are an integral part of Bangalore's history and heritage. While most of these lakes were naturally formed, some started out as man-made tanks for water storage. These lakes are a key element to our ecosystem and must be protected through various scientific means and policies. Through this study of macrophytes, we can assess the overall health of the lakes.
For this study, we picked two reasonably large lakes in South Bangalore, Kotigiri Lake and Lake.
Okay, so what are macrophytes? Macrophytes are basically plants that have structures usually more complex, interdependent, and physically substantial.
They are of three types: emergent, submerged, or floating.
Emergent macrophytes are plants that live near the water's edge and around the banks of rivers and lakes.
Submerged macrophytes are also rooted to the bottom, but the leaves grow entirely underwater.
Thirdly, we have free-floating macrophytes. These are plants that are found suspended on the water bodies, but their roots are not attached to the bottom of the water.
Macrophytes can also be used as bioindicators. Bioindicators include biological processes and other species which can indicate and assess the quality of an area. Macrophytes are good bioindicators as they respond to the changes quite quickly and can also be used as a comprehensive tool in assessing quality.
So study area 1 is Kotigiri Lake, and as you can see, these are two pictures, one in 2017 and one in 2022. We can see the growth of, we can see the rapid increase in urbanization.
Next, we have Begur Lake. Again, the above one is 2022 image and below one is 2017 image. A quick analysis shows a rapid increase in urbanization.
Now the materials and methods used for this project. The materials used were GPS, measuring tape, camera, Google Earth, Google Lens, and we use site plant map.
The methods used included photography of macrophytes, identification of plants through their phyllotaxy, and also through their barks.
This is us making observations at both the lakes. We went there twice on 19th of November and on 3rd of December.
These are the objectives: observe plant density by visiting and taking pictures of macrophytes present at the lake.
We identified the various plant species and recorded the frequency of occurrence at both the sites.
Record the area covered by macrophytes in each case.
And based upon that, we provided a comparison study on the vegetation found in both the lakes. So here we have the area covered by macrophytes in Kotigiri Lake. So using Google Earth, we have recorded the area covered by each macrophyte in Kotigiri Lake. As you can see, majorly there's water hyacinth present with some other species like biscuit grass, slender knotweed, and scotch grass, with some minor species like water lime and beech also present. So here are the most frequently found species. First is water hyacinth, which covered an area of 64,964 meters square and an overall percentage area of 54.2%. Then we have scotch grass with an area of 4,730 meters square and a percentage area of 3.94%. We also have some other species like slender knotweed, biscuit grass, and Parthenium and touch-me not, which is present around the periphery of the lake. Now we have some lesser frequently found plants like purple fountain grass, beech, coconut trees, and morning glory. Here we can see some species that were spotted only once or twice, like mango, teak, goatweed, and asparagus fern.
Next, we have the results of the area covered by macrophytes at Begur Lake. As you can see, majority of the lake is covered by water hyacinth and alligator weed, and there's a small portion of slender knotweed at the corner. As per the table, water hyacinth covers an area of 2,70,114 meters square,
and that's a percentage of 55.9%. We also have Parthenian and common land covering similar area of 0.66% on the periphery. And we have slender knotweed also covering 1000 meters square approximately. The less frequent species included Calotrophis, carpetweed, grass, and water thyme. The Indian beech, hackberry, and lemon was spotted once or twice.
Now on to the comparison study. First, we took the percentage of area covered by water hyacinth. In Gotigari Lake, it was 54.2%, while in Bego Lake, it was 55.9%.
Next, we have the percentage of area covered by all vegetation and macrophytes, including water hyacinth. In Gotigari Lake, it was 66.11%, while in Bego Lake, it was 57.49%.
Then the most prominent species found in Gotigari Lake was water hyacinth, Parthenium, touch-me-not, biscuit grass, and scotch grass. While in Bego Lake, we can see similar species like water hyacinth, Parthenium, slender knotweed, and common land. Here are the pictures we took at Gotigari Lake.
And these are the pictures at Bego Lake.
Conclusion and discussion. Both the lakes are currently being developed and have fence boundaries.
The water is mostly clean at the center, but the inlet and outlet areas were not well maintained, and diverse aquatic life was also present.
As you can see, diverse vegetation is present in as well as around the lakes. However, this current vegetation must be preserved, and the density of this vegetation must further be increased.
And also, as you can see by the tables we prepared, most of the lakes are covered by water hyacinth, and it may lead if there's a risk of water eutrophication taking place. They should be cleared immediately. Yeah, we would like to thank IISC for hosting the lake conference. We would also like to thank our principal ma'am, and we would like to extend a thanks to our biology teachers. We would also like to thank our parents for helping us in getting the data.
And these are the references we use for our project. Thank you.
One suggestion and one question. Suggestion, please verify your plant species. The names, you just check that and verify if they are present in India. Some might be exotic, but then you identify it properly. Okay, the question is, when you were explaining about the frequency of the plants, you showed a few species which were seen once or twice.
Yeah.
Why were they seen only once or twice?
Maybe because they were not planted on purpose. For example, we saw mango. It could, there are quite a few number of palms present around that area. They could have by mistake grown it, and it was not on purpose for sure. And some also might have decreased because there were some planting tribes taking place, but they might not have survived.
No, my question is, few species you saw only once or twice.
Yeah, and also majorly those species were trees. They take longer time to grow. And also another thing about Bego Lake is that every time the gardeners are actively working, even when we went to check. So they are trying to remove all the vegetation, trying to make it into a tourist spot. You may have heard of the artificial lake row over Bego Lake. Artificial island. And the building of a religious statue.
So are you saying that the disappearance is because they're in the plants?
Yeah, that is what's happening because some species, it's happening. They are making it into tourist.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's presented Isabella and Please talk about water quality.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Disha Balraj and my teammate Ayushi Datta. We are from Presidency School, Bangalore South, and we will be presenting on the topic of water quality of Begur and Gotigere Lake. So, lakes in Bangalore, apart from recreational areas, are home to biodiversity and are a source of livelihood. They supply many communities with water. Now, artificial lakes are mainly created for the process of drinking water, irrigation, fishing, washing, etc. Begur Lake and Gotigere Lake are two such artificial lakes in South Bangalore that are rain-fed. Both the lakes seem to be drying up, so it is important to improve the condition of the lake so that biodiversity is preserved and the ecological balance is maintained.
The layout of the presentation is the introduction, followed by the condition of both the lakes, the study area, objectives, the experiment observation table, and the discussion of the results obtained, followed by the conclusion and discussion, the recommendations, gallery acknowledgements, and references. Gotigere Lake, located at Gotigere village on Pagakata Road, is said to be more than 500 years old. It is a live tank and a source of discharge for downstream lakes like Udmavu Lake, Madiwala Lake, and Belandu Lake. Despite high amounts of protests from environmentalists and citizen groups and rulings by High Court and pollution control boards, the authorities have failed to act against inflow of sewage water into the city's lakes and other water bodies, thereby endangering their very survival. One such picture of glaring neglect is Gotigere Lake. Residents around the area have spoken up about the worsening condition of the lake and the effects it has on the locals. Reasons to improve the lake condition. 10 years ago, before the contamination of the lake, villages around the area used Gotigere Lake as a water reservoir and used the water from the lake daily. Now the condition of the lake has deteriorated to the point that it cannot be used and is now used as a garbage dump. It is essential to rejuvenate this lake to ensure that there is ecological balance in the area and that waterborne diseases are prevented from life. These are some pictures of Gotigere Lake taken while collecting a water sample, and that is a peripheral view of the lake.
So, Begur Lake had a lot of importance during the Chola era. The lake, which was once a source of drinking water to the surrounding villages, is now filled with garbage and sewage. On March 17, 2018, then Home Minister Ramalinga Reddy inaugurated a project to revive the lake by removing silts and weeds from it. Now there is a lot of rejuvenation happening in the lake area, like a jogger's path is being constructed around the lake, a wire fence is being put up, and 2 islands are being created in the middle of the lake with different fruit trees to attract birds. Even plans to introduce boating is being decided to attract more people. These were some pictures of Begur Lake taken on site.
The study area for Gotigere Lake, it's located on Madhukata Road and is part of the Koramangala Chinakata Valley. It continues in the eastward direction to join the Hulimavu and Madiwala Lake. The area of this lake is 27 acres of concrete surface.
Begur Lake is located off Bangalore-Hosur Highway in southeastern Bangalore. It is next to the Naganatheshwara temple. The area is about 137 acres and the coordinates are given.
The objectives of this project is to collect the water samples from both Gotigere and Begur Lake and use the Jaldara water testing kit to check the condition of the water of lakes based on different physical and chemical parameters and to record the measurements found and analyze the results and how it affects the conditions around the area.
So these were some of the tests that we conducted and these were the materials and methods that we used. These were the results we got as per our test. So here we can see that the nitrate levels in Begur seems to be higher than the limit and the iron level in Gotigere Lake is higher than the limit. The turbidity, ammonia and phosphorus level for both the lakes seem to be a little higher than the limit and both the lakes seem to be contaminated with fecal pollution.
So the conclusion we got from the results is that the high nitrate level in Begur Lake is mostly caused by the domestic effluents and untreated sewage water, which can cause health problems in humans and serious issues in animals. The high hardness levels, phosphorus levels, and fecal pollution found are generally from the untreated sewage water and waste led into the lake. The turbidity levels in the water makes the water in the lake unfit for domestic usage and industrial purposes, thereby reducing the productivity of the lake. Effort should be made to clean the lake and its impurities on a regular scale. The high ammonia levels are mostly caused by the municipal effluent discharges, and the excretion of nitrogenous waste from animals and organisms in the area.
So some recommendations that we are giving is like treating sewage water and cleaning of the lake and its surroundings, and monitoring the lake to ensure that it is in a proper condition for the organisms there to thrive. And even if the environment of the lake is clean, it can attract people. It can attract people who can in turn start awareness programs to improve the quality of the lake. Because once they come to the lake, they can get to know more about the lake and start some programs to inform the public about this as well. So these are some pictures taken during the testing. We would like to thank IISC for hosting Lake Conference 2022 and giving us this opportunity. We would like to thank our school teachers who helped us throughout, and a special thanks to our parents for helping us go to these sites and collect waters. So these are the references that we have used. Thank you.
So nice presentation. So in your study, which lake is more turbid? Can you just explain why it is more turbid than Belgur Lake?
Well, when we went to the site for the taking of samples, there were like a lot of organisms, like harmful organisms and plants in the area. And basically there was a lot of garbage thrown around the area carelessly by the people. And it's more turbid than the Belgur Lake because of these wastes in the area, basically. Because turbidity is affected by the amount of matter, solid particles.
No, I think that Belgur Lake is more greener than Gotikeri Lake, isn't it?
It's greener than Gotikeri Lake, but like in and around, when you see the pictures, there's a lot of garbage thrown around in and around Gotikeri Lake. So that can also affect the turbidity.
So I think you have to check it out once again.
Like it varies, I think, but like when I went in the early morning to get the water sample, it was like very dark, basically, like it was not clear like lake shape.
Gotikeri Lake. Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So the next presenter is Kauj, and he will talk about the biomimetics of Kalina. And he is in grade 9.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaush, and today I'm going to present my report on the birds, bioindicators of Kalina Lake, which are the birds, butterflies, and fishes. So, introduction. So, birds and butterflies play a very important role in the ecosystem. They help in pollination. So, they are also indicate the bioindicators which indicate the quality of the lake. Also, the fishes indicate the quality of the water in the lake. So, this presentation covers some of the birds, butterflies, and fishes which I could find in Kalina. So, objectives are to identify and capture the birds, butterflies, and fishes in the lake, and we also create a frequency table of the birds with the corresponding value. So study area. So the study area I chose was Kalina Lake. So this is spread over an area of 7.3 acres, and this has been recently rejuvenated, and after rejuvenation it has become a home to a diverse species of flora and fauna. So materials. So, materials I used was a phone to capture images, GPS to find out the location, and also I used Google Earth to map the area. And the method I used was to go for walk each day, morning and evening, listen to the sound in the surroundings and identify the chirping of the birds and move towards them so that I could find the birds where positions where they are chirping and capture the images. Results and description. So, Kalinagrara was filled with a diverse species of flora and fauna. The presence of plants, trees, promoted the presence of fauna such as birds and butterflies, acting as their habitat. And some of the birds and butterflies and fishes which I could capture in this lake as follows. The birds. Birds belong to the phylum of Chordata and class of ENVIS. So the first species of bird I could find was great cormorant. So great cormorant is a water bird which mainly fishes in the carnivorous bird, and the IUCN status of this bird is in the least concerned category. These are images which I could capture. So the second species of bird which I could capture was great egret. So great egret, like the great cormorant, is a water bird and also mainly feeds on fishes. It's also a carnivorous bird like great cormorant. And the IUCN status of this bird is in the least concerned category. And unique feature of this bird is that these birds migrate from the north to the south during winters from colder areas to warmer areas due to the lack of thick feathers. So the third species of bird I could find in Kainagra was red-whiskered bulbul. So red-whiskered bulbul is normally a bird which is present in branches of trees. So this bird is an omnivorous bird. It feeds on seeds, fruits, and as well as insects at some time. And this bird is the status of the bird is in the least concerned category. So Kalinagra Lake also had two species of sunbird which I could capture. The sunbirds are different from other birds as they mainly feed on nectar and also they come out mostly when the weather is sunny. So the first sunbird I could capture is purple rumple sunbird. The purple rumple sunbird is an omnivore. It mainly feeds on nectar and insects. And the IUCN status of this bird is in the least concerned category. And these birds are normally unactive, but when active, they make a lot of noise chirping in the branches. So the second species of sunbird that I could capture is the olive-backed sunbird. So olive-backed sunbird is an omnivorous bird and similar to the purple rumpled sunbird, it mainly feeds on nectar as well as insects. So the IUCN status of this bird is in the least concerned category. And the important and unique feature of this bird is that these birds mate between April to August in the northern hemisphere and August to January in the southern hemisphere. So from the data I could collect, I made a frequency table of the birds in the corresponding weather. So from this, and also wrote the dates. So from this table, I could conclude two features that during the days when it's sunny, the number of birds are comparatively high. Also, the day after it has rain, the more number of birds came out. So these are some of the birds that are also present in Kalinagra Lake, but couldn't be identified. So butterflies. So butterflies belong to the phylum of Arthropoda and class of Insecta. So some of the butterflies which I could capture as follows. So common sailor. So common sailor is a medium-sized butterfly with black and white markings upper dorsal side of the wings. So these are small and the important feature of butterflies is that there are 6 families. And this common sailor belongs to the Nymphalidae family, which is the largest family. So the second butterfly I could capture is the Oriental common grasshoppers. So Oriental common grasshoppers is different from other grasshoppers due to the presence of the brown markings on the wings. So this is a bright yellow, bright yellow butterfly, and a unique feature of this is seasonal polymorphism, which is it can change its color according to the season. Like example, for in summer, the wings of this butterfly turn brighter. So the next species I could capture was Daniel X-fly. So Daniel X-fly, the males and females are completely different, as you can see. And these are not being known for its mimicry, and they are dimorphic, which means that females and males develop into different forms. And also, it's known for its polymorphism. So common castor is orange butterfly with brown lines and small appearances, and it also belongs to the Nymphalidae family. So fishes. So in Kalinagara Lake, I could mainly find two species of fishes, which are tilapia and rohu. So these birds are not naturally present in the birds. It means these were actually artificially introduced by local fishermen. Fishing also takes place regularly during summers. So conclusions. Kalinagara is a very well-maintained lake. Also, the presence of diverse species of plants, trees, and bushes promotes the presence of butterflies and birds. Also, the sewage is treated before sending into the discharging into the lake. So it's the clean water promotes the presence of fishes. Also, this this lake was even though it's well maintained, it has to be it has to be maintained continue to be maintained so that the beauty can be preserved, and also the ecosystem is must be protected. So acknowledgement. I would like to thank IISC for hosting this Lake 22, from which I could know more about my locality, and also I would thank my teachers, Miss Ashwini ma'am and Miss Indumati ma'am for helping me. These are some of the references.
Can you tell me the meaning of the word bioindicator?
So, bioindicators are biological indicators which indicate the quality of the lake. Example, birds, butterflies, and fishes they took. So, as I told, fishes are mostly present in abundance in fresh water. As they are present in abundance in this lake, it indicates that the water is clean, and also it has been the lake has been planted by diverse species of flora. So many birds and butterflies have come to this area. So first one is Nymphalidae, which is the largest family. So second one Pleiadidae, and the third one is Nycalidae. So it is the second largest family in the butterflies. So fourth one is Rheonidae. So the fifth one is I think it's Levi. So I don't remember. It's like Levi something.
There are common names for these families also.
Yes, sir. So Nymphalidae, the butterfly which are brush-footed, come in under the Nymphalidae family. So like Pleiades are the yellow and white butterflies. So then the so then the Rio in the so it has metal mark butterflies, like it has the brightly colored and medium and small size. So then so that's it. So I like mostly I
Please check the bird identification once again. and also the data that you have put up on the slides about the feeding habits and for butterflies, IUCN. Please verify that.
So actually, we checked it from the official IUCN website and then
Verify once again. Yes. You will verify that.
so this one.
Are we on to the sheet? And the next image, you don't get it here. What you have seen is the eclipse format of the purple drum circle.
So actually,
Yes.
and
What is the name? No, I haven't. ESBS.
Nice.
Hmm?
Nice.
Whom did you send it? They send the new presentation on mail. You remember the mail ID? The first name.
So I wanted
Just a minute. There are millions of PPTs. Sort this. Yes.
Right, see these mail IDs.
Where? It is. Oh. This is. Until they come, check this part. We haven't seen. It's not there. Revision one. Class 11. Sorry. Nope. I'll check the picture. Go ahead. And use the arrow keys.
Testing good day to everyone present here. This is me, Samiksha. I'm a Sriman. Today we are going to be presenting a project. Our topic for this project is a comparative study on Saraki Lake, Baker Lake, and Konakpate Lake with reference to water quality and bird population. So let me show you a few stats and facts about Saraki Lake. Saraki Lake is present in
shaped by the Kootanai Main Road. In Kannada language, it means 1,000 birds. The perimeter of the lake is 3.5 kilometers and an area of 84 acres. 34 acres of the land was encroached by private builders and other establishments in the year 2013. In August 2014, the case was filed by the people for right to water, which ordered the clearing of the encroachment.
This is Begur Lake. It is situated on Begur Road, Bangalore. There is a statue in the middle of the lake. The perimeter of the lake is 4.4 kilometers and it has an area of 113.6 acres. The lake is partially covered by algal and other organic growth. Korankote Lake. This lake is unknown to most people. Located on Korankote Road, it has a perimeter of 1.14 kilometers and an area of 15.13 acres. Most of the land has been encroached by a school, road, and a graveyard.
Our objectives is to study the water quality of 3 different lakes and compare the water quality and the bird population of the lakes to increase the species diversity, especially birds.
This is our study area 1, Sarki Lake, with its coordinates. Study area 2, Begur Lake, with its coordinates. Study area 3, Korankote Lake. This is how we collected water from the lakes.
So these are the materials and methods that we have done for the water. We checked some parameters like dissolved oxygen, temperature, we check parameters like dissolved oxygen, temperature, pH, etc.
These are the results for our water analysis. These are the bird species of Saraki Lake, such as great cormorant, white-tailed swallows, barn swallows, spot-billed pelican, Indian pond heron, Brahmini kite, black kite, grey heron, little egret, white-throated kingfisher, white-throated blacktail, grey pink-billed flowerpecker, which is India's smallest bird, rock dove, also known as pigeon,
house crow, rose-red parakeet, purple sunbird, common sandpiper, greenish warbler, Indian spot-billed duck, grey-headed swamp hen, Indian peafowl, common myna, red-whiskered bulbul, and short-bird speaking.
This is the pie chart for the bird species of Saraki Lake. As we can see, the great cormorants are the most.
This is the pie chart of the birds' eating habits based on their number, and this pie chart is based on their species. We found a few fish species in Saraki Lake, such as Katla, Rohu, and Rigal. So this is our photo gallery. The sample collection of fish are shown here. So coming to the conclusion, we now understand that this Saraki Lake water has more dissolved oxygen than the other lakes as there are less macrophages present in the water. The marine life is controlled here, and also we can see a number of fishes dying here. We saw them floating on the surface. The reason is unknown. We suspect that there may be a fish species that is controlled naturally ecosystem of the fish in the lake.
The Begur Lake water is the most polluted compared to the other lakes, as the calcium ions, magnesium ions, and total ions are the most basic. The dissolved oxygen is less in Begur Lake, as there are more macrophages present on the water. The Korankote Lake water is the better one compared to other lakes, as the calcium ions, magnesium ions, and total ions are the least basic. So we wish to continue our project. We wish to continue the project by testing more lakes to water quality and bird population. These are our references. Google Earth for mapping, eBird for identifying a few birds, Thank you.
What's the title of your project, sir?
Comparative study of Saraki Lake, Bengal Lake, and Korankote Lake is reference to water quality and conservation.
Okay, so for all three lakes, you have done the bird survey.
No, we are about to.
You're about to do it.
It's a follow-up.
So what you have done for all three lakes is common.
Water testing.
Okay, water testing. Just provide. Okay,
That was before motion.
fine. While she was explaining about the aquatic life, she said something about marine life is not present there.
It is present. It's present, but it is a controlled marine life. Like we suspect that there may be of a species which is controlled marine life because we can see a lot of dead fish floating on the surface.
Can you explain to me what is marine life?
Marine life in the sense of aquatic plants and animals.
Thank you. This is artist.
So good evening to all the conference organizers and professors present here today. My name is Jan, and today we are here to present our study on the habitat of algae.
Introduction. It is well known of the fact that Bangalore was used to known as the city of more than 1,000 lakes, but we have lost most of the lakes due to the increasing of pollution. So we have taken up the study of one of the lakes in Bangalore, which is RAD. Objective. The main objective of a lake is to analyze the habitat and the water quality of the lake. By visiting the lake, collecting the water sample and testing and comparing the results. Study area. Our main study area is RAKB Lake. It is situated in Hulimau area in Bangalore city. According to RTC in 2017, the area of the lake is 37 acres and the perimeter is 3 kilometers. And this is the satellite image of the lake which you can see. It was taken in 2022.
So we visited the lake to get an idea of the habitat. We observed that sewage was directly entering the lake through two inlets. There was a construction site right beside the lake, and also floating water was visible only in the center of the lake. We also observed that the lake was almost completely covered with macrophytes. The barricade around the lake was not at all well maintained, and there were many gaps in the fence. You could see birds and animals feeding on the garbage dumped by the roadside of the lake, and there were also many encroachments around the banks. So these are the observations we made when we visited the lake. So based on the observations, we did some further research on the habitat. We found that the status of this lake is highly polluted. It is currently under restoration and it is classified under Class E, which means that water from this lake is used for industrial purposes. The problems faced by this lake, as we observed, were the dumping of solid debris and sewage directly from any event. The lake is almost completely covered with macrophytes and also has an odor problem. These are some of the kinds of algae and macrophytes which we may find in and around the lake. We also found that between 2011 to 14, the condition of the lake was marginally better than it is today. Over the past decade, it has only gotten worse, and recently BBMP has started taking up projects for the restoration of the lake. Given here is an image showing the extent of encroachment in IISC. The red lines represent the encroachment area in the lake. So, based on our observations of the polluted conditions of the lake, we wanted to conduct some water sample tests. So we basically took the water samples in bottles from the lake on a rainy as well as a rainless day, and then tested them using a Jal Tara water testing kit and assessed the water quality based on various parameters. So these are the parameters on which we conducted the tests. The permissible values are given here, and the methods of test conductions are also given. These are the results we obtained by testing the water samples on a rainy as well as a rainless day. We observed that pH was found to be slightly acidic on a rainy day as compared to a rainless day when we found that the pH was neutral. Turbidity, fecal pollution, and ammonia remained above the permissible limits on both days but were at the same level. On the other hand, dissolved oxygen showed a significant increase from 4 to 8 milligrams per liter, and fluoride was found to decrease on a rainy day. We also saw that nitrate was below the permissible limit on both days and decreased on a rainy day. So these are the graphs comparing the permissible values with the values we got at IISC. These are the graphs for pH, nitrate, iron, and fluoride. Given here are the graphs for residual chlorine, turbidity, ammonia, and fluoride. And finally, these are the graphs for dissolved oxygen and fecal pollution. Hardness. So based on the water sample tests, we observed that nitrate, iron, turbidity, dissolved oxygen, and fecal pollution levels were not within the permissible limits. From this, we were able to draw the following conclusions. On a rainless day, we observed the presence of less nitrate, which basically shows us that the excessive macrophyte growth has depleted the nutrients in the lake. Dissolved oxygen is also less, which once again shows the impact of algal blooms. Turbidity levels show us that there are a large amount of insoluble contaminants present in the water of the lake. We also saw that fecal pollution and ammonia concentrations were above the permissible limits, which once again shows us that sewage is draining directly into the lake and there is human contamination. The presence of excessive iron shows us that construction activities beside the lake are impacting the water quality. On a rainy day, as per our water sample results, we were able to conclude the following. pH was found to be slightly acidic, which may be due to the surface runoff of the soil and also due to acid rain. Turbidity, fecal pollution, and ammonia remained above the permissible limits and also at the same level. On the other hand, fluoride and iron was found to decrease on a rainy day. This might have been because rain might have diluted these constituents in water. Nitrate levels showed a significant decrease, which shows that the excessive macrophyte growth may have further depleted nitrate levels, and rain might have also diluted these constituents. And fluoride was also found to have a significant decrease. We also observed that during the COVID-19 lockdown, the condition of the lake had actually improved in the absence of human intervention, but now has once again returned to a highly polluted state, which goes on to show that humans are at the root of the pollution of this lake. From this, we can conclude that our lake is highly polluted and not well maintained. On rainy days, the water quality does seem to improve with respect to dissolved oxygen, but it also dilutes constituents like nitrate, fluoride, and iron. We know that lakes are essential for our well-being and the ecosystem, so we must take proper steps to conserve our lake. Based on our conclusions, we were able to recommend the following general solutions. Steps such as regular removal and harvest of macrophytes, banning encroachments around the lake, and also banning garbage beside the lake may go a long way in improving the water.
Acknowledgement. We would like to thank our mentors, Indumati ma'am and Ashwini ma'am, and we would also like to thank Rohit sir for the water testing quality kit, and we would like to thank our parents. Last but not the least, we would like to thank all the IISC organizers and professors for this wonderful opportunity. These are the reference that we have used from the PPT. With this, we would like to conclude our PPT. Thank you.
In your results and towards the conclusion, you stressed upon the change in DO in the rainy day.
Yes.
Can you explain how the DO went up on a rainy day?
Basically, when rain enters the water, it might take dissolved oxygen with it, so it can improve the water quality of the lake. And also, we were taking the water samples from the banks of the lake, so water was able to fall directly on the lake water because there was no magnified growth much beside the banks of the lakes.
Thank you.
So I saw a list of alkane macrophyte. So how did you identify it?
No, we actually used research paper for this. We didn't actually identify the macrophytes, but we know that the main macrophyte we can find in IISC is icon.
Thank you.
Plus data.
Seven is done. Seven and if
Class 8 is 8 days. This is done.
too many.
You have to do the thing one more time. There are good criteria. Okay.
Yes,
So next is study on ants by Krushi Bhargava. And she is 8 grades.
Greetings to everyone present here. I am Krushi Bhargava from class 8E of PGS National Public School, and today I am going to be presenting on my project, a study on ants. Introduction. Ants are eco-friendly, geosocial insects of the family Formicidae and belong to the order Hymenoptera. The zoological name of ant is Formicidae. Ants are easily identified by their elbowed antenna and the distinctive node-like structure that forms their slender waist. This is the scientific classification of ants. The history and evolution of ants. Ants have evolved from westward maps ancestors in the Cretaceous period, which was a time of extreme heat. More than 13,800 species of an estimated total of 22,000 species have been classified. The objective of my project is to study and observe the behavior and habitats of ants to make the society aware of the importance of ants to the environment and to gain knowledge of the natural environments of ants so as to protect and conserve their life. The materials and method used by me are Google Earth for marking the area of study, the internet to know the general details of ants, and a smartphone for capturing the pictures of the observations. The study area of my project is my house and the rooftop and a part of the ground garden. My house is situated in Pulimau, South Bangalore. This is a map spotting of two of the major kinds of ants which I have noticed, which are carpenter ants and odorous house ants. Odorous house ants are mostly found near eatables, which in my house is specifically near the kitchen, and carpenter ants are found all over the area, especially near furniture. The major kinds of ants I have noticed are carpenter ants, odorous house ants, pavement ants, and fire ants. There is a column showing the pictures clicked by me of them. The other species of ants noticed by me are odorous house ants, which is whose scientific name is Tapeworm sessile, carpenter ants, scientific name Camponotus, pavement ants, scientific name Tetramorium caespitum, fire ants, Solenopsis,
white-footed ants, the scientific name is given, and banded sugar ants, the scientific name is given. The special features of ants which were noticed by me are that ants smell and taste everything, whether it is salty, bitter, tasteless, or any other taste. If they feel that the item is something to eat or which is something of some nutrition to them, they carry it with them, or if it is not, they leave the item and move away. For example, which was noticed by me, an ant smelling and tasting human nails and then moving away because it was not useful to them. Another observation is that when ants are touched or killed, they don't feel any pain. Instead, they just have a feeling of irritation. So this is a comparison, just an information about ant bites and the preventions and cures. Ants are insects that defend themselves by biting with jaws or pinchers on their heads or stingers on their bottoms if they feel threatened by humans or any other organism. Most ants are not a threat to humans, but some species are, including fire ants. During an ant bite, the ant will grab your skin with its pincher and will release formic acid into your skin. The preventions and cures include applying ice to the bite to reduce swelling, or taking antihistamines or a topical cream to stop the itching. So the major differences between the dominant species of ants which I have noticed are the carpenter ants have the color of black and red, odorous house ants have the color of black and brown, and fire ants have a dark reddish or brown color. The shape of carpenter ants is segmented or oval, which is similar in all the three ants. Carpenter ants are 1/4 to 3/4 inch long. Odorous house ants are 1/6 to 1/8 inch long, and fire ants are 1/16 to 1/4 inch long. So these are some of the common smells that repel the ants: peppermint, boring powder, cloves, cinnamon, and eucalyptus oil. So most of you might have seen many ants in your area. So if you want those ants to get repelled or not come in that area, these are the things which can be used. So this is the pie chart made by me, which is approximate for the data of repulsion of ants by vinegar solution. So over here, fire ants are the most repelled by vinegar solution, and odorous house ants are the least repelled by vinegar solution. I have just made an approximate guess that odorous house ants are repelled the least by vinegar solution because they are usually found near eatables, and so they are a bit used to vinegar solution. This is a graph showing the ants in parts of houses. Odorous house ants are mostly found near the kitchen. Pavement ants are found wherever there is cement kind of area. In my house, the balcony. Carpenter ants are found everywhere near furniture. So this is one of my observation of my tulsi plant. During the summer, the number of mealy bugs in the soil increases, which attracts ants, which in turn helps to improve the yield and the number of ants in a basil plant because the ants turn and till the soil. In rainy or non-summer days, the number of mealy bugs reduces, which also reduces the number of ants, and so the yield decreases. This is my observation of Indian black ants around a dead cockroach. When any organism is dead and decaying, a large number of ants can be found near it to help it decay. This is my observation of ants' unusual behavior. When there is no obstacle in the way of ants, it keeps moving in an undefined random path towards any smell where it is going. When any unknown obstacle is introduced in the way of the moving ant, it suddenly stops and then changes its direction and moves. This is my observation of a circular assembly of odorous house ants near a particle of food. This was a drop of sugary solution, and the odorous house ants were attracted towards it. So the results and conclusions of my project. According to my observations, a conclusion can be made that ants in their natural habitat help the environment in various ways. Therefore, to benefit ourselves from these favor of ants to the nature, we must protect and conserve the natural habitat of ants. So efforts should be made towards reducing pollution, increasing or conserving forest cover, and allowing direct sunlight on plants rather than covering it. So with this, I end my project. I would like to thank IISc Bangalore for taking such an initiative for letting us students participate in it. I would like to thank all my school faculty for helping me towards this project. And also, I would like to thank all of you for listening to me patiently. These are some of the references I used by me. Thank you.
Presentation and my question is like you told ant belong to order Hymenoptera, right?
Yes.
Which other group of like insect comes under this?
I'm not sure about that.
And can you tell something?
But I can I heard it somewhere. Is it butterflies? Okay, I'll check that.
What kind of social behavior ants will generally have?
I didn't get you.
They're like social. They have social, right?
Yes.
What kind of social behavior? Like there will be any hierarchy or?
Sir, I did not get your question properly, but are you asking that what they do to the environment or what is the animal?
The social behavior, like we are social animals, humans are social animals, right?
Yeah.
In that content, like what kind of like community, there will be some community or social behavior in the insects, right?
Yes.
Is there any hierarchy, like there are some group of insect or group of different class of ants in their society, just ant society?
Yes, sir. What I know that ants are not, they do not work, they work in parts. There is a queen ant which does not do any work regularly. There are worker ants which do all the work like building anthills or getting the food for the anthill. Yeah.
Last question is like you in one of your slides told like you can taste the things like bitter.
Yeah.
And how they taste actually?
Sir, I'm not sure about that, but just what I have seen, what I have observed is whatever they find, like I had mentioned also, the human nails which are present, they just lift it and they move around that area for some time and then they leave it and go away. But like in my one of my observation of a sugary substance, they stay around that area until the whole drop is vanished or we remove it externally.
I was asked to ask something. Okay, first thing is in your objectives, you have mentioned you're trying to create awareness about ants general public.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for that, but I could not see any efforts towards that objective.
Yes, sir. So I'll see to that. I'll make some efforts from my side also. Till now, I have not done anything, but now I will.
Usually, as far as my understanding is, scientific name should have a genus and a species. But for some ants, very curiously, only one word was there. For two species, especially in the table.
Yes, sir. Actually, later I also noticed that for the carpenter ants and fire ants, there are other subspecies. So this is not the exact thing which was to be put over here.
So what is that Campanotus? Campanotus. In the same table, yeah.
It is 1 minute, sir. It is the super family. Yeah, it is the super family.
Okay. How do you understand that ants don't feel pain? What experiment have you done for that?
I've not done an experiment, but I found it in one of the articles that they don't feel any pain, they just have a feeling of irritation.
Okay. For you had made a pie chart on the repulsion.
Yes, sir.
What experiment did you conduct for that?
Sir, I just randomly on wherever I found those particular plants more in number. In that area, I put some 1 or 2 drops of vinegar, and then I saw that how many number of ants repelled in 1 or 2 minutes from that area.
You tried that with water also?
No, sir.
Please do try.
Okay.
Final thing is about mealybugs in your tulsi plant.
Yes, sir.
Normally, my observation is that whenever there is a mealybug infestation on any plant, the number of leaves actually reduces.
Yes, sir. That's what I actually, in this observation, I have a confusion because what I found on the internet is that when mealybugs are more, the number of leaves should reduce. But in my case, the number of leaves increase. So that has to be checked. That how did this happen?
How does the mealybug look?
It looks kind of white like a fungus, but its appearance mixes with a spider. So fungus and spider kind of appearance.
If possible, take a photograph and maybe you can.
Okay.
And the last thing, have you read any ant behavior related or ant study related research paper?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This presented solution media of class 8. They will talk on studying behaviors medicine in our
Use the keys.
Jai Shri Gurudev. I, Tanushree, and Nitya of class 8A from Regional National Public School are presenting on the topic studying nature's medicine in our school campus. With the intention of learning more about nature's medicine, we took on this project on the 2nd of November 2022. We studied the plants in our school main garden, the garden located behind the pre-primary block, and the garden located behind the main block. Our main objective was to spread awareness about the beauty of medicinal plants surrounding us, with hope that the younger generation will understand the importance of plant and its uses and will grow up to be a nature lover throughout their life. This is the area of our study area. Here we have our main garden, and which is located in front of the main block. We have the garden which is located behind the main block, and we have the garden which is located behind the main block. Materials we used log books for logging information about plants, reference books for more information about the medicinal plants that we examined, inquired home remedies from school aunties and helpers, Google Forms to create surveys, Wix website editor to create our own elegant website, smartphones to capture the beauty of medicinal plants, laptops to create this presentation. Desire. We have taken part in understanding the magnificent gift that Mother Nature has left for us humans to utilize it to our maximum potential to bring out the best in each other. We have surveyed 45 species of medicinal plants in our school campus, and there are 178 medicinal plants which we found. And in these tables include scientific name of the medicinal plant, common name, Kannada name as it is a local language, number of plants in the school campus, and the medicinal values of the medicinal plants. This is the collage of some of the plants that we examined. Nature Zone is a small cosmetic business which was made by me and my team. We have 4 products as of now. Periwinkle Face Gel, Organic Rose Water, Miracle Rose Body Scrub, and Fusion Kalimini Hair Oil are the products that are done. So far, as have 4 products, but we want to bring in more products for our brand. As of now, we have more than 15 orders, and we are hoping to get the permission from our high authorities in the school for allowing us to sell our blended products. We created an online survey about people's knowledge regarding medicinal plants, and every student enthusiastically participated and took part in our survey. We also conducted offline surveys where we asked the school aunties and helpers about how they use medicinal plants in their daily life. And one thing blew my mind when one of the helpers said, the secret to have dark, long, and shiny hair is you add coffee decoction plus hibiscus leaf plus European gooseberries and shikekai hair mask. Recommendations. We got recommendations from our guide, Mr. Tilakasi, our class teacher, Ms. P. Hemabindu ma'am, and our principal, Srimati Shikala Jikumar. Conclusion. We finished this project in absolute awe as we learn more and more about what nature has offered us. We have learned few things which were amazing and changed our daily life. It was a very admiring journey. With the intention to raise awareness about the beauty of medicinal plants among students, we created Nature Zone, and we also have a website link. As of now, it does not have a proper domain, but we'll also be doing that in the future. Acknowledgements. We thank our academic director, Sir S.C. Nayak, Principal Ma'am Shikala Kumar, Vice Principal Ma'am Srimati Savita Suvarna, Coordinated Ms. Smita Ma'am, Rajeshri ma'am, and IISC for giving us this opportunity to get to know more about the wonders of Mother Nature. Special thanks to Ms. Chitilika Singh, who has guided us, who has selflessly guided us throughout this project. We could never do this project without her. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also thank the aunties and students who actively participated in this service which we conducted. These are the references that we used. Our group, there are 2 members in our group, myself, Kanishki, and Nitya. Our mentors, Ms. Chitilika. Thank you.
So in your study, which is the medicinal plant that you have used?
One of the medicinal plants that we used was the periwinkle face gel. Again, it has an anti-aging property, so we could create a face serum out of that. So that was one of the things that we used. And curry leaves also, with the help of curry leaves, we created a hair oil. So those were the plants that we got medicine benefits from and we use in our daily life.
Okay, so you got better results with all these?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How many species of medicinal plant you got from your school library?
45.
Right. Have you classified it or
we have not classified. We would love to show to our products if you are okay with that.
Before you show the products, are you selling these?
We are hoping for the permission from our school to sell it in our campus.
Before you do that, there are a lot of procedures that you need to follow before you sell it to someone. So make sure you follow all those, and only then you can sell it as a product. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Now tell me from the project, how or which theme of the conference would you put your project under?
Can you repeat the question?
Exactly.
Okay. Have you seen the conference brochure? Thank you.
This is done, right? Then Birds in that. Sarvesh. Class. No. Okay. Yes. Class. Class. Presidency class. Represent. Which one? Present slideshow. Which one is?
Smriti. This is also one percent.
Smriti.
Yeah.
That's what I hope. Who was that? Who's that?
Oh, this one. Nitya.
Valdemar. Use the arrow keys only.
Yeah.
Okay, so greetings to one of our president here. I'm Manoj and I'm here with my teammates, Rashmi and Ramesh. We're all from BJ's NPS 11th grade. So our topic for our project is the comparative study between Begur, Sarakhi and Purankote Lake. So first, we saw the locations which are for Sarakhi Lake, which is Jagnahati, JP Nagar 7th base. For Begur, it's in Begur town. Purankote, it's in Purankote. So now, our objective is to see the pH level, dissolved oxygen, basically all like most of the chemical properties of the water. And we are here to test out the 3 different components of the lake, which are the soil, the water, the micro and macro presence. So the first parameter we have done is the first parameter we have checked is temperature of the water. So for Begur, we found it as 25 degrees Celsius, and for Sarakhi, we found it as 24 degrees Celsius. So in Begur, we can see that the temperature is higher than that of Sarakhi, so there's less dissolved oxygen. So now we are going to pH level of the water. So we use a litmus paper to test it out. For all 3 lakes, we got it neutral, which is 6 to 7 level. And now the alkalinity of all the 3 lakes. So Sarakhi Lake, it's 12 mg per liter. For Begur and Purankote Lake, it's 8 milligram per liter.
So for the dissolved oxygen, for Sarakhi Lake, it was measured to be 9.4 milligram per liter. For Begur Lake, it is 4.3 milligram per liter. On the surface of Sarakhi Lake water, there is no arbor formation, so I think that would be the reason for why there was higher oxygen level. Calcium hardness for Sarakhi Lake is 120 milligram per liter. For Begur Lake, it is 124 milligram per liter. For Purankote Lake, it is 84 milligram per liter. Magnesium hardness for Sarakhi Lake is 16 milligram per liter. For Begur Lake, it is 88 milligram per liter. And for Purankote Lake, it is 20 milligram per liter. The total hardness for Sarakhi Lake is 136 milligram per liter. And for Begur Lake, it is 212 milligram per liter. For Purankote Lake, it is 104 milligram. From this data that we have tested in our lab, that we got by testing in a lab, you can see that Sarakhi Lake water is moderately hard, whereas for Begur Lake, it is really hard at the same, and for Purankote Lake, it's moderately hard. So along with the water test, we also performed previous tests for soil, which is around the lake, both the lakes, that is Begur and Sarakhi Lake. We started by collecting the samples around both the lakes. So the first thing we did was soil sedimentation. Here we noticed that Begur Lake's soil, after the sedimentation, has more humus floating on the surface of its water than Sarakhi. This also infers
This also infers that it has more organic matter in it, and also the water separated from the lake was much more clear. Next, we move on to the soil moisture content of both the lake soil. So, which the results show us that the soil moisture content for Saraki Lake was almost twice as much as Pegu Lake. Also, the soil pH test levels give approximate values for Pegu Lake as 7.8 and for Saraki Lake as 7.5. As both of them were alkaline, this shows that there was not a lot of plant growth. That means, and this was observed on the site as there was literally no vegetation, and also only a few dry grasses were found in the Pegu Lake soil. Finally, we did the soil NPK test. So, for nitrogen, our qualitative analysis test showed us that nitrate ions in both the lakes is present in very small quantities, and also ammonia is also present in very small quantities. But phosphate was present in slightly higher amounts in Pegu Lake than in Saraki.
So the final test we performed was the presence of microphytes and macrophytes living in the 3 lakes. Now, why is this parameter important? Macrophytes and the other larger organisms are fractional bioindicators which help us determine the water quality and health of the lake. For example, some organisms such as mayfly nymph, dragonfly nymph, amphibians, and common water snakes such as the keelbacks. These are highly sensitive to toxins and pollutants. Presence of these organisms in the lake indicate that the lake is free of toxins and it has good water quality. Now, moving on to Pegu Lake, we see that the dissolved oxygen level is low and calcium ions is very high. Subsequently, the only fish we could see here was a pearl spot. The macrophytes we see here, we have spotted here were duckweed, pistia, water hyacinth, and iconi. Water hyacinth seem to be an invasive species, covering most of the surface water. This could explain the lower levels of the salt oxygen. As for Saraki Lake, we see that the dissolved oxygen is good, and the fishes we spotted here were rohu, catla, guppies, and pearl spots. But we could not find any macrophytes, any floating floral plants growing on the surface. So this indicates the high levels of oxygen. Coming to connectivity, based on all the 3 parameters, we see that the water quality is good, and we could also spot quite a lot of organisms living in the sea. The fishes we spotted were rohu, guppy, koila, catla, and pearl spot, and cichlids. We also spotted a checkered feedback and mayfly nymphs. This indicates that the water quality is good and there was no toxins or pollutants present in that part of the water. However, in another part of the water, we found a duckweed invasion, which indicates high levels of phosphate, ammonia, and nitrogen. So, however, that part was compartmentalized. Overall, we can conclude that the water quality was highest in the Konilput Lake and least in Pegu Lake. So, these are the microorganisms we spotted. Recommendations. The nitrogen level of the soil can be fixed by adding more leguminous plants, which called the nitrogen fixation method. As for the water, the higher levels of ammonia and nitrate can be fixed by adding plants like watercress, which absorb the phosphate level, which absorb the excess phosphate and nitrate.
So these are the references that we use. I would like to thank our school management and our school teachers, especially Rajan ma'am, Rajan ma'am, and Jia ma'am for showing us immense support. Also our parents and also IISC platform to give us a platform to present our study. Thank you.
I want to ask you, what's the method that you have used for GTP identity model?
It was from the manual that we were using. We are not sure if it's actually the right values because the methyl orange and phenolphthalein might vary because it's external indicators, right? It might change the actual values of alcohol.
Because your values are low.
Yeah, it's really low compared to what it should.
So it's just. Yeah, we are going to repeat the experiment once.
Another helpful point is these probably microfiles you changing the slides like then we don't know the microfile that slide can take, then it will be managed.
Yes, our PPT and talk coordination wasn't great. We didn't have a slide for macroorganisms because we didn't have photos that we collected, so we had only microorganisms.
Question is related to previous. Can you please go back to?
Yes. Soil or water?
Here you the chart is giving like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 values, but you are getting 7.8 in fractions you are getting.
Yeah, so we have since it's checking the colors, we have taken an approximate value, see the color change of the letters in the color.
Can you go back to repeat? Okay. Tell me whether it is quantitative or qualitative.
This is qualitative. Qualitative.
Qualitative. And you are telling like that high and low.
Yeah, that's because as you can see, the Pegu Lake sample, it was a little bit more turbid and it was a little bit darker than that of Strategy. So seeing that, we concluded that it was the phosphate was present in little higher amounts.
There will be a chance of that to be added or the name.
Oh, that can be the chance.
That's why they are working. That's the qualitative. Yes.
Thank you.
Can you tell me how you collected the sample for BO test in Sanity?
We collected them in EOD bottles and we added reagents to them.
How did you collect it?
Okay.
So there's a specific method we got to follow. We got to dip the entire container in the water. You got to make sure there's no air bubble. So slowly we got to fill it up and then we airtight it. So there's no air bubble or which causes change in oxygen. But when you dip it at once, would it be? No, we didn't dip it at once. We got to do it slowly so there's no dissolved oxygen. There's no air bubble. Fish is something that caught my attention. Yes. Pearl spot. Pearl spot. Can you describe the fish? Sure. So it's like a cichlid. Cichlids are so like how do I describe physical appearance? I know cichlid. So it's just a spotted version of that. There are spots. I don't know how to describe it exactly. Most of the cichlids have spots. Yeah, exactly. So how do you identify that as pearl spot? We use Google Lens. And I've seen that fish before in aquarium, so I. Pearl spot? Yes.
Is that you have for markets?
Yes, ma'am. It's used in human consumption. It's consumed by humans. It's found in lakes, freshwater lakes, not in rivers. Thank you. Not
Use the key zone.
Sorry?
Use the key zone.
Yeah. Good evening to one and all present here. Today, Nandini Singh, Sami Das, and I, Shiv Alwari of class 11 from Beaches National Public School will be presenting about our observational study on close metamorphosis under temperature variation. So, the study we did was on the species that the Flatus melanostichtus, commonly known as the common Asian toad. I would like to start by telling a few properties of toads. Toads have less treatment compared to frogs, and they have parotid glands which secrete toxins and they use it as a defense mechanism. They are land-dwelling animals and their breeding takes place especially during the rainy seasons. Yeah.
So in our study, there is a special point to be noted. First of all, at home, it is very difficult to rear tadpoles because there's a lot of factors that affect their development. First is their hormone levels, especially thyroxine, and then the pH level of the water that we're keeping them in, and the nutrition, which is what we're feeding them. And the temperature variation also plays a very major role in their growth and development, which is the focus of our exam.
So the hypothesis of our experiment is that the tadpoles that were kept indoors would show faster development rates than the tadpoles that were kept outdoors. Despite all the conditions being same, like feeding schedules, amount of food being fed, and frequency of water changes. So this is because we thought because warmer temperatures would influence their growth development and it would be at a faster rate.
So to conduct our experiment, we collected tadpoles from our school garden and we took it home and kept it in non-fluoridated water. We divided them into two halves and kept one bowl of tadpoles outside while the other was kept inside. And yeah, that was a procedure.
So these are our observations as per the months. As everyone knows, December suddenly got a lot colder, which is why most of our tadpoles that were kept outside started dying, and we had to release them in Banana National Park. Yeah, so as you can see, the temperature outside was very cold compared to the ones inside. There's almost like 4 degrees Celsius, give or take here and there. And so we assumed that it was because of this temperature difference that they were dying. And we observed that they grew faster indoors, which was warmer. So we took them home around mid-September, and the growth at that time was almost the same in both the tanks. But then later we started observing at the start of October, the hind legs and everything started developing in the ones indoors, which was at a warmer temperature than the ones outdoors. So we thought it was so this temperature variation that affected the thyroxine level, and which is why they grew faster. Then we got 5 toadlets from the beans inside. Unfortunately, one of the toadlets passed away in the tank itself, and it was cannibalized by the other tadpoles.
Study, the toads reared indoors showed faster growth rates than the toads that were reared outdoors. So this was because the temperature indoors was much warmer and more suitable for their metamorphosis. Even though the ideal temperatures were not met, that is 30 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius, the tadpoles that were sheltered from harsher, colder environments outside would have comparatively produced more thyroxine than those that were kept outside. So they showed faster growth development. The tadpoles will grow and develop in slightly cooler environments also, but this can take about 3 to 4 months, whereas when the optimal temperatures are met, they can metamorphose in about 3 to 4 weeks.
So we'd like to stress on the ecological importance of our study. As we all know, tadpoles and frogs, their entire life cycle depends on water. Water availability is a major thing in the reproduction and breeding. And climate change is a very major factor on this. And with urbanization and loss of wetlands and lakes, the breeding areas are being affected. And this has been in decline of their species.
With the rise in the average temperatures, the optimal body temperature of these cold-blooded organisms are not met with, and this causes a disruption in their hibernation cycle. It also causes disturbance in their breeding cycles as the climate changes at a particular time do not align with their breeding season. The climate change can also have major effect on the amphibians due to their delicate
delicate transdermal uptake system. Toads and frogs have permeable skin, which makes them sensitive to even the slightest change in the environment and temperature. Amphibians, the change in temperature mainly affects the amphibians as it alters their breeding pattern and triggers their breeding cycle faster than their actual breeding season, which causes their offspring to have to face the harsher climatic conditions. Study has shown that warmer temperatures cause faster metamorphosis, but lesser lifespans, which imbalances the ecological, which disturbs the ecological balances.
So, hydro period refers to the timing of water availability. Water retention is particularly important in streams, lakes, ponds, etc. because the breeding of amphibians depends on this. Many taxa are already facing early drying of their habitats and mass mortality of eggs and tadpoles and other metamorphosing animals. With lesser toads, the insect and pest population will rise. So this can be harmful for the crops in crop fields and farms. Higher temperatures will also affect the population of the toads because the more mature males contribute more towards reproduction. Also, it is assumed that toads and frogs have temperature dependent sex determination. So, because of which the male-female ratio can change, and this will lead to an unhealthy population.
To conclude our study, I would like to thank our school and our mentors for conceptualizing our ideas, and special thanks to Professor Sushil Kumar Datta, who provided us with this information and his valuable time, and IISC for this wonderful lake conference, which promotes knowledge and conservation and gives us an opportunity to contribute in helping the environment. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
But I would like to ask, have you know, pain is a change done, taking a experiment also. Especially what you are saying, it's a very difficult thing to sort and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult. And it's a good study also which is going on all over. So
actually, we didn't have enough material to go by that. But if we get more help and more information on that, we'll definitely like to take it up later. Yes.
And
yes, sir.
Yes,
thank you. Oh, and that will be very helpful to us. Thank you so much. So, are there any other questions?
You did the difference between frogs and toads.
You mean the difference?
Yes.
Yeah, first of all, toads, they have less webbed feet when compared to frogs, as they are land dwelling, again, when compared to frogs. And then they have toxic secretion glands, palatal glands, which they use as defense mechanism. Now, I'm not sure if it's when compared to frogs, but that is one of their characteristics. So, yeah.
I have another point to add. When we talk about the difference between toads and frogs, it's not very scientifically characterized. What we have is a folk taxonomy, which is differences that are created based on people's observations, and that is how we classify them. So, yeah.
Any taxonomist is because of the life
yes, sir. Not mine. See, there is a scientific basis. I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is, can you scientifically say that a toad is that fundamentally different from frog in order to categorize it separately? They have so many similar characteristics, and not all toads will have the same characteristics as the other toads. You can't classify them as that. And then there's also frogs which have similar characteristics as well. So there are lots of ambiguity in as well. Yes.
There are 21 species also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you cannot simply say any exile species.
Yeah.
So if a person is that guy just give a exile species.
Yes, sir.
How was saying that is not saying
Okay, sir. Yeah, that is.
And also go into this species concept. There are 21 species concepts are there. 21. There are species also. Okay.
Sir, one question. Okay, throughout your project, you have emphasized on the raising temperature, giving a better survival rate for the toads, and the decreasing temperature has led to mortality.
Not exactly mortality. Yeah, even slower metamorphosis.
Okay, so why does temperature affect the amphibian so much?
Why does temperature affect the toad so much? So basically, they metamorphose in the temperature range from 30 to 50 degrees Celsius. So when 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. So when the temperatures are low, they metamorphose. The rate becomes slower. But as well as when it's too high, the growth rate is faster and the lifespan also becomes shorter.
What's the body temperature of the toad? Species that you have actually studied?
No.
So since they're cold-blooded, it should be dependent on the environment, right?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. So now I'm curious because you did this experiment not in the natural habitat of the toad. You have kept them in two different enclosures. Okay. So have you ensured that all the other parameters are constant?
Yes, we have. So what we did for this, we actually couldn't touch on that because we had to meet a time requirement. But since you're asking again, so what we did was we used non-chlorinated water, which is we just took tap water and we left it stagnant for a few days outside, so the chlorine wears off. And we filled both the tanks with the same amount of water. We fed them the same amount of food, which is usually egg yolk, boiled cabbages, or boiled spinach. And the cleaning, because it's not a natural environment, we clean them at the same time, which is usually around once a week or once in 2 weeks, depending on how their temperature was.
When you feed the vegetation and egg yolk and keep it outside, was it exposed to sunlight?
Both of them were kept in the shade. We ensured that.
But outside comparatively would be more brighter.
It would be brighter, but then what I did was the ones indoors and I spun my window sill, but still in the shade. So they don't receive direct sunlight like ones outside. So they receive almost the same amount of light conditions as well. And if you're talking about room light at night, I shaded that enclosure part out.
Maybe some more tests have to be done.
Yes.
In order to understand the other parameters, because when it is kept outside, there are a lot of fluctuations that can happen.
Yes, which is exactly what
should also
be
what I'll be doing. Just ensure that you follow this.
Yes.
All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. We didn't use it in liters. I used around 700 to. You showed that the tanks. I did not see how much the tank capacity is actually, but the amount of water I placed in it is around 700 ml, give or take. ml, 0.7 liter.
Because you will keep it in the outside and
And the water will evaporate. Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. We made sure that the water levels are also constant.
Then where we got these samples?
In our school garden. It was actually, we had like a small pond type place and they were draining it. So we didn't want the tadpoles to, die. So we took them home. And then based on that, we decided to yeah, so we did this out of interest, and then that turned into a project. Yes. Huh? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next, for presidency, so presidency school, which grade is it? Presidency. Where did you get so? Class. Open. का कौन सा बचा है? I think this is not a present. Presidency. Flora वाला नहीं. Study of methods. Okay. On medieval. Then.
I don't.
Study of lake. Which one is left? Last check. You hold this. Open class 11. Class 11. Study of microbites. Madiwala Lake.
Study of microbites, Madiwala Lake.
Microbites. What one, sir? Slideshow.
Okay, the next presenters are Priyadarshan Shivani of grade 11. They will talk about the study on macrophyte distribution Madiwala Lake and its effect on ecosystem.
So good evening everyone. I am Priyadarshan Madiwaran and I, Shivani Arindasar from grade 11 of Presidency South Bangalore School are going to be presenting our research project on the study on macrophyte distribution in the Madiwala Lake and its effect on the lake ecosystem. Now, a lot of people may not understand the importance of wetlands, but these fragile ecosystems are kind of like kidneys to our environment, and the macrophytes present in them are like electrons. They help indicate, they act as biological indicators for the ecological integrity and health of the lake. They also help cleanse the water of heavy metals and pollutants. Objective. So the aim of this experiment is to identify the different macrophytes growing in the lake and its surroundings and analyze their impact and effects they have on the lake ecosystem. Study area. So Madiwala Lake is one of the biggest and oldest lakes located in South Bangalore. It is the home to many migratory birds. Its water inlets are from two sources, that is Jaranahali Lake and Harimava Lake. The location and what parameters are given in this slide. Methods and materials. So this represents a study area. Towards the right, you can see a map of the Madiwala Lake. We have made an outline of Google Earth. And to the left is where we collected, the red represents where we collected the alligator weed and water hyacinth and water from where the alligator weed was dominant.
And all the blue pins represent certain areas where the growth of algae can be used on it. Towards the south side of the lake, you can also see like a dense growth of macrophytes of both Econia and alligator weed. So the tool views and identification of macrophytes. We made several visits to the Madibala Lake to analyze the macrophytes that were present there and the distribution of the lake. So we took several pictures and then we identified them with the help of certain apps such as PlantNet and C. We also confirmed their identity by comparing them to the research paper of macrophytes of Bangalore wetlands and then further with our biology teacher.
So for this project, we measured certain parameters like heavy metals, bicarbonate, sodium, potassium, pH, CC. Yes. So for pH, we use the pH meter. CC, we use the electrical conductivity meter. Certain metals like sodium, magnesium, and all were measured by using spectroscopy. And the heavy metals like chromium, cadmium, and nickel, lead were analyzed with the help of ICPO mission, that is inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy, which basically emits electromagnetic radiations that excites the atoms and ions, thereby emitting the wavelengths of certain characteristic elements, thereby analyzing their traces, minute particles. So here we tested for both the macrophyte samples and the water samples where these macrophytes were dominant. We then gave them to the biotechnology center as given. And also for measuring the nitrogen, phosphorus, and fluorine values, those are water testing kit that we collected from the forest department, Karnataka State Forest Department near the Madibala Lake. There's an office for that. So we measured nitrogen with the help of reagents like NO3A and NO3B. And for chlorine, we used ammonium maltate and titrated with AgNO3 solution. And for phosphorus, we used ammonium maltate and stannous chloride. And for chlorine, we used titrated with AgNO3. So the results and reports. These are the distribution of the macrophytes that we found in the Madibala Lake. So as soon as you go into the lake, you'll notice two major species. That is the Econia hyacinth, also known as water hyacinth, and Montananthera pyrozoides, known as alligator weed. Both of these are extremely invasive and obnoxious weeds that were found to form dense mats on the surface of the lake. And we first visited the lake somewhere in the starting of October, but every time we visited the lake afterwards, the amount of Econia and Montananthera seemed to increase. This, my speculation is that this is because of the heavy monsoons, the season, and the influx of water and sewage. Initially, it was concentrated in the periphery, but it started invading the lake and moving inwards as well. So the other major plants include Lemna minor, known as duckweed, and Spirilla coloriza, known as giant duckweed. And then we also noticed a lot of Europroba manicoides, known as Dutch grass, which can be used for fodder. So some of the other moderately distributed plants include Sagittaria salicifolia, is known as arrowhead. We also found Cypress redis, known as nut grass, and Colocasia esculenta, which is also known as elephant ear. Elephant ear, we found it mainly near the inlet in the western of the lake. So some of the most sparsely distributed plants were Econia laxa, known as white morning glory, and Persicaria decipens, known as slender knot. So these are the results that we got back from the Biotechnology Center for Econia, for the concentration of nutrients and heavy metals that are present in the leaf, root, and shoot of Econia crystals. So down we have given the general standards that are usually present in plants given to us by the Biotechnology Center. We actually did not get values from them for calcium, magnesium, and sulfur. So we took them from another report, March 1995. The reason we couldn't find it was because I think because calcium is not that mobilizable as it's an integral part of certain structures in the plant, and magnesium is highly mobilizable. So the this is the report that we got for Montananthera.
One thing I want to add here is that you can very clearly see that all the heavy metals and nutrients are concentrated in the roots, and they're much above the general standard that are normal for plants. This is because Econia is actually a hyperaccumulator of Pb, Zn, and lead, zinc, and chromium. Similar to Econia, it also accumulates a lot of the heavy metals and nutrients in its roots. This is because macrophyte, water macrophyte, they practice the qualitative tolerance, which is where they concentrate the heavy metals present they concentrate heavy metals in the roots and the below ground biomass to protect themselves from the toxicity of these heavy metals. So these are the graphs from the table. So we also compare the water samples from the areas where these plants were growing dominantly. The Madhubala standard for water is taken from the interior part of the lake, where macrophyte growth was not seen. Econia cases refer to the water sample from the sites with dominance of water hyacinth. Similarly for Ordinanza. Here you can see that the phosphorus and nitrogen levels have actually increased because the alligator weed and Econia have absorbed these materials from the sediments and then release them into the water. The nutrient levels have also increased for sodium, chlorine, and bicarbonates. Similarly, so has lead and cadmium. So the conclusion and discussion, I think so both Econia and Ordinanza are very promising species for the purification of lakes. So they are sustainable alternatives for heavy metal removal. That is, as long as they are maintained properly and they are harvested regularly. This is because if they are left to go unchecked, then they can because since they're extremely invasive, they can form dense mats and prevent the sunlight from penetrating to the deeper parts of the lake, and they can also decrease the oxygen that's present, dissolved oxygen that's present. And a large amount of macrophytes can reduce the aesthetic value of the lake and its nutrient levels and its fish growth. So some of the steps taken by the forest department. So the forest department issued panel coating to increase the dissolved oxygen content. This is because as the panels move, the air gets mixed with the water, as a result there's more increase in oxygen dissolution. And other steps are, they implemented floating gardens which have plants like Canna and Typha to absorb certain heavy metals and also added aesthetic beauty. And the alligator weed and Econia were often removed, were harvested regularly. They were outsourced. And the alligator weed that is removed is for fodder. So similarly, rotating fountains were also introduced to increase the dissolved oxygen content. Thank you. That's it. We would like to thank IISC and our teachers and our parents for helping us, for taking us to these field visits.
Okay, nice presentation. So, among these macrophytes that you have listed, which are used as vegetables?
I think Ordinanza is even.
So,
it's an obnoxious weed because it grows to an extremely huge extent in the lake, but it can, as I said, it can be used for fodder and it's regularly removed for animal fodder. But it's called obnoxious because it spreads to a great extent in the lake and it covers a large area.
So, your experiment shows that it has accumulated a lot of heavy metals.
Yes.
Okay. So if we consume that vegetable, means Alpinanza, which has heavy metals to a very large extent, that's what your experiment shows. So, what will happen to the consumers, like we human beings? They consume.
If these plants like if we consume the plants which have a high amount of heavy metals, obviously we ourselves will also be affected. For example, the economy itself has a high manganese, so it was affected. You can see that by the brown spots that are often present in the Econia plants and in the Madiwala lake. So if we consume those plants, obviously we will also be affected. But I think these plants are harvested regularly, and we don't let the heavy metals accumulate in them that much. Then we could give them to animals to fodder.
Then another thing is this canine indica, it's an exotic species.
Yes.
So why do you want that to be introduced into our case?
I think it's because canine indica, from what I've seen in research papers, is easier to harvest than Econia and alligator meat.
So is it good to introduce another exotic species to our systems? And
usually it is not good to introduce other exotic species because they can be problematic. But I do believe that we need to have at least 1 or 2 exotic.
Example like iconic, it is an exotic thing, and we have introduced all. Now it's almost in all the basis value has iconic. So you just think about it, okay? As a suggestion.
Yes.
In the analysis part, you like general earth metal and other alkaline metal and alkaline metals you mentioned simply, and for heavy metal you which represent in ppm. Why is it there?
Because we got those results like that from the biocenter. They've given it in percentage in ppm. I believe that heavy metals are found in very less minimal quantities, so that's why they're measured in ppm.
Harvesting this as part of so if they are consumed by animals, what implications can it have?
Well, obviously, it would be harmful that they consume these plants specifically, which have a high amount of heavy metals. But I believe that if the people who are harvesting these plants or harvest those, it will be checked whether the heavy metal levels is below a certain level or not, then only it will be given to animals. Or because if it's not, then obviously it would be harmful to animals.
So, if I am a cattle trader, you expect me to know about heavy metals and
cattle bearers themselves are the ones that are coming to harvest the plants for animal fodder. Maybe I think people who have knowledge about these plants and heavy metals present that are harvesting them and taking them to cattle farms.
in Madiwala, we have seen who are
No, I only know that it's outsourced.
Comparative study of wetlands. Come on up.
So let's move on to the last presentation of So the presenters are Sahana and Shreya, and we'll talk about soil and environment.
Cancel this one.
Good evening. My name is Sahana and my name is Shreya, and today we are going to be presenting our presentation on the comparative study of wetland soil and neighborhoods. Soil, also referred to as earth or dirt, is a mixture of organic matter, solid, liquid, gases that together support life. It also acts as a nutrient reservoir as it has many nutrients like copper, zinc, manganese, which aids plant growth and keeps the ecosystem balanced. And it also acts as an excellent bioindicator. Now, here is the problem. Year after year, we try to plant many plants in our neighborhood, but year after year, they all die. However, if we walk just 1 kilometer away from our neighborhood towards Madiwala Lake, there's a large crowd of plants there. That's called as picking.
Both the areas have the same terrain, the same weather. We thought there must be a difference in the soil composition of both the areas, and that is the reason for performing this experiment. The soil taken from Manivala neighborhood are listed with the following parameters. This is the picture of soil from Manivala Lake and neighborhood that I had taken the soil for testing. We have three objectives to achieve this experiment. Number one, soil samples from two areas, Manivala Lake and the neighborhood. Number two, to assess the soil and have to comparative analysis between the chemical composition of these soils. And number three, to find out the real reason why there is a scarce growth of plants in our neighborhood and lush growth within Manivala Lake. To gain more knowledge on soil testing and mechanism, we had attended a one-day training program at Biocenter in Pune, which helped us to understand various soil testing mechanisms. One of the methods we learned was to collect soil by digging a 15 centimeter deep using spade and collecting soil like 10 to 15 from each sampling units and mixing them using quantitative. The physical parameters, texture was done using jar method and color by observation and types of nutrients presented. The various major and micronutrients that we assessed in our experiment were electrical conductivity using an electrical conductivity meter and cell, organic carbon by using a solution of K2CR07 and titrating it, zinc, copper, manganese, and iron by using a solution of DTPA, calcium and potassium using a flame photometer, phosphorus and sulfur using a UV spectrometer, and pH using a pH meter. On analyzing the color and texture of the soil in Manivala Lake, it was found that the color of soil in Manivala Lake was dark brown, indicating that it had higher percentage of organic matter. Similarly, soil in the neighborhood was found to be pale yellow, showing that it had lesser nutrients and poor drainage. Using soil triangle pyramid, we found out that the texture of soil in Manivala was sand loamy soil and in neighborhood was silt loamy soil. These are the results of parameters which we got from the soil of Manivala Lake. Before discussing each of these parameters in detail, I would like to mention that the levels mentioned in the first paragraph refer to the standard values given by the Bureau of Indians. First, coming to pH. We found that the pH of the soil in Manivala Lake was found to be neutral, whereas the soil of neighborhood was found to be alkaline. The electrical of both the soils found to be ideal, but they were found to be higher in Manivala Lake compared to our neighborhood, which means that both soils have beneficial cations for the growth of the plant. Next, coming to organic carbon, the organic carbon was found to be high in both the soil, and soil in Manivala Lake was found to have higher percentage of organic carbon, showing that it had better soil texture and water holding capacity than that of soil in neighborhood. Next, nitrogen. The nitrogen level was found to be low in both the soil, and plants grown in such soil usually lack chlorophyll, turning leaves to yellow. Next, coming to phosphorus. The levels of phosphorus in both the soils were found to be deficient, and phosphorus deficiency may cause a problem in shoot growth. Next, coming to potassium. Both the soils were also deficient in potassium, but they were lower in the neighborhood soil than compared to the soil at Manivala Lake. Next, coming to sulfur content, the sulfur content was found to be high in both the soils, and Manivala Lake had a bigger percentage of sulfur content than soil in neighborhood. As per theory, if sulfur content increases, the pH value decreases and acidity of the soil increases. Next, coming to copper, the copper content was found to be high in both the soil, and Manivala Lake had higher percentage of copper content than that of the neighborhood soil. Next, coming to zinc. Both soils have excess amounts of zinc, and zinc solubility can lead to stunted growth in plants. Next, we have manganese. The levels of manganese were found to be ideal in soils. Next, coming to iron content. The iron content was found to be high in Manivala and ideal in soil neighborhood. And if the iron content increases, then it affects the chlorophyll, inhibiting the plants to absorb energy from sunlight. Next, coming to boron, the boron content was in both the soil was found to be exceeding the critical limit,
which turns the leaf to yellow and to drop off the leaf. Next, this is the analysis of the results. The soil we found near Madivada Lake had lush growth of plants, but it could be better with the help of the following external applications: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and other biofertilizers. Soil found near our neighborhood was alkaline and needed external applications such as nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, biofertilizers, and farmyard. This is a conclusion. The soil found near our neighborhood had less OC, potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, copper, zinc, iron, and had an alkaline soil than compared to the soil in Madivada Lake. Also, it was because of the construction that happened near our neighborhood that the boron levels were more. Thus, we can conclude that the lack of nutrients is the reason why there is a scarce growth of plants in our neighborhood. These are the that we took while collecting soil. These were pictures from the biosynthesis. We thank PS for giving this opportunity to participate in the event, and also Biocenter for providing us extra knowledge on various soil testing mechanisms, and also our teacher Indumati ma'am for helping us by doing this project, and also IISC for hosting this event. These are some of the references which helped us greatly while making this presentation. Thank you.
Presentation, like in one slide with electric conductivity, you told like Madivada, the soil has more conductivity than the neighborhood, and you told the reason also. Can you repeat once again?
I will not tell the reason.
Like there are more beneficial methods.
So I just defined electric conductivity. So electric conductivity, the levels are ideal, means that they are beneficial cations. We still have research as to the reason why the electrical conductivity levels of Madivada Lake are more.
Can you just define the what is cation and
Cation refers to loss of electrons and anion refers to electrons. Any atom which has lost electrons has a positive charge on it is known as a cation, and any atom which has gained electrons and has a negative charge on it is known as an anion.
so for the electric conductivity, thus we need both the cation and only cations are both. Only cations. So if you are donating something, there somebody should take So there should be cation and both.
Can you explain in very simple terms what is pH and how it helps plant growth?
pH helps us to determine if the soil is acidic, basic, or neutral. And the soil found in Madivada was found to be basic. Neighborhood soil. The neighborhood soil was alkaline, whereas the Madivada soil was.
How does pH help growth of plant?
If the soil is basic, then the plants grow really better, and most plants grow well in neutral soil, whereas in basic soil, only species of plants will grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many samples we collected?
Key samples. So we went to 4 days to collect samples from 4 areas. The blue dots show the areas where we collected samples. Then, why blue collected that for particular area, not other place. Only that 4 area. What is the reason? These 4 areas were the areas that were closest to the lake and areas that we could actually go and collect it. Everywhere else it was not possible to collect the soil. It was either too deep or we weren't allowed to. Then anything it is faced by this one. Any problems that the pollution that's only placed up any near to this
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Madhimala Lake, it was clean and there was no threat, but in neighborhood soil, as there was construction going on, so we found few levels to be more like moron levels because of concrete deposition soil.
Because why that leads why that leads that's why I'm just asking.
We should do further research to find out. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have completed the first stage of our event. That tomorrow we have another. You don't have to come. We will do it. There are other certain schools to come. And we will inform the schools about who are coming to the final. Okay. So certainly all 200 extra cannot come to the final. So we need to select only few. Okay. Let us see. You have any questions? Anyone has any question? You're okay with that, no? So you got an opportunity to spend a day at IISC. I'm sure you will all come back for higher studies at IISC. So on behalf of my group, I wish you all the success. We look forward to you joining IISC as a student and continue your journey like I did with my other. Okay. Abhishek?
Okay, first of all, congratulations to all of you because you have all done a wonderful job. Okay, and we are very happy to see all your projects and what you have done, we had not done in our school days. So, kudos to you. Okay, secondly, you get selected or you don't get selected, that is secondary, but you have participated in this. You have gained a lot of knowledge, and what you have done today, you won't realize the value of it now. Maybe a few years later, when you go to your college and they start with the basics of water quality testing, biodiversity survey, the sampling methods, and things like that, you already have done a project on it. Imagine the experience that you would have when you are listening to that class. So that is a learning process, and consider this also as a learning process. And whatever you have started, whatever projects you have worked upon, irrespective of you get selected to the conference or not, you can continue that studies because there's always somewhere else that you can present. Okay, and you can come up and you can improve your projects, all of it. Okay, there's no limit to saying that okay, somebody has done an exceptional job on biodiversity. There's no end to that. You can continue monitoring for various seasons, various years. Every year is not the same in terms of weather, climate, and everything, right? So there are variations that are happening, and similar variations will be happening, and nobody is there to monitor small areas like you have done. So it's very important that you continue these studies and be curious like how you have been for these projects. So it's not just the project sake, but also in all your efforts that you put in your academics, be curious so that you learn more and you will become very successful. Like sir said, we hope to see all of you in IISC or in any premier institutions that you can definitely come up and you can choose various fields, and whatever you choose, you can always do research. Okay, you have understood the fundamentals of research, so that is very important. So from the entire team, I wish you all the very best. Okay, so I hope to see some of you in the conference. Thank you. What? I am sure they will definitely come, but there are certain criteria that we have to take care. So, of course, when we see this as a competition, there is some filtration that happens. So, definitely, but then we will stay in touch. Don't worry, the group is always active, so you can always post and interact with us. So, again, once again, all the best.
Congratulations everyone for successfully completing your presentation. And one thing I want to say is like don't limit your work only for the lake of do it for the state. Congratulations and hopefully I will see everyone lake conference and best of luck.
So best of luck to you all. So you all have done a lot of good experiments and have come up here. So best of luck for all your future endeavors. Okay. Tomorrow's program we have we will send that link. Today also we send it to our WhatsApp group. Tomorrow also we will send this all the things in slide program. This everything you can also now here you can tell to your teacher, respective teacher. She will share that link. In that you can also listen your presentation once more. Because here you did hence or some competition, no? Then some tension is there. Okay, you can go home, relax it, and you can see with your parents. With the IISC, you did one presentation. That's why you call your parents and you can tell them, please see my presentation. That's we have already sent. Tomorrow also we will send. You can see in your home.
Forgive us if the boy with a lot of questions. He may not be because of lack of time. Even though we troubled him with the questions and weird faces and all, forgive us.
Want to say anything? Can you disclose it?